Sunraku finally gets closer to defeating the dreaded unique monster, Katarnit of the Abyss, by arriving at the magical Abyss City. However, he puts this goal on hold and temporarily stops playing Shangri-La Frontier to practice with Katsuo for the Global Game Competition, or GGC. Will Sunraku prove effective in a different game while battling world-level pro gamers? And what achievements will he accomplish? Let's find out. In the next scene, we see a train, and inside it is Hizutomi using his tablet. He appears to be logging into a website, which turns out to be a group chat created by Sunraku's party for them to communicate, and they're discussing about how they leveled up during the ghost ship fight. Only 4 members are there, and Hizutomi mentions they can't send in-game mails within Reluiath. He also realized that they're still out of contact with Rei. Akane, Mordo, and Rust welcomed Hizutomi to the group chat, and he said that normally, social media is used for such things. Nevertheless, Hizutomi explained that he, Pencilgon, and Katsuo still use emails because the two are afraid of mixing their work and personal accounts, given that Pencilgon is a hotshot model and Katsuo is a pro gamer. Then Sunraku remembered that Katsuo had asked him to read a comic before the competition, and he'll read it before he arrives. Katsuo was referring to Galaxia Comics, an American superhero series. At that moment, Hizutomi noticed a commercial in the screen above, the Global Game Competition, which is taking place in the middle of an international game expo, and he didn't expect to be part of it. Hizutomi also said that even though Katsuo was short on members, he wanted him and Pencilgon to play against pro players, and he hoped Katsuo had put them in a decent hotel. While Hizutomi was saying this, Katsuo's email showing where he would stay and some instructions was displayed. Hizutomi added that now that he's thinking about it, this would be the first time he'd see Pencilgon and Katsuo in person. In the next scene, Hizutomi has arrived at the Grand Supreme Hotel, and he was amazed by its size and beauty. The hotel concierge greeted him and said they were expecting Sunraku, as Kei Uwomi had told them he was coming. Then, a male staff member escorted him to his room, and Hizutomi was surprised again. The man told Hizutomi to enjoy his stay, but he couldn't respond because he was still stunned by what he saw. Hizutomi asked what kind of 5-star hotel Katsuo had set up for him, and if he had gone crazy, because this wasn't a room for a teen to stay in. He also jumped on the bed and enjoyed its softness, and he noticed something at that moment. His jaw dropped when he saw an expensive-looking massage chair that is actually a state-of-the-art full-dive system, costing 2,700,000 yen, equivalent to $18,400. Hizutomi was overjoyed, so he said he now understood why Katsuo chose this hotel. Because of this, he messaged Katsuo asking if this hotel was just a prank, and Katsuo replied that Pencilgon was already there, so he would call their other teammate, and Hizutomi should stay in the room for now. Hizutomi wondered about their other teammate, and he remembered Kei mentioning that the event will have a 4-on-4 team battle. So he asked if Kei had someone else with him. At that moment, someone was knocking on Hizutomi's door, calling him Sunraku. She introduced herself as Towa Amine, the spunkiest model in the whole world. So Hizutomi realized it was Pencilgon. Towa told Hizutomi to open the door, and Hizutomi thought that this would be the first time he'd see Katsuo and Pencilgon in real life. And he realized that his companions were 2 people with a lot of media exposure, and he was the only one who hadn't shown his face yet. He was about to open the door, but he stopped because this could be a big chance for him, and he wondered if it was okay for his first impression to be just some average teen, but he didn't agree with that, because it would be a wasted opportunity. He thought he needed to give Towa the biggest impact he could at that moment, so he took something from his bag. Towa continued knocking on the door because Hizutomi hadn't opened it yet. When he finally opened the door, Towa was surprised, and she happily greeted Hizutomi because they finally met in person. But then she realized that the person in front of her is wearing a gas mask. In the next scene, Kei apologized to the person he was talking to for rushing, and said that Hizutomi and Towa were already at the hotel, so the sooner they meet, the better. The person Kei was talking to said that that was fine with her, and asked if the two were good. Kei answered yes, and that he could guarantee it. We then learned that the woman's name is Meg. Meg then asked if the two were good enough to make up for the pros they had lost, and Kei replied that the two were doing all sorts of things in the games they played, but their talent could be relied upon. Meg said that carried a lot of weight coming from Kei, who said that wasn't the only reason why he chose Hizutomi and Towa. Meg asked why, and Kei answered that she would find out when she met the two, and that this would also be the first time he'd meet them in real life. Let's go back to Towa and Hizutomi, where Towa was laughing hard, saying Hizutomi was so dedicated to putting crap on his head. Hizutomi said he wasn't trying to hide anything, and he just wore the gas mask as a pre-order for extra fun. Hizutomi said it was rare, which was out of print too, but Towa couldn't stop laughing, saying that was barely an explanation. Then, Kei and Meg saw them, so Kei immediately apologized to Meg because the two were also crazy in real life. Hizutomi wondered who Meg was, and Towa realized that this must be the other player Kei was talking about. Kei introduced her as Megumi Natsume. She was said to be the last member of Nitro Squad, the team they would be using, and Towa said she had seen Meg in a magazine before, but it seemed Hizutomi didn't know her. Meg was about to say something, but Kei cut her off, saying he knew Meg had a lot to say, so they should go inside. He added that he wanted to discuss the competition right away, and Hizutomi couldn't believe Kei was going to do this so quickly, so he said how pumped up Kei was. Kei replied that it was because their opponent was the top-ranked team in America, called Star Rain. He said they should compare that team to their team that was formed at the last minute, but despite that, he said that he's got a way to defeat them, so he asked if Sunraka is interested to hear it. The Nitro Squad had a meeting, and Pencilgon was still laughing at Sunraku, so he asked her how long she was going to laugh about the gas mask. Because of this, Kei, aka Katsuo, asked Sunraku how long he plans to wear the gas mask. Sunraku replied that it would be anticlimactic if he took it off, and asked if Katsuo didn't get it. Katsuo said the sound of the ventilator was annoying, while Pencilgon commented that Sunraku's whole existence is a sight gag. Meg was quiet, seemingly lost in thought. She realized that because of the gas mask situation, she hadn't noticed it at first, but now that she was seeing Pencilgon up close, she recognized her as Towa Emane, the famous model. Then, she asked Katsuo if Sunraku and Pencilgon were the secret weapons that would help them win against Star Rain. The two looked at her because of this, and Sunraku asked if Star Rain was the American team, to which Katsuo confirmed. Meg explained that Star Rain was a top-level US team in the fighting game genre, and showed their picture on the TV. One member was a girl, and the three others were muscular men, whom Pencilgon called studs, saying they probably lived in the gym. Sunraku asked if they were sure these weren't actually a gang of real street fighters or something, and Katsuo said that the one on the far right, named Johnson, could crush an apple with one hand. Sunraku was impressed by this and said they were the most American esports team ever. Pencilgon was excited to see that there was a female member in Star Rain, and Meg was about to say who it was, but Katsuo beat her to it, saying it was Sylvia Goldberg. He added that when people are asked who's the best player in the US fighter scene, Sylvia's name will undoubtedly come first. Sylvia's name first came up 5 years ago, and she was playing in the amateur division of GGC. In every tournament match, Sylvia would win without taking any damage. Even in subsequent exhibition matches, she repeatedly defeated pro gamers, showcasing her overwhelming talent. Sylvia shook the entire world with her rise in the esports scene, and everyone knew the legend she had created. Meg said that after Sylvia did this, she was immediately scouted by pro gaming teams, and within a year, a fighter-specific gaming team was formed with Sylvia at the core, and that team was Star Rain. After 5 years, Sylvia had become the best in the US, a top-tier gamer, and she was still setting amazing records. Sunraka said that she was indeed the best pro gamer in name and deed, truly a final boss. Pencilgon said she was more like a breakout supporting character, the type that wins all the popularity polls. Sunraku agreed, saying it was like she outshone the real protagonist. According to Meg, it goes without saying that the other three were also first class, and these were the opponents they would face. Then she asked Katsuo if he was saying that as long as they had Sunraku and Pencilgon with them, they had a way to win even though the two weren't pro gamers. Pencilgon said they also wanted to hear about this, and Katsuo replied that normally, he was sure they wouldn't have a chance. Besides that, although he didn't want to admit it, Sylvie is scarily good. He had faced her several times, but he hadn't even come close to winning, and he had only managed to draw with Sylvie once. Nevertheless, he said he saw the way how they could break through, so Sunraka asked how. Katsuo answered that it was because Sunraku and Pencilgon were Shangri-La Frontier players. They didn't understand what Katsuo said, so he told them to start with the game they would be playing, which was Galaxia Heroes Chaos. It was a VR fighting game that wouldn't be released to the public till fall. Pencilgon couldn't believe the game hadn't been released yet, and Sunraku said that Galaxia was the name of the comic book series Katsuo had asked him to read. Katsuo confirmed this was correct, and the characters in the game were heroes and villains from the Galaxia comic series. He said Galaxia Heroes was a crossover fighter, featuring characters from Galaxia comics. Pencilgon said she hadn't read the comics yet, and Sunraku said he had only browsed them a little, which angered Katsuo, who said he had asked them to read it, and the characters and settings were important. Then, he explained that what they would be playing was a series of fighter games, and Galaxia Heroes Chaos wasn't the first. The game they would play in their match was the newest in the series, and the plan for GGC was like an exhibition match serving as a preview for the public, with their Nitro Squad team battling against Star Rain. Pencilgon asked what their experience playing SLF had to do with this if they were playing a new game, and both teams had no experience. Meg explained that Galaxia Heroes Chaos was co-developed as a tie-in with Utopia Entertainment Software, the same company that made SLF. Sunraku was surprised that the developers of SLF also made the game they would be playing, and Katsuo said that UES's game tech was several generations ahead in their competition, and they were using it in Galaxia Heroes Chaos. In other words, the game would provide virtual reality at a level beyond others, and it wasn't like any other game in the series. Pencilgon understood this because Katsuo was saying that SLF was region-locked to Japan, so the game they would be playing was like SLF, but for Americans, it was very different compared to other Galaxia games. Katsuo confirmed this was correct, and as players, they would have login access to Galaxia Heroes Chaos from that day. He added that there were only 2 days left before their game, so that was how long Star Rain had to access the Galaxia Heroes Chaos system, compared to them who had many hours of experience playing SLF. They had an advantage when it came to the system being used, and that would give them a chance to win. At that moment, Meg said she understood the logic in what Katsuo said, but Star Rain wouldn't lose to them just because they were more familiar with SLF. Katsuo replied that this was precisely the reason why he had asked for Sunraku and Pencilgon's help. He asked Meg if she remembered what he said about trusting in the two's talent, and because of this, they were delighted by Katsuo's praise, making Katsuo regret his compliment, while Meg was left speechless. Then, he called Sunraku and Pencilgon, aka Towa Amine, and said that this was the first time they were meeting in real life, so he had some anxieties about it, but he thanked them for coming and offered them a fist bump. They made their alliance official, and they accepted Katsuo's fist bump. While they were doing this, Meg was watching them, and she remembered what Katsuo said, how the two mostly just screws around in the games they play, and yet their talents can still be trusted. She knew how much pride Katsuo put into his gaming, and he still said that. If that's what Katsuo was saying, she would trust it, and she was interested in why Katsuo praised them so highly. Then, she asked if she could play against them to find out what kind of talent they had. In the next scene, Sunraku logged into Galaxia Heroes Chaos, using the expensive VR gaming chair in his hotel room. He was about to try all the characters in the game. Elsewhere, Katsuo, Meg, and Pencilgon were heading to their rooms. Katsuo said that Sunraku must be crazy for not taking off the gas mask until the end. Pencilgon thought Sunraku would wear it for the entire event, which made Katsuo wonder why he was so stubborn. Then, he told Pencilgon to read the Galaxia comics, as it would help her understand the characters better. By that time, Pencilgon had reached her room and said goodbye to Meg, saying that when she was ready, she would face her anytime. Katsuo told Meg to be careful with Pencilgon, as she wouldn't use any standard fighting approach. Meg said she knew Katsuo thought highly of the two, but she asked if he thought they could beat her. Katsuo replied, "Who knows?" and said he was aware of their talent, but regardless of how long they had been playing SLF, this was their first time with a Galaxia series game. They both didn't know all the character traits, and there's no telling how it would happen. He added that he would be happier if Meg defeated Pencilgon and Sunraku, because it would be fun to see them anguished in defeat. After that, Katsuo excused himself to go to his room, and Meg thought about what Katsuo said about the uncertainty of what might happen. She wondered if Katsuo meant that if everything was fair, Sunraku and Pencilgon are both above her. We return to Sunraku, who was delighted to use the VR chair in his room. He said it had less latency compared to the helmet type and was smoother, making him feel that instinct more often controlled his avatar's movements. He added that he really needed to thank Katsuo because just for this, his trip was worth it. Besides that, he thought Katsuo was right that Galaxia Heroes Chaos used most of SLF's tech. Sunraku explained that one disadvantage of full-dive VR games was that if the avatar was too different from your real body, it would be weird to control, and this was a key difference from the old joypad and button era. He was sure that pros like Katsuo could adapt their controls, but in SLF, that wasn't the problem. He didn't know how they did it, but no matter what the body type of the user's avatar, it was easy to control immediately, as if it were the user's own body. Sunraku said he could see that Galaxia Heroes Chaos was similar, but it still had a 20-character roster, so it was difficult to choose one to use from the entire lineup. For now, he had narrowed them down based on his preferences. First was Ranzo, an old male hero who was a dual-wielding katana user. His battle style was close to what Sunraku used in SLF, and his special II moves offered near-instant movement, which was a plus. Next was Cursed Prison, a villain, and true to his name. He had powers restrained by his cursed armor suit. He could absorb things like cars and rubble to upgrade his armor, but it required care, resulting in a mobility hit. This and other certain fan-favorite skills made him fun to use. Third was Medius, an easy-to-use character who was very mobile. He could close gaps and gain territorial advantage from any opponent using his bull rush advances. One of his disadvantages was that sharp curves require coming to a full stop to execute, and he was also weak in defense, so he needed to keep moving. Additionally, he was Cursed Prison's nemesis in the comics. Then there was Tinker Pixie, a heroine type with a cutesy design, but it was just a front. In truth, she was an annoying opponent because she was made for close-range combat, and most of her combos involved getting close and restricting her opponent, then bludgeoning them, making her more like a black-hearted imp than a benevolent fairy. The last was Cyborg Lord, a character who used his ESP and cyborg skills to fight with thrown weapons, but in reality, he was the weapon. He could fire off a constant barrage of strikes, but he was in trouble if opponents got close to him, so when using Cyborg Lord, many pinpoint movements were needed, which suited Sunraku's preferences. Sunraku said those were all the characters he liked, and he would decide which one he liked best after trying them against real players. Then, he suddenly received a notification on his tablet, which was an invitation from Meg to fight. He was excited. He didn't care if Meg was a pro gamer, but he would make her admit that he was good. The battle began, a hero versus villain match between Hizutomi, aka Sunraku, and Meg, aka New 2 Meg. Since it was a hero versus villain battle, Sunraku realized that New 2 Meg had chosen a villain, and the demolition time given to the villain player began. The hero player was moved to the hero area, and Sunraku explained that because the game was based on US comic book superheroes, it had a key difference from other fighters. This was the role-playing aspect of the game, as heroes needed to be heroic and villains needed to be evil. He said to just play the role of the character correctly, and the balance was set up to reward the player. Sunraku used Ranzo and said that Meg was already causing trouble. Behind Sunraku, there was a mother and child panicking because of the chaos, and a signage above them fell, but Sunraku quickly sliced it before it hit the mother and child. Then, he asked the mother and child if they were okay, so they thanked him, and it was shown that Sunraku's heroic gauge increased. He couldn't wait to see Meg's playstyle, who was shown using a villain with powers similar to Kamui Woods from My Hero Academia. Her villainous gauge was rising because of her actions, and she was using the villain character Igria. She said she would make it clear to Kei who's the stronger player between her and his friends. In the next scene, we see a man asking Sunraku for help because he's about to fall from a building. However, Sunraku first asks him if he saw the woman causing trouble there, but the man replied who cares and just to help him. Sunraku then says that if that's the case, does the man know any dessert cafes nearby because he wants a matcha frappe? The man asks if Sunraku has gone senile and if he escaped from an old folks' home. Because of this, Sunraku is impressed with SLF's technology as it reacts to everything, even if it's irrelevant. He explains that Galaxia Heroes isn't just a simple fighter game, as it gives players a hero and villain experience. Then he saves the man, who thanks him. According to Sunraku, the player can get into their role as a Galaxia Comics character, and you can really become a hero or a villain. Galaxia is the type of game that makes this fantasy come true. The man tells Sunraku that the monster he is looking for went into an alley after pushing him off the building. Sunraku thanks the man, and we see that his heroic gauge is almost full. We learned that in previous games, this mechanic was just extra spice, but SLF tech allows the player to say and do all kinds of things. So in Galaxia Heroes Chaos, the essence of gameplay is more of a simulation rather than a fighter game. Sunraku jumps down the building, saying he's sure Galaxia Comics fans think this is the best game ever. Then, he explains that the heroic and villainous gauges are designed to fill up when players fully emulate their characters. Gauges can be consumed to use specials and super finishers, and because of this, it's clear that game makers are trying to encourage role-playing, but the gauges have one other key function. In Galaxia Heroes Chaos, there are things called Chaos Cubes, which can be obtained by fully consuming the gauge when it's maxed out. To win in this game, you can defeat the other player, but you can also win by earning a Chaos Cube. Chaos Cubes can be found in random spots on the battlefield, and if prioritizing their search, you can win without fighting another player, and that's where strategy comes in. However, whether players choose to fight or not, they need to play their role. At that moment, it seems Sunraku has found Meg, and he tells her that he now understands why Katsuo was pestering him to read the comics, because the more he knows the character, the clearer his approach to battle becomes. Then, he asks Meg what character she's using. He thinks Meg's character was kidnapped by a mad doctor and implanted with the power to control plants. He asks if its name is Igdria, a mid-range type that moves slow and is suited for counters and trap-type attacks. Meg asks if Sunraku is using Ranzo, and she thinks it's the two-blade samurai geared for close-range combat. So the character Sunraku chose is simpler than she expected. She tells Sunraku to start fighting, because she wants to see what he can do. She uses the Trap Seed skill to try to catch Sunraku, where vines come out from everywhere, but Sunraku avoids it, telling Meg, "Nice try." Sunraku explains that this is one of Igdria's trap moves, and if he's caught by the vines, he won't be able to move and will be a sandbag for a few seconds. But once the skill is launched, the vines move in a straight line, so if he knows where they're placed, it's easy to dodge them. Then, Meg extends one of her arms, surprising Sunraku, and uses it like a whip to strike. Sunraku thinks Meg timed it where it's hard to avoid, so he realizes that Meg entered this fight assuming he would avoid the Trap Seed skill. At that moment, Sunraku uses Ranzo's swords to deflect Meg's attack, surprising her that he managed to do it. Sunraku is looking for a line, something like, "Let me show you the art of my Ramba blade," and he uses his Ranki-style Michiki skill to rush at Meg. Meg is surprised that Sunraku quickly traversed 5 yards, and she realizes he used one of his special movement skills. Sunraku says he's in his range, but Meg is smiling, thinking she's caught Sunraku. She uses her super finisher, Green Ground Zero, and tells Sunraku she timed it with the Michiyuki animation, so Sunraku can't avoid receiving big damage. On the other hand, Sunraku is surprised by the height the Old Bones Onslaught lets him jump, and Meg is shocked because Sunraku avoided her super finisher. Sunraku says Meg's timing was perfect, and it would have been a direct hit if he hadn't seen it coming, but he knew it from the start, so it wasn't hard to avoid. Sunraku asks what he'll do to Meg, and he uses his super finisher, a Matsukaze Windstorm Slash, so Meg defends herself using her vines as a shield. Sunraku's attack hits the vines, and he asked her if she will take the hit without dodging. 1/3 of Meg's health is gone due to that attack, and Sunraku thinks that can work because he can still swing his katana, but at that moment, Meg twitches, which Sunraku notices, so he suddenly jumps backward, surprising Meg. Sunraku says Meg actually blocked that attack so she'd look hurt and gives Sunraku the space to pursue her, so he praises her because it's good damage control that only a pro could commit to it that quickly. But he laughingly mentions that if he knows Meg is looking to counter his attack, it's just pointless. He says it's not a bad strategy for Igdria, but in a fighter game, the job is to drain the opponent's energy. He tells Meg that if her thinking is all passive, she'll let her opponent control the fight. Meg says she'll put Sunraku in his place for advising a pro player. Meg attacked again, and Sunraku noticed where the vines were coming from, so he easily avoided them. Because of this, Meg's villainous gauge was depleted, and she noticed it, saying it was used up faster than she had expected. Meg ran away that instant, and Sunraka realized she was regrouping to fill her gauge, so he started to understand how Meg plays. He said Megumi Natsume's battle style was take initiative and fight at your own tempo to keep the advantage. Meg created some obstacles for Sunraku, who explained that she lays low, watches how her opponent moves, and grasps their in-game behavior. When Meg puts herself in that tempo, she can reverse the disadvantage and seize the initiative back from her foe. That was apparently the reason why Meg chose a counterattack-focused character. Katsuo and Pencilgon were like that too, so he knew how to fight that type of player, and nothing annoys them more than breaking their rhythm. Then, Sunraka threw his katana in front of Meg, which surprised her, and he used the Ranki-style Michiyuki again to rush at Meg, who panicked because her gauge wasn't full yet. Nevertheless, she was still able to attack Sunraku, who dodged and retrieved his thrown katana. Meg realized that Sunraku was the type to look for patterns and stick to them no matter what happens. No matter what kind of opponent Sunraka faces, he fights the way he wants to, and at that moment, Sunraku activated a super finisher, so Meg picked up a card to counter, while explaining that what Sunraka does becomes a problem when he gets on a roll, so it's important for her to regain the initiative. The finisher Sunraku used was the Amatsukaze Windstorm Slash, and he easily sliced the car Meg threw as a counter into 4 pieces. Meg thought that Sunraku was repeatedly forcing her to make decisions, and if she can't deal with each one, she would lose. Sunraka's battle style changes at the drop of a hat, and she knew it. In the way Sunraka fights, it's as if he's channeling Sylvia Goldberg herself. Let's return to the real world, where Meg is frowning, so Katsuo assumed she had lost. Meg said that Sunraka moved like a maniac in the middle of the fight, and he kept annoying her, seeming to laugh at her strategy, so she asked what was up with Sunraku. Katsuo laughed at this and said he knew that, and it was indeed annoying. However, Meg praised Sunraku, saying she briefly felt Sylvie's talent with him. Katsuo seemed surprised that Meg felt it too, and Meg said that although she didn't want to admit it, she would acknowledge that Sunraku was capable. According to Katsuo, Sunraku uses every trick in the book and combines them to put his opponent on the spot time and time again. He said Sunraku was like a Swiss Army knife with a dozen ways to defeat his opponents. He added that he only wins against Sunraku around 60% of the time, and using the right killer pattern, he thinks he could win even more often. Meg was surprised by what she heard, because Katsuo's win rate in official matches never drops below 80%, and even Katsuo struggles against Sunraku. Katsuo quickly took back his 60% statement and said it was actually more like 70%. So Meg realized that Sunraku was indeed a threat. Katsuo thought that Sunraka loves going on eccentric tangents, like his game lacks stability at times. But it's true that his and Sylvia's gameplay have a lot in common. At that moment, he mentioned that maybe they should try something, so Meg asked what it was, but Katsuo said never mind. Then, he asked Meg if she had fought Towa yet, and Meg said she fought Sunraku first because she wanted to try something against him. Meg asked if Towa was as good, and Katsuo replied that with Towa, it's not about being good or bad, because she's more like evil. Meg wondered what Katsuo meant by evil, and suddenly they heard Sunraka calling someone a dirty player. It was Towa, who was teasing Sunraka because she beat him, so Sunraku was calling her all sorts of names. Katsuo said that based on what Sunraka was saying, it seems Towa crushed him, which Meg couldn't believe. Sunraku said they needed to listen to him about how low down Towa was, who turned a building with thousands of NPCs into Jenga. Katsuo called her a monster for that, and Meg asked why she did it. Towa replied that it was because all those NPCs swarmed Sunraku asking for help, so she crushed them all. Because of this, Katsuo asked Meg if she understood what he meant by evil, and Meg answered yes. Then, Katsuo said they should discuss their first impressions of the game. So Towa said it was like a sandbox tower offense game, at least for the villains. A sandbox tower offense game is a genre where the player attacks the opponent's defenses to complete goals. According to Sunraku, it was like a one-against-many sim with battle elements. For Meg, the game gave a lot of freedom, so there was a lot to think about while playing, and she hoped that her analysis wasn't too humdrum for Sunraku and Towa. Katsuo told her not to worry about Sunraku and Towa because their neurons were bugged out, and no one could fix that. He added that Meg should just be who she always is. Meg said she was okay with herself, and Towa asked Sunraku if he felt it from Katsuo, the clueless protagonist who doesn't notice what's happening under his nose. Sunraku said he wanted to give Katsuo the middle finger while smiling, so Katsuo asked if they were dissing him because he can tell that much. He added that for now, they should use their experience to make a plan against Star Rain, but before that, he wanted to talk to Sunraku, whom he challenged to a fight. Sunraku happily accepted Katsuo's challenge because he still wanted to use many characters, and Sunraku said he would use a villain this time. But Katsuo didn't agree because he wanted Sunraku to use Medius. He warned Sunraku that he would crush him, so Sunraku should be prepared for the fight, because if not, there would be no point in the match. Meg was surprised by what Katsuo, whom she called K, said, and Sunraku asked how long it had been since they fought in a fighter game that wasn't bug-driven. He added that he and Katsuo should get serious about it. The battle between Sunraku and Katsuo began, with Katsuo using the in-game name of letter K, and the fight was hero versus hero. Sunraku's hero, Medius, was loading in, and he said that if Katsuo really wanted a real fight, that's what he would get. As Katsuo requested, he was using Medius, a speedster who moves in all 3 dimensions, with moves like mid-air jumps, wall running, and so on. That's why Medius is a good close-range attacker, boasting top-class mobility, but his damage isn't strong, so Sunraku needs to land a lot of attacks. Then, it was explained that the NPC villains are placed on the battlefield during hero versus hero battles. Sunraku liked Medius mid-air moves and said it would be nice if they could be imported to SLF. At that moment, he saw Katsuo, and he said to himself that he shouldn't dwell on gauge building, so he should launch a quick attack. He also asked himself what character Katsuo chose, and Katsuo was shown melting a stoplight using a character that appeared to have magma gauntlets and melting powers. Sunraku realized Katsuo was using a hero, and he thought it was called Armed Lava. The lava in Armed Lava's hands could melt concrete and steel, and he could create liquid metal bolts from it. They're called bolts, but their range is 4 or 5 yards at best, so Sunraku thought this hero must be a close-range fighter, strong at close range but weak from mid-range on. He said it seemed Katsuo wasn't trying to match his mobility, so he wondered if Katsuo wanted to brawl it up close. At that moment, Sunraku remembered Katsuo telling him to use Medius, and his warning that he would crush him. Sunraku said he didn't know what Katsuo's scheme was, but the bigger problem was his losing record against Katsuo. He said Katsuo didn't need to tell him because of course he would go all out, and it was time to make Katsuo pay for humiliating him at Burp. He used the Star Road skill while rushing at Katsuo, who was deep in thought about something regarding an answer. Sunraku told Katsuo he was there to play, while kicking him, but the attack was blocked, yet Katsuo still lost a little health. Sunraku's hero's shoes seemed to be affected by Armed Lava's heat, which surprised him. Sunraku tumbled backwards and noticed his shoes were steaming, realizing this was caused by the lava armor, part of Armed Lava's unique gear. Additionally, Medius also lost health, and Sunraku explained that while the lava armor only covered the arms, Armed Lava's opponent could be damaged when touched or hit by it. Katsuo said he was sure that Sunraku tried to sneak in some attacks besides his arms, but the problem with Medius was that he had sparkly sound effects when running, which wasn't good for stealth. Sunraku charged again, saying he was well aware of that. He didn't charge directly at Katsuo, who was surprised by his action, and Sunraku explained that most of his attacks are mostly going to be leg moves, so if they were blocked by the lava armor, his legs would take the burn damage over time. He added that if all he did was attack repeatedly, he would kill his mobility sooner or later. He said the best approach was stick and move, dodging Armed Lava's arms, but when he tried to hit Katsuo, he still managed to block it, surprising Sunraku that he could still react to his fast attack. Sunraku thought there was no worse match for Medius than Armed Lava, and that this was what Katsuo wanted to test. It looked like Katsuo was about to attack, using the liquid metal bolt skill, so Sunraku thought he needed to handle it, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to get hold of Katsuo. Because of this, he decided to play Katsuo's game, and said he would go in straight, so he sped up, saying he would charge right through. He told Katsuo that he wouldn't hit him so easily, and Katsuo replied for Sunraku to just go ahead and try to dodge his attack. Sunraku was 5 yards away, but Katsuo still wasn't shooting, so Sunraku thought he might just be bluffing. The situation remained the same when Sunraku was 3 yards away, but when he was just 1 yard away, he noticed Katsuo changed his stance, so he wondered if Katsuo was trying to parry him. But either way, he concluded that Katsuo screwed up. If he was that close to Katsuo, he could smash into Katsuo's side before he could react, but Katsuo seemed to laugh at him, which surprised him. Sunraku realized Katsuo's real aim was to attack from the left, and he used the liquid metal bolt. However, Katsuo was surprised by what he saw, because Sunraku dodged his attack, and he couldn't believe Sunraku forced himself to lie down from his kick animation. Sunraku said Katsuo's attack nearly got him, and now it was his turn to attack. He used a toe kick style back knee blast on Katsuo, managing to topple him, who was getting annoyed. Katsuo asked if Sunraku was playing with him, and he tried to use a spinning back fist on Sunraku, but Sunraku blocked his attack, much to his shock. Sunraku tumbled back again due to the impact of Katsuo's attack, and was surprised how Katsuo managed to counter instead of falling, saying Katsuo's character was like a tree trunk, disrupting his plans of landing a combo. While Katsuo thought he had seen enough, because if he used armed lava, he was sure he'll never beat Sylvie. At that moment, Katsuo called for a timeout because he wanted to talk to Sunraku, but Sunraku was already in the middle of a flying kick animation. So Katsuo got kicked extremely hard in the face. He was sent flying due to the power of that attack, and that's when Sunraku realized Katsuo was trying to tell him something. Let's go back 3 years to the past, during the World Tour Championships, where the game being used was Galaxia Heroes Burst. The shoutcaster announced a new hero from Japan who was storming into the gaming scene with a string of wins. It was Katsuo, whose pro player name was the letter K. He said K was almost undefeated since his debut, and he brought his impressive record to the World Championship. The shoutcaster said, "Let's see what kind of strategy K would bring against world champion Sylvia Goldberg." Sylvie smiled at K and told him, "Let's have fun." K explained that Sylvia Goldberg was the best pro gamer, and since he had the opportunity to fight her, he had researched her playstyle down to the smallest detail. He added that Sylvie has an impressive reaction speed, but he had defeated many pros, so he felt he was at a point where he could face Sylvie. He said Sylvie was chill and smiling at that moment, but that ends that day. Sylvie was using Medius, and K was using Armed Lava. The battle began, and Armed Lava was holding up well on defense, as he was fending off Medius attacks. Then, K caught Sylvie's foot with a counter grab move and slammed her to the floor, making him think he had caught her, and he would connect it with a liquid metal bolt strike. He was about to use that move, but Sylvie spun around and broke free from his grip, surprising him. Then, she immediately hit him with a spinning back kick to the stomach, and the shoutcaster mentioned that Medius had broken through Armed Lava's impenetrable defense as the attack connected. For K, he wasn't defeated yet, so he needed to check Sylvie and regroup, but at that moment, Sylvie rushed him and gave him a brutal knee to the face. K was sent airborne by Sylvie's move, and she repeatedly kicked and kneed him, causing the shoutcaster to say he couldn't believe a human was playing. K couldn't believe what was happening either, because Sylvie wasn't like this in the videos he had seen, and this was way beyond just reaction time. His entire strategy seemed completely transparent to Sylvie, and the shoutcaster said Medius gauge was maxed out, so the finisher was coming, and she nails it, resulting in a KO. Sylvie won because when K's guard dropped, everything happened instantly. K realized what it feels like to fight Sylvia, and he never thought he would be so helpless. On the other hand, Sylvie was delighted with the fight, so she greeted K with a good game, and thanked him. She also said she didn't expect K to take half her health, and his fake-outs and strike handling were great. Then, Sylvie asked K what his real name was, so they introduced themselves to each other with their real names, and K said he wouldn't give up. He promised Sylvie he would surpass her, which made Sylvie pause for a moment, but she said that was good, and smiled while saying she couldn't wait for that. The announcer said Sylvie was incredibly strong and far ahead of other players, making her the unbeatable champion. Then, we returned to the present time, and we learned that this flashback was actually a video clip that K was showing to his teammates. K told them this was the first time he fought Sylvia, and he also had videos of last year's matches. Meg asked Sunraku what he thought, because she had the impression that Sunraku and Sylvie's playstyles were similar. Sunraku said that was true, but Sylvie was faster than him, as she could block as if she had a constant parry success bonus going. And her prediction of K was insanely well, that it's just crazy. He said he could copy some of Sylvie's moves, but he wasn't sure he could move exactly like her. He added that while they could keep up when he used Medius, but that wasn't the answer to defeating Sylvie. Towa realized that was the reason why K wanted Sunraku to fight for real. K apologized to Sunraku for hiding it and explained that he just didn't want it clouding his mind, who said it was okay because he kicked K in the face anyway. K replied that even though they were in VR, he thought he would black out from that. Then, he was pressing something on his tablet and said that after losing their first fight, he doubled his efforts in researching Sylvie and changed his character and tactics whenever he found room for improvement, but in the end, his public record against Sylvie was 0 wins, 8 losses, plus 1 draw, and Sylvia was still evolving to this day. Sunraku asked if K was there to win, and of course K answered yes, so Sunraku said they needed to do it, because at that time, only Sylvie and Star Rain were being talked about in the whole world. If they were defeated by a ragtag team like theirs, wouldn't that be the most awesome thing ever? In the next scene, we were taken to a 24-hour market, where Sunraku was looking for imported energy drinks. He said Katsuo was so enthused about the fight, never giving up even though Sylvie was far better, so he called him a natural-born competitor. That's how important it was for Katsuo to beat Sylvie. He thought that since Katsuo was hellbent on beating Sylvie, they would likely face the 3 muscular men, so it would be good to think of ways to defeat them. He said he was ready to play again and would practice hard all night, so he needed drinks. At that moment, he heard a woman looking for strong dark coffee, and the cashier said all their coffee was dark, so the woman said she wanted a lot of it. Sunraku thought the girl looking for coffee was a foreigner, and it seemed she and the cashier couldn't understand each other because she was speaking English. Sunraku helped the girl by telling the cashier that she wanted black coffee with no sweetener, which surprised the girl. She confirmed that black coffee was indeed what she meant, so the cashier prepared it. The girl thanked Sunraku, calling him Big Boy, so Sunraku said it was no problem, though he wondered why she called him that. Sunraku thought about whether the girl was being paranoid by hiding her face with so many accessories like a hat, sunglasses, and mask, but who was he to judge when he did the same thing? At that moment, the girl noticed something and pointed at the drink in Sunraku's basket, saying she liked that brand but its effect was weak in Japan. Sunraku explained that caffeine levels are dialed down in Japan, which is why it's like that, and he noticed that the girl was looking at something. It was the Shangri-La Frontier poster. It seemed to be the girl's first time seeing that poster, and Sunraku remembered that it wasn't yet playable for people outside Japan, which was probably why it was getting a buzz around the world. Given the girl's reaction, she might be a gamer too, and at that time, the cashier had finished preparing the coffee she ordered. She tasted the coffee and enjoyed it immensely, saying she had been waiting for that her whole life. The girl left happily while expressing her thanks, and Sunraku commented that it was funny to see someone get so excited over coffee, which made the cashier laugh too. After Sunraku left, he thought that the girl looked like Sylvia Goldberg, which was why she seemed familiar, but in the end, he figured it probably wasn't her. Soon after, Sunraku returned to the hotel, saying it was time to practice, so he would drink his energy drinks and make a plan against the macho dudes. The girl was there too, and she noticed that Sunraku bought many energy drinks, suggesting he might be a gamer or something. At that moment, the girl's phone rang, and someone named Johnson was calling her. We learned that the girl is Sylvie, and Johnson was looking for her because he thought she would be playing Galaxia Heroes Chaos that night for some warm-up work. Sylvie replied that she was tired from jet lag, so she would retire early, and told them to go ahead without her, which surprised Johnson. Sylvie said she would make it up tomorrow, and though Johnson was getting angry, she hung up on him. Sylvie thought that since she was already in Japan, it wouldn't hurt to get sidetracked a little, and since Shangri-La Frontier pretty much broke the entire industry, she decided to play it. She said she was full of caffeine and there was no need to waste time, as it was time to log in to Shangri-La Frontier. Meanwhile, Sunraku was lying on his bed, watching last year's matches. He said he had lost focus, and the drinks he was drinking had no effect compared to the ones Katsuo treated him to, but he would get full after drinking just 2. He added that at times like these, the best thing to do was to relax by playing other games, but he didn't bring his own VR system. At that moment, he noticed the gaming chair in his room, and he got an idea. He used it, and it seemed he was looking for Shangri-La there, and soon enough, he found SLF. Sunraku explained that SLF uses biometrics and passwords to manage accounts, and while sub-accounts weren't allowed, it was easy to access the main account from another device. He said this meant he could play SLF using that rig, and even though it was a different game from Galaxia Heroes, they used almost the same engine, so it wouldn't be a total waste of time. He added that he was at a good part in SLF anyway, and there were many things he wanted to test or check. He decided to play SLF, but only briefly, about an hour. So he apologized to Katso, saying he would just relax a bit in SLF, but would stop eventually. Sunraku logged in while saying this, so he returned to the empty house in Reluyith, where Araba saw him and greeted him. Sunraku said he came back early, and he was happy he could log in. At that time, Sunraku noticed something and asked Araba if it was just him, or if they had gotten new furniture in the house. Araba answered that Akane had done a lot that day, showing that she had placed the furniture, and she was helped by a mole and sea crew. Sunraku remembered that Akane had mentioned she could play that day, but she was probably asleep by now. Stewed, sea crew, and a mole were there too, fast asleep, and Sunraku commented that it seemed rabbits weren't nocturnal. The mole stirred a bit at that moment, so Sunraku quickly lulled her back to sleep, and she gradually dozed off again. Sunraku said that was close because if a mole had woken up, she would have pestered him about going out together. Araba then asked if Sunraku was going out so late, saying that Sunraku was the nocturnal one among them. According to Sunraku, when he's burning to do something, he takes action. Araba said that Sunraku was already on the move right after waking up, so he knew his type. He said Sunraku was like a fish that dies unless it keeps moving. Sunraku replied that he wasn't a tuna, and asked Araba if he wanted to become shark fin soup. Araba wondered what that was, and Sunraku said he needed to leave before everyone woke up. The door creaked as Sunraku left, and he seemed to notice something. So he explained that in SLF, the enemy set you encounter at night is different, and he wondered what changes he would see in Reluyith. He said that in Reluyith, if the city was cursed by zombie fishmen during the day, then at night it becomes a paradise for aquatic life. He was delighted with what he saw and called it awesome. Araba then said that he wouldn't stop Sunraku, but warned him to be careful because even Sunraku could get into trouble if he let his guard down. This was because at night, there was a king who ruled over Reluyith. Sunraku was patrolling Reluyith at night, and he mentioned that compared to Earth, Reluyith wasn't as dark. The fishmen zombies had returned to being normal fish, making it easier to move around. He added that he was a bit concerned about what Araba said regarding the king of Reluyith, but for that day, he wanted to first examine the riddles related to Katarnid. The first thing he wanted to explore was Katarnid's power to rewind ruined cities to normal as if nothing happened. However, if he wanted to test it, he needed to destroy some things first, and at that moment, he noticed something in the sky. It was a fish, and Sunraku said that sometimes fish show unusual behavior, and he thought he understood why. He explained that when something enters Katarnid's reversal skill range from the outside, it becomes confused because up becomes down. For him, the place where he was standing was full of air, but for the fish, it still appeared to be water. He added that he didn't realize that one could enter Reluyith from the open outside, which meant they weren't fully cut off from reality. Nevertheless, the reversal in the city remained mysterious. Sunraku was talking about something more important at that moment when a fish charged at him, and he noticed it, saying it was the Giga oarfish he fought yesterday. He was surprised it came from outside, and Sunraku said it would be a perfect opponent, but at that moment, the oarfish was suddenly attacked by another creature that didn't look like a normal animal. Sunraku was shocked by the creature's attack on the oarfish, and he couldn't believe it was surrounded by blue fire, making him wonder if it was really an aquatic creature. The oarfish and the burning creature fought, and the oarfish used a laser-like skill, but it was blocked and countered by the creature using its crystal-like fins. Sunraku approached the two, and he said that the creature was matching the oarfish's strength and seemed to be gaining the upper hand, making it the predator in this scenario. At that moment, Sunraku realized this was what Araba was telling him about, the king who ruled over Reluyith. Let's return to the battle between the two aquatic creatures, where the burning creature pulled the oarfish down towards the houses. The oarfish tried to escape, but the creature bit it, seemingly using fire to inflict more damage on the fish. Then, there appeared to be electric sparks coming from the creature's crystals, and Sunraku was surprised by the appearance of the blue animation, realizing it was electricity. The oarfish was screaming in pain, and we learned that this was caused by the creature's electricity, with a shockwave so strong that even Sunraku could feel it. Before long, the oarfish turned black from the intensity of the electricity, demonstrating how powerful the creature's electric charge was, and because of this, the oarfish burned to death. Sunraku was shocked that the creature instantly killed the oarfish, and he said that this wasn't just an aquatic animal, but a monster with two elements, blue flame and lightning. This was the king of the deep seas, the Atlanticus lepnorca. Sunraku said that Reluiath was truly a crazy freakish place, as unique class monsters could easily enter it. However, he noted that it was still a game, and there was no place that players couldn't conquer. He told the Atlanticus lepnorca that he would use its overwhelming destruction as a tool for his experiment. He also called for its attention and asked how long it would take to eat. The orca faced him, and he said that while he knew the fishmen called it their king, would it just let someone take its prey? Sunraku showed that he had taken the flame hair fin of the giant dragonfish, so the Atlanticus lepnorca chased after him, and he thought about how many buildings it could destroy, and what was one of the things that triggered Katarnid's repair phases. Besides that, he realized that the way he tackles Reluiath could change wildly depending on what he finds. He added that he wanted to take out the blockers he had heard about, which were in the sky-high towers at every corner of the city. Sunraku was thinking about the extent of Katarnid's repair skill and what exactly triggers it, so he told Mr. Dual Element, the Atlanticus lepnorca, that he would need his help to find answers to his questions. He wanted the king of Reluiath to destroy the really high towers at the four corners of the town. Sunraku explained that each tower is reportedly home to what's called a blocker, a formidable opponent. So he wondered what would happen if he knocked out both the blockers and their towers, as he'd just love to find out. However, to do this, he needed to reach the towers alive. Then, he asked if it was the king's charged-up fins that killed the Giga Oarfish, and he knew that attack was powerful, but it took almost 30 seconds to set off. Meanwhile, he was all about speed, and he would die if hit by anything. So to him, it was just a slow attack with plenty of advance warning, making it not much of a threat. The orca charged up that skill, which Sunraku noticed. The orca cast its electricity skill, so Sunraku entered an alley to avoid the lightning bolts coming from the orca's skill. At that moment, the lightning bolts hit the buildings, causing bricks to fall on Sunraku, and he realized that the lightning bolts were hitting everywhere, so he thought it's best to consider it a ranged attack. He said he doubted he could avoid the bolts at close range, and he noticed that the wall to his right cracked, from which Atlanticus lepnorca emerged. Sunraku was shocked by this, and he thought he couldn't launch Inventoria at such close range. Atlanticus lepnorca destroyed the entire alley where Sunraku was, but he survived because he was able to lay down quickly, which made him laugh. Sunraku couldn't believe he managed to dodge the orca's attack, and he said he should thank his cutting-edge VR chair, as the reaction time was faster, and the difference was very clear when relying on reflexes. The orca seemed surprised by this too, and Sunraku said he couldn't just stay there admiring himself, so he left. While running away, he said he could already see a way out, so they should continue this until they reached the tower. The orca's fire seemed to change color, and when Sunraku noticed this, he thought the king's fire was simmering down. However, the electricity coming from Lepnorca seemed to intensify, and Sunraku thought this might be a new move, so he decided to prepare Inventoria just in case. A ball of lightning formed in the monster's mouth, causing an extraordinary light to surround the entire area. Then, Lepnorca cast that skill, releasing a massive lightning beam that seemed to chase Sunraku. It hit one of the towers Sunraku had mentioned, destroying it, and Sunraku screamed as he tumbled through the air. He managed to access Inventoria to avoid it, and he wondered what kind of skill that was from the orca that seemed like a concentrated ultra-speed beam of lightning. Sunraku's HP dropped to 4, and he said that even the blowback destroyed him. He said he could dodge the beam, but the range of its damage was too wide. He thought he should regenerate first inside Inventoria, as he was still safe there even though healing potions didn't work inside. He also thought that the dual-element orca deserved to be called a king, but he was still just testing things, so he wasn't in trouble yet, and from the angle of the orca's attack, the attack probably hit the tower. Sunraku returned to Reluyith, and according to him, if the blocker's role was to protect the towers where they were located, then he wouldn't need to fight if he destroyed the towers first. At that moment, he noticed something. The tower that Atlanticus Lepnorca had destroyed had been rebuilt immediately, making Sunraku realize that what he needed to do wouldn't be so easy. Sunraku noticed that the nearby buildings were still destroyed, and he realized that Katarnid doesn't rebuild them as soon as they crumble, so he wondered if they all count as undestroyable objects. At that moment, Sunraku saw something that startled him. It was the orca charging at him. The orca did a nose dive towards Sunraku, but he managed to dodge, and Sunraku couldn't believe it because he had been hiding in Inventoria for a while, so he wondered if the orca had been waiting to ambush him. He hadn't expected that anyone besides the Crystal Scorpions had anti-inventory measures in their arsenal. The orca tried to eat Sunraku, causing him to curse. The orca chomped, but to its surprise, Sunraku escaped because Araba saved him. Sunraku was shocked by what happened, and Araba said, "I should have known," but even he hadn't thought Sunraku would fight the King of the Deep. He said that not even the fishmen zombies would do something that stupid, and Sunraku asked him since when could he fly. Araba replied that he wasn't flying, he was swimming, but warned that they should be worrying about the King of the Deep, since it's clear how menacing he was, so they should hurry and leave. However, Sunraku said he was just testing some things, and he wasn't trying to kill the orca. At that moment, Sunraku seemed to have an idea, and he said that this swim/fight was good for him because it was giving him a new perspective on things, which made Araba wonder what he was talking about. Sunraku said he thinks he is gaining insight into how he could defeat King Atlanticus Lepnorca. Araba was shocked that Sunraku wanted to take down the King of the Deep, so he asked if he had lost his mind. Sunraku said he couldn't do it in the normal way, but if he could catch the orca in the right position, he might be able to defeat it. At that moment, the orca rammed into them, causing Araba to drop Sunraku, but he quickly caught him, and Sunraku told him to watch out. He also told Araba that it was dangerous to swim up high, so they should go down near the buildings, and Araba replied that he was trying, but their problem was the Atlanticus Lepnorca, as it wouldn't stop until it finishes off its opponent. Araba added that it was a gigantic ball of belligerence, so honestly, it was difficult to escape from the orca. Araba said they might have to fight it out, and Sunraku asked him why he helped despite knowing how menacing the orca was. He added that Araba was actually a pretty nice guy, and Araba replied that he owed Sunraku one, that's all. Sunraku then said he didn't know Araba could fly too, and Araba mentioned that earlier Sunraku had asked how mermaids could fly, so he realized it had something to do with their latent knowledge of swimming, and based on that, the Pescorians were just as versed in the sea. He thought about whether he could do it, so he tried, and he indeed managed to fly. Sunraku realized this was due to Araba's Pescorian point of view, so he thought players like him couldn't do that. Then, Araba asked Sunraku if he knew a way to defeat the orca, and Sunraku replied that when he saw one of the large towers from above, he realized something weird about them, so Araba asked what it was. Sunraku explained that a tower was destroyed by the dual-element orca's laser, but it still stood there as if nothing happened. At first, he thought it was just a non-destroyable element of the map, but the nearby rubble and destruction were strange. He explained that there was a line of destruction leading to the tower, and it made sense because that was the trail the laser followed. But what didn't make sense was another trail of rubble that extended out. He added that Reluyith was the town that existed under the reversal rule, which turned any concept upside down. So if that tower didn't receive damage because of anything related to Katarnid, it was more than just non-destructible. He said it was a tower capable of deflecting attacks, and it made more sense to think of it that way. He asked Araba if he saw the moment when the laser was deflected, and Araba said yes, and thinking about it, that seemed to be what happened. At that moment, Araba realized something and asked Sunraku if he wanted to use the tower's reflective abilities. That was exactly what Sunraku wanted to do, and he said that in this case, he would directly make the laser hit the tower, which would bounce back to the King of the Deep Sea and gouge its way through. Araba said that plan was insane and asked how Sunraku would do it against the enraged king of the deep. Sunraku replied that he had an idea, but he couldn't do it alone, so he had something he wanted Araba to do. While Sunraku was explaining this, the orca continued destroying the surrounding buildings, and Araba asked what Sunraku's idea was. In the next scene, Araba couldn't believe that Sunraku was giving him the biggest job of all, because if it didn't work, Sunraku's life would be in serious danger. Sunraku said he was aware of that, but a proud Pescorian like Araba could do it because he needed him to get the orca into the right position. Araba said that getting saved by Sunraku was the most unlucky moment of his life. Sunraku told him not to be like that because if the plan worked, they would kill the king all by themselves. He said Araba could brag about it to his friends, but Araba replied that even in their folklore, he hadn't heard of anyone trying something so stupid. Araba agreed, and he said at this point, whatever happens, happens, so they should just get it over with. And Sunraku said he was ready if Araba was ready. Araba threw Sunraku, and the orca chased after him, and Sunraku launched 3 skills simultaneously: Gravity Zero, Shano Possession, and Flitfoot. He challenged the dual-element orca to fight, but wanting to be more formal, he called it King of the Deep, Atlanticus Lepnorca. Sunraku said it was time for a little regicide, and it looked like the King of the Deep was about to bite him. Sunraku noticed that the orca was ignoring Araba and aiming straight for him, and he would continue chasing him until he ate him. According to Sunraku, he needed to divert the orca's attention from him momentarily, and the problem was how the orca ambushed him whenever he came out of his inventoria. Sunraku guessed that the AI behind the dual-element orca's moves is a lot like what drove the Crystal Scorpions, and it was probably updated by the admins to address the inventory abuse. We were shown how it worked, and Sunraku wondered how he could get around this issue. Sunraku's answer to this was the Vorpal's secret arts Mirror of Fading, so the orca attacked Sunraku's clone instead. Sunraku said that if he suddenly disappeared, the orca would stay where he was, hoping to ambush, but instead of doing that, he would make the orca think he was there, so it would attack that position briefly. While that was happening, he would run outside the orca's range of detection, and when he launched his inventory from there and disappeared, what will the orca's battle routine would do next? Sunraku told the admins that he and Araba were fighting their improved AI, so they should watch who would win, and Sunraku used Enter Travel. We then shifted to Araba, and he said he couldn't believe he was fighting the King of the Deep, so Sunraku owed him big time. Then, Araba challenged the King of the Deep, declaring that he was there, Araba, the proud warrior of the Pescorian race. Let's return to Sunraku, who had entered Inventoria using his Enter Travel skill. He said he needed to do something about the orca's ambush whenever he came out of Inventoria, because otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make the orca fire a lightning beam at the tower directly. He added that if he assumed the orca's ambush animation was triggered when it lost sight of its target, that probably meant he could temporarily remove the orca's attention from himself, and for that, it's all up to Araba. The orca was attacking Sunraku's clone when Araba arrived, thinking about his conversation with Sunraku regarding distracting the orca for 1 whole minute. Sunraku had told Araba that he would trick the orca and disappear briefly. He would return, but if the orca ambushed him when he comes back, their plan would fail. Back to the present, Araba realized that what he needed to do was lure the orca away from Sunraku's clone's position, so he called out to the orca, saying he was there. The orca glanced at Araba but continued attacking Sunraku's clone, which irritated Araba because the orca wasn't chasing him and wouldn't rest until it found its target. Araba said he needed to hurry or else Sunraku's plan will go to waste. So he told himself that he needed to resolve this and get the orca's attention, even if he had to bite its tail. Then, Sunraku's clone vanished, and its attention turned to Araba, which shocked him because he was charging directly toward the orca. On the other side, Sunraku explained that the Mirror of Fading was a skill that locked the enemy's attention to one area, and when that hate mode ended, he would no longer be in that area. So Sunraku's enemy would lose both Sunraku and its target, and it would look for one in tandem with Sunraku. He asked himself what kind of response the orca's AI would provide for that, and he said that according to his theory, the orca's ambush phase behavior would undergo a hard reset. Then, its attention would shift to Araba, who was in front of it, and Araba could be seen screaming in fear because now the orca was chasing him. At that moment, Sunraku had returned, and when he saw what was happening to Araba, he was pleased because Araba had done what he asked. He told Araba to make sure to escape for him, and Araba seemed surprised that Sunraku was back. Then, he asked the admins if they could see what he was doing, because he had won the encounter against the orca, and they shouldn't rebalance until he defeated Katarnit. Sunraku also said he had 1 minute before Araba would be eaten, so he needed to climb the tower and position himself there. He said he needed to reach the tower's midpoint, so he used his Shanayo possession skill, combined with Gravity Zero, to jump up the building. In the middle of climbing the building, he saw a creature there, and he wondered if it was that tower's blocker, which looked human in the upper body except for its arms. Sunraku said it would be nice if the laser could kill the blocker too, but for now, his focus was on the dual-element orca, so he told the blocker to just stay there, and he used Flitfoot. Sunraku reached a platform, and from there, he could clearly see the orca chasing Araba. He said that tower reflected attacks, and it was quite large up close, adding that the height where he was sufficient. From there, he guided Araba on how to approach the tower at the right angle, and that's what Araba did, shouting Sunraku's name. At that moment, the orca seemed surprised to see Sunraku, and chased after him again, which surprised Araba. The orca charged up its electricity skill, and Sunraku said that with just one look at him, the orca was out for blood again. He added that the orca was extremely happy to see him, leaking its 2 elements. Sunraku thought that at close range, the orca would bite and attack using its fins, but at a distance, it would use its electricity. Sunraku knows that if he's too far away for the lightning to reach, the orca will be left with only one option. The orca prepared to attack, and Sunraku said it was like an Old West shootout, or more like trying to stop a sword with 2 hands. If he got scared and launched Inventoria too early, the worst that could happen would be getting shot by the orca when he returned, ruining the plan. However, if he was too late, the shockwave alone would kill him, and unlike before, he wasn't running, so the orca was closer to him, and it would be too slow if he tried to eyeball it. He thought that if he couldn't launch Inventoria at the exact moment the orca fired its lightning beam, his plan wouldn't work. Sunraku told Atlanticus Lepnorca that it was time to settle this, because he would take its hyper-powered laser that it was so proud of and send it smashing back to him. The orca fired its lightning beam skill, and it hit the tower, but Sunraku was no longer there. We learned that Sunraku timed it perfectly with the lightning beams firing, allowing him to use the inter-travel skill to enter Inventoria. Araba watched this happen from afar, hoping the lightning beam would bounce off toward the orca. That's exactly what happened, as the lightning beam deflected toward Atlanticus Lepnorca. Of course, the King of the Deep got electrocuted and lost HP from the lightning beam that hit it. Araba was impressed by what he saw, saying it was a bull's eye, hitting the orca perfectly. The orca fell because of this, and at that moment, Sunraku also returned from Inventoria and saw the outcome of his plan, making him extremely happy because it worked. Sunraku calmed down a bit, and he thought about how stressful it was to time the orca's lightning beam because it was almost all instinct. Araba called out to Sunraku, saying they had defeated the orca, but Sunraku told him not to be stupid, as it was impossible for the battle to be over yet. He said that at this moment, when the orca's fire was almost out, that was their chance to attack at close range. Araba understood this, and Sunraku said they should charge in. So that's what the two of them did. Sunraku remarked that the orca was truly a king, as it could still move even after taking a hyper-powered laser head-on. But according to Sunraku, it was his turn to attack, so he took out his marsh daggers and said it was time to turn the tables. However, when Sunraku attacked the orca, his daggers bounced off, which surprised him. And he realized that with that kind of body, slashing attacks wouldn't work properly. Because of this, he put away his daggers and switched to the Gilta Brill for a stronger attack. He punched the orca many times, saying he was giving it the concussion of its life. The orca was clearly taking damage from this, and Sunraku told himself to just keep punching and give it everything he had. He added that he would take all his anger for Phyla and turn it into rage against the orca. Sunraku said that whenever he remembered Phyla, he just got more pissed off. Araba was impressed by what Sunraku was doing because of the strength of his sheer wrath. So he asked if this was what he had heard in stories, The Birdian's desperado punching skill. Araba said he would do his part, but he seemed to stop because of the heat from the orca's fire. Sunraku was also getting hurt from this, and he thought that even though the orca's fire was weak now, he was still losing HP, and if he let it get back up, he would lose his chance to attack. He said he couldn't attack it forever, so they needed to end the fight, so he used his Air Get Lamb skill. Sunraku was thrown back from the impact of that skill, but Araba caught him quickly, which surprised him. Sunraku said he didn't know if the mob monster would understand what he was about to say, but he told Atlanticus Lepnorca to rest in peace. Something seemed to be happening to the orca, which puzzled Sunraku, and Araba said they had managed to defeat the orca, but Sunraku said not yet, and that it was bad news, so he prepared a skill. Then suddenly there was a bright light that surrounded the entire area, followed by an extremely powerful shockwave that came from Atlanticus Lepnorca. Fortunately, Sunraku and Araba were hidden behind a giant crystal, and Sunraku said that was close, and the orca had one last parting shot for them. Araba said it was truly a king for the ages, and they couldn't let their guard down until the end, and according to Sunraku, it was more than worthy enough for him. Nevertheless, he said they had defeated it together with Araba. Sunraku announced that the King of the Deep, the Atlanticus Lepnorca, was officially defeated, so he celebrated what he and Araba had accomplished. Araba couldn't believe Sunraku's swag, and he also couldn't believe that two people had defeated the orca. He said Sunraku was indeed interesting, who asked if he could be any happier, and said he would sleep well that night. At that moment, he remembered that he needed to sleep and return to real life, and he asked what time it was. Let's shift to Sylvie, who still looked sleepy, and she said that she was beat. Johnson asked her if they were supposed to practice Galaxia Heroes Chaos that morning. However, it was already afternoon, so he asked if she had an explanation. Sylvie replied that she now sees the hype about Shangri-La Frontier, and she lost track of time while playing. One of her teammates said that he thought she had gone to bed early, and Johnson realized she had been playing a different game last night. Then, Sylvie called the waiter and ordered 4 one-pound steaks, 1 medium rare, 2 rare, and 1 well done, asking to add garlic to the rare and well done ones, which is why. Johnson asked Sylvie if she was sure she would eat everything she ordered. Sylvie said of course she would because they had training after eating, so she needed the calories. Johnson said he knew she could eat it, but questioned if that was really what she wanted to order for breakfast. One of their teammates mentioned that they hadn't really explored Japan much yet, and he wanted to scope more of local food there. We learn his name is Lucas, and Johnson told him that maybe what he really meant was he wanted to scope out Japanese girls and tell them, "Hey babe, how about a fine Asian dinner for a fine Asian beauty?" Lucas said he couldn't believe Johnson got married with the way he talked to women, saying he would flush Johnson's lines down the toilet where they belonged. Johnson seemed angry at this and threatened to beat up Lucas, which annoyed Sylvie because she was trying to eat. Then, their long-haired teammate told them to be quiet because he couldn't hear the voice of the woman on his phone. His name was Alex, and Johnson asked if Alex was listening to his Japanese honey, and Lucas said he had been listening to it since yesterday. He also asked if Alex was listening to a recording and if he would listen to it 100 times. Alex asked what Lucas was talking about, saying it didn't matter because it was just statistics. He added that his girl's voice was sweeter than the Virgin Mary, and it latches onto his heart with an iron grip, making his teammates say he had gone crazy. Sylvie said whatever, as long as they put in effort during the matches, and Johnson mentioned they had gotten the lineup of Nitro Squad, their opponents tomorrow. Sylvie said that didn't matter because she knew Kay would be playing, so the others weren't important, and Johnson replied that he thought Kay's team selection was pretty unusual, as he didn't even know the others. In the next scene, we go back 2 hours earlier, where Sunraku was apologizing to his teammates for oversleeping. He also said he was hungry, but before he could finish, Towa asked him if he thought he could order them around after making them wait for so long. Kay added that Sunraku went AWOL on them, and when they went to check on him, they found out he was just sleeping, so he apologized, saying food could wait since they had no time. Meg said she could give Sunraku a basic meal bar if he wanted, which made him happy. Kay said that before they discussed their strategy against the US team, they had something they needed to do first, and Towa asked what it was while Sunraku was struggling to eat the meal bar Meg gave him. Kay said he needed to put Sunraku and Towa's in-game names in the GGC system, and they needed to wrap up their team registration that morning. He and Meg were already there, but Towa and Sunraku still needed to fill it out, and Sunraku said he was okay with anything. Meg asked Towa what she wanted to do, and if she would use her real face and name. Towa said no way, because her real self was too much excitement for the average teen. Meg realized it would indeed be big news if they announced that fashion model Towa Amane would be playing. On the other hand, Sunraku thought that if people learned about Towa's real personality, she wouldn't be able to find work anymore. Kei asked if Sunraku would wear his gas mask during the match, making him think about whether to do it, because it would be lame to abandon it, and he didn't want his real face to be visible during the match, but he wondered if people would like him wearing a gas mask. At that moment, Towa suggested that if Sunraku wanted to stay hidden, why don't they just cosplay? Kei and Meg were surprised by this suggestion, and Sunraku asked why he should cosplay. Towa answered that instead of just covering Sunraku's face, wouldn't it make more sense to go all in with a full-body outfit? She said she had thought of it just last night, so she immediately got some outfits en route, and Sunraku remarked that Towa worked fast. Towa added that she chose express shipping so the outfits would arrive that day, including the outfit she picked for Sunraku. Sunraku said Towa shouldn't make decisions for him since he never asked her to do that, but Towa asked if he could still say no after being a no-show at their meeting. Sunraku hadn't expected that response and couldn't believe this was the price for playing SLF. Towa said Sunraku would look better than in his gas mask, and she would bring the outfit to him later. She added that Sunraku should remember that a high-end fashion model chose his outfit, and Meg asked Towa about her outfit. Towa replied that Meg would have to wait until the match to see it, and Kei seemed angry, asking why they were being so casual about the event and if they didn't understand the sheer scope of it, as it was a big match by esports standards. Towa said it was still a party, so they needed to enjoy it, and Sunraku added that wasn't it the pros' job to entertain the audience? Because of this, Kei seemed irritated with them and asked if he should just put down Sunraku and Pencil Knight as their names. Sunraku said no because he wanted to try a new name, suggesting Kei put his name as Anonymous Alpha, and Towa said Anonymous Omega for her, which surprised Sunraku. Because of this, Sunraku said he'd go with Unknown Zero instead, but Towa changed her mind as well and said she'll go with the name called the Ghost Number. Sunraku changed his mind again, choosing Chronically Anonymous from the Far Reaches, while Towa went with Anonymous Mystic Lady with crosses at the beginning and end. Sunraku got angry and told Towa to stop competing with him, and Towa said she didn't know what Sunraku was talking about. Kei said he would just make the names for both of them, choosing Pea Shooter for Sunraku and Behind the Curtain for Towa. Sunraku didn't like it because he said he wasn't a BB gun, and Towa said Kei was the evil mastermind behind the curtain in this situation. Kei got angry at both of them, calling them 12-year-olds, and said they didn't have time for this. Towa then suggested that if that was the case, why not let Meg decide for them, which surprised Meg that she would be the one deciding. Sunraku agreed to this, so Kei asked Meg for help, and Meg said that while it was difficult to decide out of nowhere, if Sunraku wanted to hide his face and Towa wanted to hide her name, then the answer was simple. Back to the present, where Sylvie was reading the names Meg chose for Sunraku and Towa, no name and no face. Lucas mentioned that there were no photos of the two either, so he wondered if Kei had recruited ringers for the tournament, as he had heard his usual teammates couldn't make it. Alex said that either way, they weren't better than Kei. Sylvie agreed with Alex, saying Kei was their target, and she had been waiting for this match for a long time, so they better not disappoint her. Back to Kei, who said he had registered Sunraku and Towa's names, and at that moment, their team manager called him. Kei talked with him, and Sunraku and Towa couldn't understand what the two were discussing. Then, Kei got angry at the manager about why they were referring to him, and he was about to say something but the manager hung up on him. Kei became even angrier because of this, and Meg asked what the call was about. So Kei said he had bad news. He said he wouldn't be able to play in tomorrow's match, causing the three to fall silent before simultaneously asking why. Kei told his teammates that it was an order from his boss or their sponsor because they needed another player for a different game tournament, and they just put his name down without asking. Sunraku asked what other game Kei was talking about, and Kei said that the team he would join tomorrow, on the second day of GGC, was busy. The Galaxia Heroes Chaos Exhibition match wasn't the only event, as there were other games like Ruins Warhound 6, which had a world championship, and that's where his boss wanted him to play. Sunraku asked what game that was, and Towa asked if it was an FPS game. Meg then asked why the FPS division wasn't playing, and why they took a player from the fighter crew. Kei said he had done an FPS demo in front of the sponsors, and since it's actually his second best gaming genre after fighters, he kinda put on a flashy performance for them. Towa realized that Kei had shown off, and he had reached the big leagues in the FPS genre. Sunraku added that Kei would be playing in the World Finals, and his notoriety had backfired. Kei said he guessed so, and his boss said all of Japan's pro gamers want to see a world title, and they needed to avoid turning off their sponsors with a half-hearted performance at the World Championships, so he had no choice. Sunraku said that if the sponsors really wanted Kei, then it couldn't be helped, since it was an exhibition match versus the World Championship. They were just a sideshow compared to that, and we could see Towa typing something on her phone. She said according to the schedule tomorrow, the RWH 6 tournament would start at 9, and their exhibition match would start at 10. Then, Sunraku asked how long our RWH 6 event lasted, and Kei answered it was 5 matches of 30 minutes each. Adding the breaks, he would be tied up in that event for 3 hours, and no matter what he did, he would be late by 2 hours, which made him angrily ask why this had to happen. Meg asked what they would do if Kei suddenly backed out, and Sunraku asked if Kei could make it. They all looked at Sunraku because of that question, seemingly not understanding why he asked when Kei had already said he would be 2 hours late. Sunraku explained that their exhibition match used a knockout format, and Kei could be the last to fight on their team, and he was sure that Kei's nemesis, Sylvie, would also play last. He added that one round in Galaxia had a 10-minute time limit, and the first to win 2 rounds would win. So if they let their opponent win 1 round and use the full 10 minutes, that would be 30 minutes per game. If they took advantage of the knockout format and made sure to win and lose accordingly, theoretically they could extend the event to 180 minutes. He said that would be enough time for Kei to make it. However, Meg couldn't believe what Sunraku wanted them to do, and Kei seemed angry as he asked what Sunraku was talking about, saying it was beyond unrealistic, asking if Sunraku really thought they could do that when their opponents were America's top team. Sunraku said it was just theoretically possible, and it depended on how quickly Kei could finish his RWH 6 event. Kei said they would be facing a German juggernaut, so it would be difficult to defeat them. According to Sunraku, Kei didn't need to think about whether he could do it or not, because what he needed to think about was how he would do it, because if Kei didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to fight Sylvia. Sunraku added that was the deal, and he asked Towa, aka Pencil Gone, what she thought. Towa thought for a bit before saying that in their fight against Weatherman, she had based their strategy around Sunraku serving as their lone sword, but in their current situation, they all needed to function as swords, and it was a true group confrontation. She also said that if one of them gave in, their plans would be worthless, and honestly, it seemed easier to plan against the US team with just 3 people, because what they would do was taunt the best team in the world, but she saw a way. Meg and Kei wondered what it was, and Towa said that Sunraku had mentioned their exhibition match was just a sideshow, and in simple terms, they were there to entertain the audience. Meg asked what Towa meant, and she replied that if they entertained the audience, the 180 minutes wouldn't be impossible. Meg asked if she could help do that, and Towa said of course, because her plan wouldn't work without Meg's help. Because of this, Meg said if that was the case, she was game, and Kei seemed surprised by Meg's agreement. Sunraku said it was up to Katsuo whether they would do it, and Katsuo, aka Kei, asked if they were really looking for a solution to this situation. Meg told him that they were gamers, and they always face situations like this. She added that gamers like them lived for the thrill of defeating whatever was in front of them. Kei suddenly had a realization because of this, and he said that what Meg said was true, so he slapped himself. Then, Kei apologized to his teammates because he was just shocked by his boss's surprise. So he panicked, and he said he needed to learn from them. He added that Sunraku was right, so he asked Pencil Gone to detail what she was saying more, and he thought that while he couldn't do it alone, he could count on his teammates, his friends. Towa said if that was the case, they should start their scheming session. They stayed up late planning, then Sunraku said he better go to bed before he oversleeps again. At that moment, his phone buzzed, and he saw it was a message from Katsuo, so he said Katsuo shouldn't tell him something happened. We learned that Katsuo was asking why they were doing this for him, and Sunraku replied that this event was important to Katsuo, and it was enough that they were included, so he was helping Katsuo become a hero. He added that if the plan worked, they should eat steak, Katsuo's treat. Pencil Knight, aka Towa, also had a message for him, asking if Katsuo didn't value fighting against Sylvie. She added that Katsuo should just let her help a little to make it happen, and she would also make it a small cosplay fashion show, and if it went well, they should eat sushi, Katsuo's treat. Katsuo said that both Pencil Knight and Sunraku were trying to get free food from him, as if he hadn't paid for their hotel rooms. He added that he felt like total crap when he received the boss's order, but at that moment, he wanted to do it, so he said his teammates should wait for him. He would crush his opponents in RWH6 and return to Nitro Squad for GGC. Back to Sylvie, and Johnson was asking if she was sure about what she would do. He asked if she didn't want to be fourth and last in the order, and Sylvie said she didn't. If she started too late in the match, it might end before she could pair up with Kay. It was already 8 in the morning, and Kay seemed ready for what would happen that day. It was also the day of the global game competition, and it was crowded with so many people. Kay was surprised when he saw that Sylvie would play in the third round, and Towa said that this wasn't expected, and their plan relied on the assumption that Sylvie would be in the fourth spot, so they needed to drastically cut down the time frame of their strategy. Because of this, Kay asked how quickly he needed to finish his RWH6 match, and Meg said they couldn't afford to make mistakes. Sunraku mentioned that things were just getting more difficult, but they knew from the start that what they were going to do would be challenging. He added that this was exactly what they had prepared for, which made Kay think. Towa said that Sunraku was right, and all they could do was perform at their personal best, to which Meg and Kay agreed. Then, Kay asked if Towa and Sunraku were really going to cosplay, and Towa replied that of course they would since it was part of the whole operation. Sunraku added that the costumes made the GGC feel more like a big event, and they even let him enter the venue wearing a gas mask, so the costume policy must be chiller that day. Then, Kay said he had something to give to Sunraku, and it was Riot Blood, the made in the USA version. Sunraku was overjoyed with Kay's gift, because it wasn't just any Riot Blood. It was the new addition to the lineup that was shaking up other caffeine drinks. At that moment, Kay's phone rang, and he said he needed to leave, so Sunraku told him not to worry. They would do what needed to be done to give Kay a chance to play, so he should leave and kick some ass. Kay departed, saying he would meet them at the Galaxia Heroes Chaos stage. It was already 10 o'clock, and the event announcer said the event would begin, and they would see a special exhibition match featuring Galaxia Heroes Chaos, the latest game in the series. She introduced herself as 8 Sasahara and introduced the commentator for that day, Ayato Asama, from the well-known pro esports team Colt Bison. Ayato said he wasn't sure if he was active enough in the fighter scene to commentate, but thanked them for inviting him. Sasahara asked the audience if they were ready, and said she would introduce the players they would watch that day. The first team was the fighting game division of Zodiac Cluster, one of America's multi-game esports teams. Their captain was Sylvia Goldberg, the best, and currently #1 in the US, and her team is Star Rain. Ayato said that Star Rain had participated in 8 tournaments that year and won 6 of them, so there was no doubt they were a top team. He added that Sylvie had a clean slate, as she hadn't lost in an official match yet, so Sasahara called her a champion beyond compare. She also said that the opponent of this mighty team was the fighter division of another multi-game esports team, and this team was from Japan, playing on their home turf, from Cyber Battalion esports team, the Nitro Squad. Let's briefly look at the members of Nitro Squad, where Towa asked if they were ready, and Meg said yes, while Sunraku wasn't sure. Nevertheless, Meg said she had never felt as nervous as she did at that moment, so Sunraku said they had come too far to turn back now, and Meg needed to steel herself. Back to Sasahara, who was telling the audience that due to scheduling issues, Nitro Squad had 2 new players, and she was surprised when she saw those 2. Even the people were surprised and laughed at Nitro Squad's players. Towa then said they should start what they were going to do, because it was time to raise the curtain on a very entertaining show, and we would see Sunraku's jack-o'-lantern-like cosplay and Towa's gypsy cosplay. Sasahara said she didn't know what to say about what she was seeing, because Nitro Squad had a unique set of players. Ayato said he also had nothing to say about that, and Sunraku commented that Towa was really used to being on stage. Meg asked if she looked out of place since she was the only one not in costume among them, and Sunraku replied that if she was hung up about it, she should have just worn a costume, to which Meg responded, "Not in a million years." Someone in the crowd asked what was up with Nitro Squad, and since when did they become a cosplay club? Another man said wasn't the Pumpkinhead guy from the FPS game Requiem for Armies. We learned that Sunraku's cosplay was a character named Jack, a faceless mercenary who occasionally joins the protagonist to offer help and later disappeared into the deep sea with a nuclear bomb. He always wore that jack-o'-lantern-shaped helmet, and no one had ever seen his real face. Towa said that's where Sunraku's pumpkin helmet was based on, and it's perfect for someone who's named No Face. No Face replied wasn't it too early for Halloween, and asked where Towa's cosplay was based from. Towa answered that the name of her cosplay was Nameless, from Silent Grace, a knight who protected the castle of her ruined land, even after death. She had other cosplay ideas, but she chose Nameless because it matched better with Meg's chosen name, which is No Name. Johnson said so those were No Face and No Name, and Alex said he liked it, and it was fun. On the other hand, Sylvie looked sad because Kay wasn't there, and the two teams faced each other. Sasahara said the teams were lined up, but she noticed that Nitro Squad was missing a member, and Sylvie asked where Kay was. No Name replied telling Sylvie not to worry, and to trust him that Kay would come and defeat her. Sasahara said she would assume Kay was late, and No Name said he was pooping in the bathroom so they would just continue with the event. That's what Sasahara did, and she said they would go over the rules first, so she explained them. She said the fight would use a simple knockout format, and the battle would take place in Chaos City, and they would turn on two optional features, the NPCs and obtaining cubes to win rounds. So without further ado, they would begin the killer exhibition match in Galaxia Heroes Chaos. Star Rain versus Nitro Squad, and Sasahara told the players to go to their seats. Sasahara said that the first two to fight would be Lucas and New 2 Meg, and Sunraku said there he is, referring to Lucas, the first of the Muscle Men 3. Towa added that in the game Galaxia Heroes Burst, all three Muscle Men were ranked in the top 20 of the world ranking. Sunraku replied that despite that, they would have to see how far Meg could take it, and both Sunraku and Towa gave Meg a thumbs up and wave as encouragement. Meg smiled because of this, and thought that for Kay to match with Sylvie in the third round, they needed to stall for 2 hours, and even if they did that, it would be difficult for Kay to make it. She said that even though it was difficult, that doesn't change what she has to do, and Sasahara mentioned that New 2 Meg was using the character Yggdrasil, while Lucas was using Dr. Sandalphone, a pun because of his attire, but also the name of the Archangel, Sandalphon. Sunraku and Towa were surprised that this was the character Lucas chose, but Towa said this was just what they predicted. She added that if she were to describe Lucas Garcia in one word, it would be Lady Killer, but she quickly took it back saying she might be wrong, to which Sunraku said her mistakes were evil. Towa said that Lucas easily got girlfriends when he's on the road, and there were even rumors that he hits on paparazzi, so Sunraku said that definitely is a lady killer. Towa added that, joking aside, he was the type to study your opponent and get stronger, and in short, he was the brainy one in Star Rain. Sunraku said he was like Katsuo, and Towa agreed and said Meg was like that too, but Lucas was better at being brainy. Nevertheless, Sunraku asked if everything was still according to their calculations, and Towa said yes. Then, Sasahara said it turned out to be the same hero versus villain showdown that happens in the comic book, and she signaled Ayato to commentate. Ayato said that Dr. Sandalphone was the character Lucas played in the previous version of Galaxia Chaos, and even though the system had changed, it was better to choose a character the player was familiar with. According to Towa, this was a battle between rivals from the comic book, and this was where their recreation of the original role-playing began. She said to be more dynamic, more dramatic, and act as the characters and recreate the original work through interweaving conversations. She added that she saw role-playing as the right battle strategy for Galaxia Heroes Chaos. Sunraku said that by making their opponents go along with it, they would have an easier time controlling the fight, and as a result, they would have an easier time buying time. However, playing their characters is good and everything, but weren't their opponents Americans? So he asked if Meg could speak English. Towa didn't understand Sunraku's question, and at that moment, a pop-up appeared in front of Lucas's character, which was a babble pop-up, which confused Lucas, but he quickly realized it was what was mentioned earlier. Then Lucas said hello, which was shown on the Jumbotron, causing Towa to look surprised. On the other hand, some people were telling Sasahara to explain babble, causing her to curse because she forgot. That's what Sasahara did, and she said that before they started the round, she should have mentioned that Utopia Computer Entertainment was globally releasing a new feature this fall, so she would explain about babble first. Sunraku wondered what it was, and Sasahara explained that it was a real-time translation system. She said it was an auxiliary feature that enabled real-time translation through capturing the brainwaves of the user. Johnson said that was indeed mentioned, and Sasahara added that through AI analysis, players would hear each other's voices translated directly. In other words, using babble, they could communicate with opponents without worrying about language barriers. Towa thought about this and said they would be okay since they had babble. According to Sunraku, Towa's carefully planned strategy suddenly felt like a shaky, illegal construction. Then, Sasahara said they should return to what they were doing and explained that each round would last 10 minutes, and the first to win 2 rounds would be the winner. The conditions for winning were to crush the opponent or secure the Chaos Cube, and she officially started the battle between Lucas and Nu 2 Meg. Meg immediately used Yggdrasil's powers to create chaos in the city, and according to her fight was about lasting the full 10 minutes and winning the final round after winning and losing one. Even though she would be fighting against the top American team, she needed to achieve this, and to do this, she needed to do role-playing. She said this was to help Kay, so she told herself to steel herself for it and do it. Let's move to Lucas's Dr. Sandal phone, who was wearing sandals and using a phone. He was thinking about how to defeat Meg when suddenly, some NPCs were thrown from a building. He pressed something on his phone, which activated a skill in his hands, allowing him to catch the NPCs. He said to Nu 2 Meg that it was quite a greeting, and according to Meg, there was one rule in role-playing, and she asked who Nu 2 Meg was, because her name was Yggdrasil. She said she was abducted by a mad doctor who altered her body into a pathetic woman. She added that she would destroy this corrupted world and everything in it, so she dared Dr. Sandalphone to stop her if he could. She also said she was sure Dr. Sandalphone didn't care about what would happen to the children she was holding, so she laughed and laughed. In Meg's mind, she was telling herself not to be shy, and in real life, people couldn't believe what Meg was doing, so someone asked if she was the type to do such things. On the other hand, Lucas was thinking whether he should play along with what Meg was doing, who was hoping Lucas would react because what she was doing was more embarrassing than she expected. In the real world, Sunraka said it was obvious that Meg was still a bit shy, so he would give her 60 points, but Towa said that was harsh, because using children as human shields was good for high villain points, so she would give 75 points. Sunraka replied that Towa seemed right, because based on the results, Meg had stunned her opponent, causing him to stop, and it wasn't a bad start for their Showtime strategy, so he told Meg to captivate them with the best entertainment. In the next scene, Lucas avoided Meg's attacks with her vines, and Lucas said that the hospital was full of traps. Meg told him to stop complaining because if he didn't hurry, it would be too late for the children she was holding, who were asking for help. Lucas was trying to chase Meg, but she was creating too many traps and chaos, causing her villainous gauge to fill up. Meg also told the children to stop crying and be proper shields for her, but despite all of this, she was very embarrassed because she was only doing this to buy time. On the other hand, Lucas used his character's phone again to trigger a metal power skill, and he lifted a hospital bed to use as a shield against Yggdrasil's vines. By doing that, he managed to get close to her to launch an attack. Meg said, "Shit," because of this, so she threw the 2 children as a distraction for Lucas, who was surprised by what Meg did, so he quickly caught the children. Then, Meg hit Lucas in the knee, causing him to jump backward, and at that moment, one of Yggdrasil's vines emerged from above Lucas, and he noticed it, so he used his phone again and grabbed the vine that came out, which nearly hit a child. He said that it was hard to do after all, and it showed that his health had been greatly reduced, but his heroic gauge had also increased significantly. Sasahara said that 7 minutes had passed, and Nu 2 Meg currently has the upper hand, and Lucas's HP was being drained little by little. Meanwhile, Nu 2 Meg was taking NPCs as hostages one after another, and kept single-mindedly running away. She added that Meg was rampaging in the hospital, and it was a thoroughly villain-like battle strategy. Ayato said that Yggdrasil was an egotistic character with no morals, and if you asked him, Meg's strategy was very fitting, and it seemed that her role-playing was paying off, as Meg could fight without running out of gauge. He added that Dr. Sandalphone was a hero who fought using a mobile phone-type terminal to amplify his psychokinetic powers, but its range of effect was extremely narrow, and Lucas's lack of long-range attacks was the reason why he was a poor match against Yggdrasil, who mainly used trap installation techniques. In the real world, Towa was delighted because Meg was becoming a bad guy just as she taught her, and Sunraku said that the hostage strategy was more effective than he expected. Towa explained that this was because when the hero attacked the hostages, not only would Meg's gauge increase, but the NPC's suspicions of the hero would debuff his gauge accumulation. She also told Meg not to let her guard down, because at first glance, it seemed the game favored villains who could do whatever they wanted, but the game was set up so that heroes had an advantage in the later stages. In the game, Meg said that as expected, when she rampaged like she was doing, she couldn't find any NPCs nearby anymore. At that moment, the children were still crying, so Meg tried to calm them down in a kind way, but then she remembered she was a villain, so she said it in a mean way. Lucas asked her if she wasn't good with children, and said that if Meg wanted, he could take care of them instead, and while he was saying this, his phone rang, and he used the skill arrival Sandalphone, where something emerged from his back. According to the translation notes, it was an incoming call, grown body, and to remember that the name Sandalphone was the name of an angel. Meg realized that Lucas would use his gauge for a super lethal move, and Sasahara said that Dr. Sandalphone activated his ultimate technique, which would briefly enhance his physical abilities. Because of this, Lucas easily dashed towards Meg and effortlessly destroyed Yggdrasil's vines, freeing the children from them. At that moment, Meg thought that Lucas was aiming to fight at close range, and fighting at such close distance was disadvantageous for her, and that's exactly what was happening because Lucas was already beating her up. However, she thought that there were only 5 seconds left, and she had already created a gap in HP, so if she could push Lucas away using her ultimate technique, it wouldn't be a problem. That's what Meg did, and time ran out, with Lucas having way less health than Meg, so Sasahara announced time was up, and based on the remaining HP, knew 2 Meg won round 1. Meg was happy about this because she achieved her goal of using the full 10 minutes. The next round would begin in 10 seconds, and Meg explained that in the next round, she would escape until the end, and it was okay to lose, while if she could build up her gauge for the third round, it would be okay. Lucas seemed to understand something, and Sasahara said that new 2 Meg won the splendid round 1. So what kind of fight would the players show in round 2? Sunraku asked what Towa thought, because at first glance the plan seemed to be going well, but before he could finish, Towa said something was off, and she asked if Sunraku thought Meg noticed it. The fight began, and Sasahara said new 2 Meg took an NPC hostage to use as a shield, and in Meg's mind, she said she wasn't stupid, and she knew what was happening. She said that Lucas gave her the win in round 1 to have a chance to study her moves. As for Lucas, he guessed that Meg would try to keep him in check immediately, so he wondered if she would attack by whipping her left arm from a low position. That's exactly what Meg did, and according to her, when it came to studying opponents, she did that too, and she said that the relationship between NPCs and gauges didn't exist in the last game, and Lucas is attaching a high value to it, who said his guess was correct. Meg added that Lucas's first priority was to free the hostages, and at that moment, she would counterattack, but unlike what she expected, Lucas kicked her left leg. She was surprised that Lucas did a foot sweep, so she wondered if Lucas planned to save the child when she lost her balance, because if so, she would attack from below, but Lucas suddenly kicked her in the face. Lucas seemed to be taunting her, and told Meg that he did that because he felt he was leaving her head unattended, which seemed to be annoying her. Sasahara said this was a surprise from Lucas, and he cleverly attacked Meg, who defied the hostage shield. Ayato said that Lucas probably studied new 2 Meg's moves in round 1, and even if he hadn't, Lucas was extremely skilled. Sasahara said that Lucas was trying to separate Meg from the hostage, so she couldn't withstand it, and Lucas had read that too. According to Meg, Lucas wasn't just reading her moves, because his style seemed to have changed from before, as he was using more kicking techniques. Then Lucas asked her if a man without secrets would be boring. At that moment, Sunraku realized what Lucas was doing and explained that in the first round, Lucas limited the variety of his attacks and just kept running, so Meg couldn't study him, which explained why Lucas's moves were more subdued compared to the footage shown to them earlier. Lucas really let himself lose in round 1 and deliberately played weakly to prepare for what he would do in the next round. Because of this, Towa realized that in the second round, Lucas seriously tried to win immediately. A win where he didn't unnecessarily allow his opponent to study his moves, so she called brainy Lucas an imposter who officially won. Because of this, Meg cursed because she only lasted 3 minutes and her gauge barely increased, so she wondered how she would win round 3. Sasahara said that 3 minutes had passed since round 3 began, and it seemed new to Meg was prioritizing filling up her gauge. Meg said that Lucas isn't an opponent she can win against in a proper fight, and she needed to focus on avoiding direct combat and win by securing the Chaos Cube, as that was her only way to win. She explained that there was a cube placed somewhere in Chaos City, and according to Sunraku, there are regularities to some extent about where it would appear, but she had already circled the obvious places and couldn't find it at all. She added that her gauge was almost full, and the Chaos Cube could only be secured when the gauge was at 100%, and Lucas had already filled his gauge in the second round. Meg said that if Lucas found the cube first, there would be no way for her to win, and at that moment, a helicopter flew above her, which startled her. Because of this, she wondered if she went a little too wild, and then she noticed something. It was the Chaos Cube in the building across from her, and at that moment, Lucas suddenly appeared, saying he had found Meg at last. Meg looked at him, allowing her to block his Psycho Fist attack skill. Meg lost a little health because of that, so she got annoyed, saying that was bad timing. Lucas said they'd finally met, but Meg was being cold, as if he was the obstinate one. Lucas seemed to notice something behind Meg, so Meg realized he had seen the Chaos Cube. Lucas said he knew what Meg was doing, because she was looking for the Chaos Cube, which explained why she didn't want to meet. However, he said Meg couldn't get the Chaos Cube until her gauge was full, and because of Meg's villain nature, she needed to rampage to fill her gauge, and as a result, the police and news helicopters had led him towards the villain, which is her. Then he punched Meg while saying that in this game, there are so many things to worry about, while Meg is getting frustrated because of his interruption. He added that he didn't know the cube was so close, so it was a close call, but he didn't think Yggdrasil has the jumping ability to leap to the building on the other side. Towa said that in addition, to secure the cube, using super lethal moves is obviously out of question, but Meg couldn't use regular moves either because they used up a bit of gauge. Sunraku said Lucas had the advantage no matter how things are sliced, so how would Meg overcome this? According to Lucas, Meg's moves were well thought out and reasonable, and she had gained a lot of experience, but he felt sorry for her because to him, Meg was the easiest type of opponent, and he used a rival sandal phone again. Sasahara said Lucas was about to attack, and he increased his physical capacity using his ultimate move and went all out to win. At that moment, Meg thought that even though she couldn't buy time in round 2, there was something she needed to do, and she did something that surprised Lucas. Meg jumped towards the building where the cube was, which Lucas couldn't believe, because according to him, Meg couldn't reach it, but she used Trap Seed, where a vine emerged from the building she was heading to. She grabbed that vine, and Sasahara explained to the audience what Meg had done, and Ayato said this was expected from the SLF engine, which made such things possible. Lucas said Meg shouldn't think she could immediately get to the rooftop where the cube was, because it wasn't much different from going down. At that moment, he said he was using a rival sandal phone, so he could easily catch up. Lucas also jumped to chase Meg, who thought that even if she climbed to the rooftop, her gauge still wasn't full, so she needed to destroy the building as she climbs to fill it, but even if she did that, it wouldn't work. After all, she wasn't an opponent who could defeat Lucas, and honestly, she had felt that from the beginning. She explained that she was on a losing streak, and was even losing to non-professionals, and she was accepting that. She didn't know why, but in this fight, she didn't want to lose, and Lucas seemed to be alerted because Meg used Green Ground Zero. Lucas, Sunraku, and Towa were surprised that Meg did that, and because of it, Lucas's character fell. Meg remembered that Kay wouldn't give up on defeating Sylvie, so she wouldn't give up either, and she attacked Lucas. Lucas tried to dodge, but Meg was shooting at him, and she said enough, as she stopped thinking about this and that. Sasahara said Meg was challenging Lucas, using her entire gauge, and asked what her fighting style was, as it was different from before. Lucas also asked what was with Meg's haphazard attacks, and if she had given in to despair. Meg replied for Lucas to shut up, and she called him a lady killer, which surprised Lucas. At that moment, Meg grabbed Lucas's leg, causing him to curse, and Sunraku said what Meg was doing was effective against a researcher type like Lucas. He explained that because Lucas was anticipating Meg's moves, it was harder for Lucas when Meg's attacks were haphazard. Towa agreed, and she said this wasn't just simple recklessness, because Meg was an active member of the Nitro Squad, and what Meg was doing was professional gamers' recklessness. Lucas said that in the end, Meg's struggle was futile, so he told her to just give up, and called her little girl while punching her. However, Meg suddenly grabbed Lucas's arm, and she said she wasn't a little girl, and she wasn't Yggdrasil either, because she was the professional gamer, Megumi Natsume, and she gave Lucas an incredibly powerful punch. Everyone was stunned by what Meg did. Unfortunately, it's then revealed that she had only managed to graze Lucas. However, Lucas managed to counterpunch using his left hand while still holding the phone, which emptied Meg's HP and knocked her out. Because of this, Sasahara announced that Lucas was the winner. Sasahara told the crowd that Meg went on a raging rush, but she came up short. However, she showed splendid tenacity, and a man in the audience commented on how strong the US team really was. Ayato said that as expected from Lucas, he handled the fight calmly and skillfully, and it was a battle of similar fighting styles. Let's look at Meg, who was getting out of the gaming chair, seeming unable to believe she had lost. Sasahara said that Star Rain had taken the lead, and the second match would begin after a 5-minute break. Back to Meg, and according to her, from the start, she came because Kay invited her to participate, and she was overjoyed that Kay had asked her, so she agreed, and that was her only motive, so she hadn't expected to be so disappointed. Then, Sunraku called out to Meg, who immediately apologized, but Sunraku asked what was Meg talking about, because she had a great fight. It turns out it wasn't Sunraku who said that, because Towa was playing a prank on him, so Sunraku told Towa to stop and don't do ventriloquism on him. However, Towa didn't listen, and made Sunraku a puppet again, showing off how to move the mouth on Sunraku's headgear. She also answered as Sunraku, saying that if that was possible, then he could eat and drink anytime. The real Sunraku asked what she was saying, and told Towa to stop. Towa added that when you pressed the button on the back of Sunraku's headgear, it would light up, which amazed Sasahara to see. Because of this, Ayato asked what Sunraku was doing in the middle of a live broadcast, and Johnson asked if Sunraku was trying to start a halftime show, while Sylvie seemed to be laughing. Towa then asked if it was amazingly elaborate, and Sunraku said for Towa to stop playing with him and turn off the light. Meg was laughing hard at what the two were doing, and apologized because they just made her laugh. Towa responded not to be sorry, and congratulated Meg for the good game. Sunraku said Meg's performance was better than expected, which made her smile, and she said better than expected was a bit of a stretch, which they all agreed with. Meg added that she would leave the fight to Sunraku and Towa, and they high-fived. Sunraku said that even though Meg did her best for Katsuo, Katsuo didn't see it. Towa said Katsuo would see it in the video, and Meg agreed, but she quietly said she wished she had shown something better to Kay, aka Katsuo. Towa and Sunraku looked at Meg because of this, so Meg suddenly said to forget it, and that she hadn't meant to say that. Towa said it was cool enough, and if she were Katsuo, she would be in love with Meg already, and she asked Sunraku if he agreed, almost calling him Sunraku, but remembered his IGN was no face. On the other hand, Lucas was watching them from afar and thought that he had checkmated Meg but hadn't expected her to put up such a fight, so it seemed like Meg had earned his respect. Then he said that after the game, maybe he shall get Meg's contact info, which earned him a smack on the head from Johnson and a kick from Sylvie. He asked the two what they were doing, and Johnson and Sylvie called him a lady killer. Lucas asked if that was how they treated a winning teammate, and while this was happening, Alex was looking for where his girlfriend was, saying she should be at the venue, but he couldn't see her because of the crowd, so Johnson told him, who knows. Johnson added that Lucas and Alex really had no sense of tension, and Sylvie said that honestly, as long as she could fight Kay, she was okay. Then, Johnson asked if the Nitro squad wasn't too relaxed, even though their first pro gamer had lost, and Sylvie called No Face and No Name mysterious foreign helpers. Johnson also asked if the Nitro squad brought colorful people because they thought it was just an exhibition match, but before he could finish, Sasahara said it was time to start the second match. Fighting from Star Rain would be the winner of the first match, Lucas, and his opponent from Nitro Squad would be No Name, aka Towa. Sasahara told the players to get ready, and Lucas answered Johnson that he would find the answer to his question when he fought. On the other side, Towa said she would prepare, and Sunraku asked her if she wanted an energy drink. Towa replied that the imported drink is dangerous, so she would pass. And Meg said she knew she couldn't stall for long, but told Towa to do her best. Towa said Meg had earned them 25 minutes, including breaks, and that was already a lot. She added not to worry because she would be including Meg's part, and she would win them plenty of time. A man in the crowd said that finally, one of the cosplay members would play, and according to a woman, they didn't look professional, so they should see what would happen. Someone was saying it was impossible because Star Rain's strength was halved, and the person beside him asked when Kay would arrive. Sasahara said the players had chosen which characters they would use, and Lucas would continue using Dr. Sandal Phone, while No Name would use a villain character, Clockfire. Lucas thought that like Yggdrasil, Clockfire was a character that used installation techniques, but instead of being a counterattack type, she was an active attacker. On the other hand, Meg said Towa looked confident against an opponent like Lucas, but would she be okay? And Sunraku answered that truthfully, Towa wasn't strong at fighting games, which surprised Meg. Sunraku explained that if Towa fought in an empty space, she could be repeatedly defeated, and Meg said that wasn't good, but Sunraku said when given some degrees of freedom, Towa could arrange even hell to her liking. He added that the degrees of freedom of Galaxia Heroes Chaos have been expanded to their utmost limit through the use of the SLF game engine, and in that respect, no player was a better match than Towa. Besides that, Towa had stopped being a player killer in SLF, and was just playing good girl ever since. Then, Towa said she would show Lucas what a true villain was, and Lucas replied he would look forward to it. Sunraku said that because Towa was playing good girl, she was probably at her limit, and her inner villain might explode. While round 1 of Game 2 was loading in, Towa Amane was introduced to us as the celebrity model of the moment, boasting great popularity among young people. In particular, she has super enthusiastic or rather absolute support from teenagers, and instead of wearing popular clothes, what Towa wore became the fashion trend. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that everything Towa would do was connected to the next craze. Sunraku said that he guessed that's what people were saying about Towa Amane, and Meg agreed, because that was also the image she had in mind, but truthfully, her impression changed when she met Towa, as she was more extreme than expected, which made Sunraku think about Towa's extremeness. On the other side, Sasahara was commenting about the fight, saying Lucas's strategy was to find Towa from the rooftop of the buildings, and they should see if that would work against No Name. Sunraku said that in the heat of battle, a player's extremeness could leak out, and that wasn't rare, but in Towa's case, it wasn't in the realm of the ordinary. In Chaos City, there was a child eating Kurikintan ice cream, an ice cream made out of mashed potato and chestnut sweetened in syrup. The child's mother told the child not to run because it was dangerous, but suddenly the child bumped into Towa's character, Clockfire, which startled her. The child's ice cream fell, and some splashed onto Towa, so Towa glared at the child, who was already looking scared. So the child's mother quickly apologized to Towa, saying the child wasn't paying attention. However, Towa said it was her fault for suddenly appearing, so she told the mother and child not to worry. The child was still sad about the dropped ice cream, so Towa apologized and asked if Kurikintan was a bitter choice, and said she doesn't have the words to say sorry, but she has a teddy bear for the child, which made the child very happy, and she said the teddy bear was cute. The child's mother asked if the child could really accept the teddy bear, and the child said it was amazing, and that Towa was like a magician. Towa said she had something to say about teddy bears, and said it was just a word of caution, while throwing it at an approaching truck. The child's mother was confused by what Towa did, and when it hit the truck driver was also confused. Then suddenly the teddy bear that Towa threw exploded. The truck was thrown and exploded because of what Towa did, and she told the mother and child that when the teddy bear is hit hard, it could become dangerous, so they should be careful. The child was crying and told her mother that the teddy bear was stuck, so the mother said to throw it away, but Towa whispered to the child that she could also explode the teddy bear whenever she wanted, and if the child tried to throw away the teddy bear or run, she would obliterate her into pieces. Towa told the mother there was only one path if she cared about the child, and that was to follow her orders to the letter. Everyone watched and heard what Towa did and said, which made Sasahara say it was awful. Sasahara explained what was happening and also asked for commentary from Ayato, and the people seemed very sorry for the child. Ayato thanked Towa and said there was a lot you could do in the game, and this was the new Galaxy series. Sasahara agreed with Ayato and said the degree of freedom in the game was impressive. Inside the game, Lucas noticed the explosion, so he realized Clockfire was behind it, and Sasahara said Towa had put another bomb on another person, so it seemed people weren't liking what Towa was doing. Sunraku said their reactions were expected, and according to Meg, Clockfire is a psycho bomber who finds pleasure in destroying peace using the bombs she makes, so she wonders if it's the role-playing strategy. Sunraku answered that even though it was solely for role-playing reasons, unlike Meg, Towa didn't need to force herself to be a villain, and Clockfire was a character that Towa could use to show viciousness to the fullest, and it allowed Towa to act in the way she really wanted. Back inside the world of Galaxia Heroes Chaos, Lucas had seen the truck that exploded by Meg, and he said of course Meg was gone, and even if she talked to an NPC, but before he could finish speaking, a man was about to crash into him, but he used his powers to lift the car. The man inside the car was surprised he was floating, and Lucas was wondering why an NPC would attack a hero, but at that moment, suddenly a mother and child were falling from above him. So when he noticed this, he dropped the car to catch the mother and child. Lucas said, "What the fuck?" because strange things were happening one after another. And the child's mother said a woman would help them if they jumped on top of Lucas, who noticed the teddy bear. The man also apologized because his wife was being held hostage, and so many teddy bears came out of the car when he opened the door. The child was crying and asking Lucas for help, who was apologizing because he would have to throw the mother and child. Then, he used the car door and said, "This is awful," as a shield for the impending explosion. Everyone was surprised by what Towa did, while Sunraku was amazed by the game's high level of freedom along with having a character that's truly vicious. He added that now that Towa had these two things, against someone like Towa, the demons of hell would turn pale and run away. While Sunraku was saying this, Towa was clapping and laughing because of what she did. Even though Lucas used a shield against Towa's explosion, his HP was still reduced, which made him laugh, and he said Towa really went and did that. He added that he felt really bad because of it, and Meg said that for now, she thinks what she did was enough for a welcome greeting. She said there was still plenty of time, so she would let Lucas enjoy her next bit of hospitality. Meg asked if this was what women idolized, and if these were the actions of a celebrity model, to which Sunraku replied that the truth was cruel. On the other hand, Sasahara seemed shocked how Towa managed to coerce the NPCs to blow themselves up. So she asked if it was safe to broadcast that. Ayato said that at any rate, it was allowed within the specifications, and that was the negative effect of using the SLF game engine to make NPC AI more realistic. At Star Rain's bench, Alex asked if they were really watching a fighting game, and Sylvie asked him wasn't it just a possible battle strategy. According to Johnson, Lucas really couldn't do anything about it. People were shouting because they were angry at what Towa was doing, so Sasahara tried to calm them down saying it was just a game. Meg said she didn't know why, but she was feeling guilty, and Sunraku said Meg couldn't watch with that kind of spirit. Back to the game, where there was a helicopter flying above the buildings, and someone wanted to talk to the pilot. It was Towa's character, and she was asking the pilot to go lower towards the right, and we learned that he was following because Towa had stuck a teddy bear on him. On the street, a woman was asking Lucas for help because Towa had stuck a teddy bear bomb on her, but Lucas told the woman to stay calm and not come closer. Towa was watching this happen, so she was delighted, and she said for the woman to keep getting closer. That's what the woman did, while telling Lucas that she knew he could do something, but when the woman got closer to Lucas, the attached bomb suddenly exploded. And Towa said that was somewhat of a flop, but it was okay, because there were still many more where that came from, and we would see many people running to Lucas asking for help. It was explained to us that the teddy bears were called Pretty Bear Bombs, and up to 20 could be placed simultaneously, and they could be detonated by strong impact, and they could also be detonated at will by Clockfire's left eye when she had clear sight of the stuffed bears. Then, Towa said that the important thing in detonating Pretty Bear Bombs at will was that they had to be detonated in the order they were placed. She said that was harder than what she had expected, and Lucas said the explosions were continuous even if he moves behind the buildings. So he realized Towa was watching him from somewhere. At that moment, he noticed the helicopter flying above him and realized Towa was there, and that she had probably hijacked the helicopter. Towa asked if she was found, and if so, they should move on to the next stage. So she jumped out of the helicopter, which she also blew up as she falls to the ground. Lucas saw Towa jump onto a building's roof, and he said he wouldn't let Clockfire get away anymore, since all she's done is use tomfooleries in their fight, so he will hunt her down. However, he was met by NPCs, and they said the villain had placed bombs on them, so they begged the hero to remove them because they heard he could do it. Lucas was surprised that Towa had also set up NPCs on the stairs, and they exploded, but Lucas continued climbing. He said Towa detonated the bombs, so she must be close, and Towa's plan was to set up traps and wait for him upstairs. She told Towa to bring it on, and he would go through all of them. At the moment Lucas climbed to where Towa was, Toha then used the elevator to go down, further distancing them from each other. Johnson called Lucas an idiot because he completely missed Towa, and Sylvie was laughing because she said it was rare to see Lucas look like a doofus. According to Sasahara, Lucas was lured into the building, but No Name had already gone down the elevator, and Ayato said No Name was really playing with Lucas. Sunraka said Lucas was being humiliated in front of everyone, and Meg said it was pretty comical to watch from the sidelines. Sunraka replied that if Towa was allowed to deal with NPCs who could act freely, her annoyingness jumps up sevenfold, and the key point wasn't strength, but annoyingness. Back to the game, and Lucas was wondering because he couldn't see any traps and NPCs with bombs, and he searched where Towa went, and at that moment, he noticed something. He saw Towa outside, and she told him he noticed too late, and would this fight end with her completely unscathed? Because of this, Lucas got angry, and he said Towa was just running around, and he wouldn't let her do what she wanted, so he used the arrival sandal phone skill. He jumped to where Towa was, and she said to just bring it on, and Lucas said Towa wouldn't escape. Lucas reached Towa, about to punch her, and she seemed to be saying something about time, while Lucas used Psycho Fist on her. Towa's head and arm were separated from that attack, while Lucas was shocked when he saw that it was just a dummy, and the real Towa was sitting up high watching it and saying Lucas's move wasn't bad. Lucas was filled with anger, as Towa used another skill to blow up the entire alley where they both were. Because of this, Clockfire, Towa's character, had finally won, and she said she took more damage than she expected, while Lucas was lying beaten on the ground. Sasahara was very surprised, and seemed very sad that Lucas lost, but she suddenly said it was a fight that was beautiful to watch. She said there was no way for Lucas to counter No Name's final sacrifice technique, and Ayato said instead of a fighting game, it seemed they watched a simulation game. According to Sunraku, anger could cloud a person's judgment, so Meg asked what he meant, and Sunraku answered that under normal circumstances, Lucas would have been the first to notice everything, especially the final decoy. However, Towa's use of NPCs as a shield, combined with total harassment and provocation, and all that accumulated stress and anger, was like poison that corrodes a person's thinking, and it creates lapses in judgment, and Towa wouldn't fail to notice it. Lucas said he had never seen someone fight so viciously, and Towa wasn't just a villain, she was Satan herself. And he added that it wasn't his cup of tea to be led around by a woman. Meg said that Towa had mastered the art of conversation by overloading her opponents with stress and angering her opponent to dull their logical thinking. She even added that Towa was just scary when she played with someone's mind. Sasahara said that round 2 had begun, and Sunraka told Meg that Towa was even more than what she mentioned. Sasahara heard him, and Sunraku explained that after all the testing he did in the game, Galaxia Heroes Chaos was really designed so that villains had the advantage in the opening stages, and the more the player meddles with traps and ambushes and stuff, the player can show those skills off as a villain. Sasahara said that was a fascinating point, and she asked Sunraku if he could explain more, which surprised him. Sasahara asked what Sunraku meant when he said villains had the advantage at the start, and Sunraku seemed to be struggling to answer. In Sunraku's mind, he was wishing he wouldn't be interviewed in the middle of the huge stage, because normal high school teens like him wither in front of an audience, and if he didn't have his mask, he couldn't do it. Sasahara asked if something was wrong, and Sunraku still hadn't answered. So Meg realized that Sunraku wasn't a good public speaker, as he was calming himself down, saying that's what role-playing was for, and seemed to remember that the voice changer would activate when he pressed a button on his helmet. Sunraku spoke and asked what he was saying, so Meg reminded him that he was talking about the advantage of villains at the start. Sunraku said he would use a metaphor to describe Galaxia Hero's chaos, saying they should think of the villain as a pencil, the hero as an eraser, and the battle stage as a blank notebook. At the start, the villain could deface the notebook and fill their gauge that way, while heroes had to wait for the villain to make a mess on the paper because their gauge only filled up when they erased what the villains had written. If the villain continued writing in the notebook, they would run out of space to write on. But the more doodles there were, the more opportunities for the eraser, so the hero's gauge would fill up. Sasahara understood what Sunraku was saying, because at the start, it was easier for the villain to fill their gauge, as the hero was forced to be second fiddle, but in the end, the hero had the edge. Sunraku added that in the way the game worked, it was inevitable to reach the conclusion that it pays off more for the villain if they didn't try to engage the hero in direct combat. Meg asked if this was a fighter game where it was better not to fight, and Sunraku said that the hero's gauge filled up when they helped people in trouble and when they fought the villain, but the game was balanced so the villain's gauge wouldn't fill when fighting the hero. What mattered, he said, was how much the villain could fill their gauge before they had to fight the hero for the first time. He added that it was better for villain characters to ensure they weren't found by the hero, and that applied to Clockfire. In truth, most villain characters weren't geared for direct combat, and if Star Rain was the best team in the US, he was sure they had noticed this. He added that Lucas was probably feeling out Towa in round 1, then wondered how his approach will be next. We could see NPCs running again towards Lucas, who told them to get out of his way, and he used a skill on them. 2 NPCs stuck to the wall, and he told them to stay still for him. In another place, NPCs were in chaos because Towa's character was there, and at that moment, Towa blew up a building, but Lucas suddenly appeared behind her, about to punch her. Towa dodged Lucas's punch, and she was surprised because only a minute and a half had passed in the round, and Lucas was already attacking. Lucas seemed to be taunting her, asking if Towa was still at work, but too bad, and he told Towa to just continue blowing things up, as he would easily find her. Towa thought that Lucas hadn't filled his gauge because he ignored the NPCs and went straight for her, so she told him she didn't like greedy men, but Lucas replied that women preferred wilder men, while giving Towa a 1-2 punch. Towa was thrown back by Lucas's punch, and quite a large chunk of her HP was reduced because of it. Towa laughed at this, and said she wasn't a fan of men who acted like Lucas, who said that as expected, Towa was talkative and had a mean streak, but wasn't a fighter. At that moment, a bald man with a teddy bear asked Lucas for help, and of course Towa detonated it, which distracted Lucas, allowing her to escape. Lucas quickly noticed that Towa had left, and he said Towa shouldn't think about other people while he's on a date, and that she should look at him. Towa replied asking who would date a quack like Lucas, and told him to come back when he had a medical license. In real life, Sasahara was telling the audience what Lucas and Towa were doing, and she said that Towa wasn't using her pretty bear bombs, so she might be having trouble countering. According to Ayato, Towa wasn't using them not because she didn't want to, but because she actually couldn't. Sunraku agreed with this, and he said that in the way things worked in this game, the state of the playfield was carried over from the previous round, and based on what he found, this included the destruction of buildings, as well as the locations of objects, NPCs, and even what the players had placed. Because of this, the pretty bear bombs that Towa had placed in the previous round were where she had placed them, and this was a problem for her. The bear bombs were useful because Towa could detonate them whenever she wanted, but only in the order she had placed them. Ayato said that because of this rule, unless Towa detonated the bomb she had placed in round 1, she couldn't detonate at will, and this greatly reduced Clockfire's fighting ability and strategy range. Sasahara understood this and said that was the reason why Towa was going point to point on the map to dispose of her bombs. On the other hand, Sylvie seemed to be thinking, and Towa said only one remained. Then, she threw many teddy bears at Lucas, who dodged them, but Lucas realized it was just a bluff move because the bears didn't explode when they hit the wall. While charging, he told Towa that the secret to making a woman fall in love was to seize the right moment to seduce her. And now that Towa had no pretty bear bombs left, this was his chance, and he wouldn't let it pass. He used Psycho Fist on Towa, but she dodged, so he hit a pillar of a building instead. And Towa said heroes weren't allowed to destroy buildings. Lucas replied, who cares, because if the damage was that small, his gauge build rate would only be slightly penalized, and against a toothless clockfire, it wasn't a disadvantage. Sasahara told the audience that no name had been caught again, so the people cheered, and Lucas looked like he was going to punch again, while saying that attack was for round 1, and he would add a hefty tip. However, Towa suddenly brought out pretty bear bombs, which surprised Lucas, and he thought it was shock-activated detonation. Both Lucas and Towa were thrown back by that explosion, and Lucas realized that Towa wanted to include him in the damage. Because of this, he said they should end this stupid game of tag, but he seemed surprised, and Towa said she agreed with him. Towa was holding a woman, and they were surrounded by pretty bear bombs, and she said she had found what she was looking for, so her advanced prep was complete. Then, she addressed the audience, saying they should stay tuned, because they would end the fight with a grand finale in round 3, and she blew up the building where she was, causing Lucas to be thrown back. Because of this, Lucas won, as Sasahara announced that Towa had blown herself up. And maybe that was her way of declaring that Lucas couldn't catch her, as he wondered what Towa was planning for him because she mentioned a grand finale. According to Sunraku, the real fight was about to begin, and it'll be like one hell of a fireworks show. On the other hand, Johnson asked what was with committing suicide in a fighting game, and Sylvie said Towa's actions in this fight were weird. As for Towa, she had earned 7 minutes for round 2, and that wasn't good, so she asked herself what she would do, because she still needed to stall for more time. But at that moment, she just wanted to blow up Lucas right away. Round 3 of Towa and Lucas's fight began, and Lucas was still thinking about what Towa said regarding the grand finale. At that moment, he saw a huge explosion, and Lucas asked himself if it was just talk or maybe true, but he said that either way, his job remained the same. Sasahara said that Lucas started the round again by ignoring the NPCs, and he was probably rushing to get to no name, aka Towa. According to Ayato, it was similar to the previous round, but there weren't as many NPCs, because they might have already run away. Johnson said that Sylvie found Towa's actions weird, because self-sabotage wasn't normal in a fighting game. Sylvie said it wasn't about that part, and she asked why Towa kept running around the map in circles during round 2. Johnson thought about why, and his answer was that Towa could only detonate the bears in the order she placed them. That was the reason why Towa needed to detonate the bombs she hadn't used in round 1, and now she was back to total freedom. Sylvie said that might be true, but she wondered why Towa was placing bombs while escaping from Lucas, which made Johnson think again. And he said Lucas was practically right behind Towa at that point, so it might have been a desperation move. Sylvie replied that wasn't it, because Towa was placing them when Lucas wasn't looking, and Johnson agreed that was weird. He added that he doubted someone as strategic as Towa wouldn't go into round 3 with useless bombs scattered everywhere. Inside the game, Towa told everyone that if they were far away, they should listen, and if they were close, they should watch, because Clockfire's special parade was about to begin. Lucas arrived at that moment, and Towa said he was a bit late, and she had set up this event for Lucas, so she hoped he would enjoy it. Lucas said it wasn't the most lavish-looking parade he had seen, and he thought he could see rubble and other things, but nothing that looked like a trap. Towa replied that she had already chosen the decorations, and she brought out a pretty bear bomb which alerted Lucas. Then, she explained that the Roman numerals on the bear bombs reflected the order she placed them on the map, and when a smaller number exploded or was removed, the number of each remaining bomb would decrease. In other words, including the bear bombs she was holding, there were 20 bombs positioned in the city. Lucas said he didn't know Towa's plan, but if she wasn't going to attack him, he would end the fight right there. So he used his phone to activate his power. Towa said that even if ideas cross her mind, there are many things that force her to give them up. But here, as a villain, nothing was holding her back. She said they should enjoy this game, and she activated her first Pretty Bear bomb, causing the building where it was to explode, and the rubble hit other bears, resulting in a domino effect of explosions that knocked down a building, making Lucas panic while people in the real world were shocked. That building hit another building, causing more rubble to fall, making Johnson unable to believe that bear bombs could blow up a high-rise building, and Sylvie said that wasn't all. She said Towa had been targeting to bring it down since round 1, and Sunraku explained what Towa did in round 1. He added that Towa had told the NPCs they would explode if they moved, so they remained idle near the supports. In round 2, Towa used her cleanup work as a cover while detonating bears that damaged the pillars, and using some extra bombs in round 3, Towa had launched her parade. Sunraku added that Meg should admit this was a perfect 3-act plotline, so they should give Clockfire an Oscar award for Best Director. And Towa said this wasn't just a one-and-done thing, because she had also damaged the supports of the building that was hit by the first building. Lucas said he couldn't believe this, and they should start this fight with style. He said this was a full-scale game of skyscraper dominoes, and Sasahara was shocked because the buildings were indeed falling like dominoes. But she wondered what Towa was targeting by doing this. According to Lucas, Towa was crazy, and she had wanted this from the very beginning. He explained to us that villains needed to defend in the second half, but with this much damage, Towa's villainous gauge was probably full, and it was shown to be maxed out. There was another bomb ticking at Towa's feet, and she asked if things weren't becoming more exciting, and that testing the conditions needed to bring down buildings was difficult. Lucas thought that the rubble had cut off any escape route, and he realized that Towa had lured him to come there. Then, Towa said the key to winning was mastery of place and methods, and as she promised, it was time to start the grand finale, and she used her ultra skill called Wake Up Clown. Lucas was surprised when Towa activated the Wake Up Clown skill, and according to him, it was a powerful super finisher that conjured a balloon full of doll bombs that scatter and explode across a wide range of space. Sasahara told the audience that no name was attacking, using the massive gauge she had accumulated from the skyscraper domino show, and she was now using Clockfire's super finisher. Ayato said Lucas couldn't escape because of the rubble, so he would definitely take damage from that attack, and Lucas couldn't believe he had been lured hook, line, and sinker. However, he said too bad for Towa, and told her not to assume he hadn't memorized what each character could do. He admitted it was a dangerous wide-range move, but there was always a safe spot, a place where the bombs wouldn't explode, and that was the area above the clown's head. The bomb looked about to explode, and according to Lucas, his problem was that he couldn't launch stat-enhancing super finishers at that moment, so how would he climb to the clown's head? He suddenly seemed to have an idea, and apologized to Towa saying she had made a big mistake, and he stepped on a Pretty Bear bomb, so when it exploded, it launched him upward, and Meg called it a bear bomb jump. Then, Towa's Wake Up Clown skill exploded, but Lucas was already higher than the clown's head, so he laughed, and seemed to be showing off to Towa, saying she had set up the whole round but it wouldn't work on him. However, Towa also laughed at him, and said she hadn't expected Lucas to play along that much. And Lucas looked surprised at what he saw. We learned that what surprised Lucas was 3 more wake-up clowns that Towa had cast, and she welcomed Lucas to the main stage. Lucas couldn't believe that Towa had cast consecutive super finishers, and it was impossible that she had cast 3 more. He added that no matter how many buildings Towa had knocked down, she couldn't fill her gauge that quickly, and it was shown that other members of Star Rain were also surprised. What shocked Sylvie was why Towa's gauge wasn't decreasing from being maxed out, and Sasahara asked what they were seeing. Sunraku explained that the explanation was simple, because the gauge filled up immediately when Towa used it. Then, Towa said that from round 1 to round 3, she had been gathering the NPCs of Chaos City in one place, and that was the reason why she was running around the map in circles, and told Lucas to look where the domino buildings were heading. In the next scene, it was shown that the dominoes were heading towards an arena full of NPCs, and Towa said that this heinous act of raining destruction on thousands of NPCs was the reason why her gauge was overflowing. Sunraku said the domino run wasn't just to entertain the fans, and it was Lucas's fault for not noticing it. Lucas had already lost, and he asked if this was just a bug. Then, It was shown the Towa had launched a ton of wake-up clowns, and she called it Gauge Burst. The clowns exploded, releasing teddy bear clowns that surrounded the entire area, and everyone was shocked at what was happening while Lucas said this was bullshit and asked how this could be called a fighter. The countless teddy bear clowns exploded, and Clockfire was declared the winner of round 3. And she humorously said that today's special parade has finally come to a close. The audience was surprised and cheered at what they watched, and someone said it was awesome, while another asked what happened at the end and how Towa cast multiple finishers. Sasahara said round 3 ended quickly, but it was an off-the-charts fight, and because of that, No Name, aka Towa, would move on to the next round, while Ayato was thinking that many parts of that fight would be edited out. Meg was overjoyed, and she said that regardless how Towa did it, she had defeated Lucas for them, and Sunraku agreed but said Towa had prioritized her own enjoyment and only used 3 minutes in round 3. Meg replied that maybe Towa was just enjoying herself too much to hold back. Sunraku counted the time they had stalled and said it totaled 50 minutes so far, and Meg said that their plan calls for Kei to arrive 2 hours late, so their plan might actually work out, and Sunraku agreed. However, that was only if things keep going well, and Sylvie said she hadn't thought one of them would be defeated by anyone other than Kei. Johnson seemed to think the same thing, and he said the fight was becoming exciting, which Sylvie agreed with. Sylvie added that all she could say was that the friends Kei brought were certainly interesting. Lucas was furious about his loss, saying he couldn't accept it, so Johnson told him to just forget it because it was just part of the game. However, Lucas said the fight was messed up, and Sylvie said that if a villain started that domino run, any damage associated to it would go to the villain. She added that she bets the developers would balance this in the retail version of the game, especially with the buildings. Johnson said Towa won through place and methods, so Lucas should give her that. On the other side, Sunraku seemed to be teasing Towa by asking what was going on, and said that Towa was bragging about making up for the time Meg couldn't get, but Towa only lasted 25 minutes including breaks, just like Meg, so he asked if she had something to say to them. Towa replied that Sunraku should stop being a silly pumpkin head, because it was just a game, and it was about having fun, so Sunraku told her to hide behind that excuse. Meg said that at least Towa could still buy time for them, and Towa replied for them to just watch her stall in the next game. Meg said that Alex might be Towa's next opponent, and she asked what codename they gave him, whether it was the long-distance lover or whatever. Sunraku asked what he was like, and Meg explained that Alex liked heroes with long-range combat skills, and Towa told them to be serious, because Alex was the best player on that team before Sylvie joined. Sunraku agreed with that, but asked wasn't that a long time ago. However, Towa explained that despite that, Alex will still be a tough opponent. She added that she wanted to ask some things about Alex, and whatever they knew would be fine. At Star Rain's bench, Lucas asked his teammates where Alex went because he couldn't see him, and his match was next. Johnson replied that he was gone, and Sylvie said he was spitting game at his honey in the audience. Alex was telling his girlfriend that he came to Japan just to hear her angelic voice, but she was telling him to stop because she was getting embarrassed. Alex tried to say he could defeat any evil because of his girlfriend's voice, but Lucas stopped him, dragging him away and making him return to the stage. Alex didn't want to return because he was still bonding with his girlfriend, but Lucas wouldn't allow it because Alex was the next player. The couple was sad about being separated, and Alex realized that if he was next, it meant he had a chance to show his very best to his girlfriend. He told his girlfriend to watch him, saying he would win the fight for her, and Lucas told Alex to save that for their private time. Johnson said Alex shouldn't underestimate his opponent because she was wily, and Alex replied not to worry because he had already made countermeasures while watching her fight Lucas. Sasahara announced it was time to continue the fight, so the players should get ready. Returning was the Nitro Squad player, No Name, who dominated in true villain form from the last game, and she would still use Clockfire, her preferred villain. From Star Rain was Alex, and he would use Cyborg Lord, a fellow villain. Towa and Meg seemed surprised that Alex chose a villain, and Sunraku said it was unexpected because he usually used heroes, so maybe he was adjusting for Towa. Sasahara asked what kind of fight they would see from the dual evildoers, and round 1 was about to begin. Towa thought that Alex's choice of a villain allowed him to destroy property without damage, and it also has the power of her human bombs. She said she was sure no NPCs would ask for help from a villain, and asked if Alex was sure that approach was the right answer. Let's move to the Ruins Warhound's 6th World Championship, where Kay was watching the GGC event livestream, and he seemed annoyed because Pencilgon, aka Towa, quickly defeated Lucas in the last round when she could have stalled longer. However, he said Towa played well because she took a pro gamer that far, and Alex would be her next opponent. On the other hand, Kay's teammates seemed stressed because of how good their German opponents were, and Kay explained that their team's situation wasn't good, and they might finish faster if they just lost. One of Kay's teammates said their break was ending, and he knew it was painful but asked if Kay could wear the helmet now, and another apologized because they couldn't let people know Kay was from another pro team. According to Kay, why would he do that when his nemesis was waiting for him after this championship? Then, he called his group's leader and told them he would try a diversion so they should try to break down the enemy's command while he did that, and in his mind, he was confident that the Galaxia team he built would be okay. Back to the GGC exhibition match, where Towa seemed to be teasing and laughing at Alex, and she even told him that if he was acting as a villain, he needed to attack NPCs because if not, his gauge wouldn't fill up. Then, Towa pushed some NPCs toward Alex, who was surprised by what she did. The two NPCs begged Alex not to hurt each other, making Alex realize they were a couple, and he told them to step aside. Alex noticed they had bear bombs on their backs, and Towa told him he wasn't cut out for this job, then detonated the couple's bear bombs. Sasahara said Towa was on the run, but like in the previous round, she was attaching bombs to NPCs and detonating them, while Alex seemed restrained, actively destroying the game environment but holding back on NPC attacks. Besides that, Alex was being really kind to NPC couples, and in truth, he seemed to be rescuing them, and might be role-playing as a dark hero. Then, Towa used a child against Alex, who said Towa was going crazy. Meg asked what was up with what Towa was doing, and Sunraka replied that Towa had probably convinced Alex that his girlfriend would get angry if he hurt NPCs. It was shown that Alex's girlfriend was shouting for him to be nice to the children, and Sunraku said Alex's choice of a villain was backfiring. He added that Alex couldn't fill his gauge just by destroying buildings, and he couldn't fight against a clock fire going all out. Meg said it was like bringing a baseball bat to a game of chess, and Sunraka replied that might be the case. Before long, Sasahara said time was up, and neither player had a decisive moment, but no name used up the time to win round 1. An audience member said Alex should just defeat Towa, while others booed, and Alex's girlfriend continued cheering. According to Alex, he admitted he couldn't fully play the villain role when his girlfriend was watching, but argued that that wasn't wholly bad for him either. Round 2 began, and Alex said if he just defeated Towa, his reputation would improve even more because of how evil Towa was. He added that he believed Towa's skills weren't on par with his, and told her she would be defeated. For Alex, he would win with his first attack, throwing knives at Towa, but she laughed at him, saying she had heard that before. We then go to a flashback of Meg asking when Alex had left his seat, and Sunraka replied, "Who knows?" because he hadn't noticed him leave. Towa said it was okay if they didn't know, and Meg said she thought he left when round 1 was ending. She added that by round 3, Alex was with his girlfriend, and he was hardly paying attention to the fight, and Sunraku seemed to be teasing Meg that she was really watching Alex. Meg replied that she was just curious because Alex was acting weird, and Towa called her a born analyst, thanking both of them. Back to the game, where Towa said it was true that Alex's moves weren't normal. The knives hit Towa, but to Alex's surprise, it was just a dummy. So Lucas asked him what he was doing, saying Alex had seen his fight, so shouldn't he realize what Towa was aiming for? Johnson said maybe Alex was too busy kissing his girlfriend to notice Lucas's fight. Alex asked where Towa went and why there were so many NPCs in that building. Then, Towa blew up the building where Alex was, surprising him, and Towa said she had given him an encore. Sasahara said that explosion wasn't as big as Towa's last one, but like before, Towa again killed a crowd of NPCs inside the building. Sunraku called Towa a monster, and according to him, she had learned how to make a quick and dirty version. Moving to Alex's character, he was asking what was happening, and Meg asked if her career would be affected by what Towa was doing, because people might think they were alike, and Sunraku said he had already told Meg to wear a disguise. Meg said Sunraku should give her the helmet because it wasn't too late yet, but Sunraku asked if she realized how villainous that sounded. At that moment, Sunraku thought of something and asked if this was just round 2, because Towa was supposed to lose one round and buy them more time until Katsuo arrived, but it seems she had forgotten all about that. Let's move to Kei, who suddenly shivered, surprising him with the cold rush he got, and he asked if Sunraku, Meg, and Towa would be okay. In the next scene, Towa released 3 wake-up clowns, and Alex was shocked that his opponent unleashed consecutive finishers. They exploded in Alex's face, so Towa won, and Sasahara said Towa ended the fight using super finishers, finishing round 2 incredibly quickly in just 4 minutes, and she would move on to the next match. Someone in the audience asked if anyone from Star Rain can touch Clockfire, and another requested for someone to stop Towa, who was apologizing to her teammates because the fight ended quickly before she knew it. Sunraku asked if this was deja vu, and what a way to twist the freaking dagger on them since they needed to stall for Kei to arrive. Towa said that was true, but she needed to squish the NPCs inside the building because they might escape, and her timing needed to be perfect, which made Meg wonder why Towa needed to crush them. Towa added that she was just reminding them that their opponents were a top team, so if they gave them any quarter, they could easily turn the game around. On the other hand, Alex was apologizing to his girlfriend because he lost, so she was comforting him. Meg said Towa had a good point, and Sunraku asked if Towa had forgotten who Star Rain's next player was. It was Sylvie, who said her teammates are so huge, and she hated having to adjust the gaming chair each time. Towa said that Sylvia Goldberg was the undefeated absolute champion, and she had watched many of Sylvie's videos, so she thought she knew how good she was, and doubted she could win even one round against Sylvie. The match would come down to how long she could run from Sylvie in rounds 1 and 2. However, she said that just because she couldn't win, that didn't mean they would give up. According to Sunraku, from that point, Towa needed to stall for 40 minutes, not including breaks. Towa said she needed 20 minutes each against Sylvie, and even then, that was close to their target time. Sunraku agreed with that, and said Katsuo's appearance depended on it as promised. Meg asked if Towa thought they were in trouble, and Towa replied it was time to clean up the mess she made, prompting Meg to ask where she was going. Towa spoke to Sasahara, who asked if she needed her and what was going on. Sunraku said Towa was begging the MC for an interview, seemingly not afraid of blowing her cover, which made Meg say Towa was brave. Towa said hello to the audience and introduced herself as No Name, their favorite Clockfire player, saying she wanted to explain the gauge burst technique everyone was wondering about, which surprised some people, and someone asked if No Name was going to confess to her crimes. The entire Star Rain team was puzzled by what Towa was doing, and Johnson asked what she was doing since the break was over. Sylvie replied that she thought Towa was stalling until Kei arrived, but Johnson didn't seem to get it. Sylvie said she didn't know, but she guessed Kei was running late, which was why Towa was doing this. Then, she asked her teammates if they remembered the Lucas vs. New 2 Meg fight, and if Meg was camping out a whole lot. Lucas realized that was what Meg was doing, and Sylvie said Towa's initial strategy was designed to play out over 3 rounds. However, Johnson asked wasn't it true that Towa quickly beat up Alex, and Sylvie replied that was true, but she thought Towa was currently being scolded by her teammates. Lucas asked since when did Sylvie understand Japanese so well, and she said it was because of Tsushin Kyoiku online learning. Johnson whispered to Lucas that it was probably because Sylvie wanted to talk to Kei, which made her step on his foot. Lucas said if Sylvie's hunch was true, it was insulting to them, and Sylvie said if it meant she could fight Kei, she couldn't welcome it more, so they should just let Nitro Squad stall, because once the bell rang, she wouldn't stop. Then, Sunraku opened an energy drink, and Meg asked if he was really going to drink it now. Sunraku said his theory was that caffeine had its greatest effect around 30 minutes after drinking, not immediately, and he knew Towa's mic game wouldn't last long. So Meg should do the math, and it was better if he drank now. On the other hand, the producers were telling Sasahara not to let Towa keep talking. So while Towa was saying she had something to say to Sylvie, Sasahara stopped her because time was running, and they needed to wrap it up. She added that Towa could talk more later, so for now, she should prepare for the next round because they had an event scheduled to follow. Then, Sasahara mentioned they were back in action, and the next fight would be the climactic battle between No Name and Sylvie. The people cheered for the shooting star, and someone said finally Sylvie would play, so she should defeat Clockfire for them. The people continued cheering, and Sunraka said Sylvie was really famous, and according to Meg, she was both skilled and beautiful. Sasahara told Ayato that Sylvie would be playing, and Ayato said he had seen Sylvie play many times. But this was her first time playing Galaxia Heroes Chaos in public, so he couldn't wait. Sasahara mentioned that No Name had won 2 consecutive games, and would use Clockfire again, while Sylvie would use Medius. Towa seemed to expect this, and Sylvie apologized to her because she was a pro gamer, so she couldn't just go easy on her. So for Kay's sake, Towa should run as long as she could. Sunrako, Meg, and Sasahara were surprised by what Sylvie said, and Meg said Sylvie was onto them, and added that there was a reason why Sylvie was undefeated, and she was just as good at fanning the flames. The bell rang, and round 1 of Towa and Sylvie's fight began. So people were watching seriously. Sunraku said Sylvia Goldberg was the best in the entire world, so they should see what she had when playing as Medius the shooting star, and Sylvie said they should start the fight. Sylvie immediately ran, saying this would be a good warm-up for when Kay finally shows up. In the next scene, Towa kidnapped a child from her mother, causing the mother to plead not to take her child, while the child was crying continuously. Almost a minute had passed, and someone said there was a villain on the loose, so everyone should run away. Towa thought about what Sylvie had told her earlier. So she realized Sylvie didn't care about the Chaos Cube and just wanted to beat her up. So she said if that's what Sylvie wanted, that's what she would get. Sasahara said No Name was making her way along to build her gauge and setting up traps, while Ayato said it looked similar to the trap-based strategy from before. Sunraku asked how long Towa could stall against Sylvie, and Meg replied that since it was Sylvie's first time playing, she would like to think Towa has a chance. One building was already burning because of Towa's actions, and a male NPC said they needed to leave before Towa blew them up, while a woman was asking for help because her child was inside the building with the villain. The woman asked the hero for help, and at that moment, she heard quick whoosh sounds in the surroundings, and saw that Sylvie's hero character, Medius, had arrived, jumping on the walls of buildings. The people were delighted that Medius was there, and someone even said she should defeat Towa for them. Sylvie reached where Towa was, who was still holding the children she kidnapped. Towa said Sylvie was finally there, and welcomed her to her world, then threw the children towards the hero. Sylvie quickly noticed there were pretty bear bombs attached to the children's backs, so she immediately kicked the bombs toward Towa. They exploded in midair, which seemed to annoy Towa, and the boy hit the railing while the girl fell because she flew higher than the railing. Sylvie saw this happen and prepared to move, which made Towa laugh and seemed to taunt Sylvie that the hero needed to save them, saying Sylvie had taken the bait, and it was time to lead her to the special minefield she had prepared. However, unlike what Towa expected, Sylvie chased her instead of the child, and closed the door Towa was about to enter, which seemed to alert her. Then, in an instant, Sylvie suddenly kicked Towa, making her fly backward. Sunraku was surprised by what he saw, and said Sylvie was fast, and Sasahara said Sylvie seemed like a shooting star of justice, and that attack went straight to Clockfire's face. Towa went past the railing from Sylvie's kick, and realized she was in the sky, exactly where Medius preferred to fight. At that moment, Sylvie was repeatedly kicking Towa, and Sasahara mentioned it was a killer midair combo, with Sylvie showing impossible speed. Towa said she knew Sylvie was using Medius but said it was too fast, and wondered why she wasn't slowing down. She added that all her bear bombs were inside the building so she couldn't detonate them to counter, and she also said she needed to get them both inside a building she had filled with traps and regain her footing. On the other hand, the falling girl continued crying and calling for her mother, making the mother worried. Then, Sylvie used the Star Road skill to chase the falling child, which seemed to surprise Towa. Sylvie caught the child, who seemed surprised at what happened, and told them to hold on tight. Towa seemed pleased and called Sylvie an idiot, saying the child had given her an opening, and she would set off the bear bomb she was holding to get herself into the building with its shock wave. However, before Towa could detonate the bear bomb, it disappeared from her hand, which shocked her, because Sylvie had taken it, apologizing because she wouldn't let Towa enter the building she wanted. Then, she kicked Towa with tremendous force, making her fly toward a building. She went through the wall and laughed because what she watched was very different from what she was experiencing. Sylvie said the child told her Towa had dropped a pretty bear bomb, so the child threw the bomb at Towa, who said that was good because she was looking for it. When the bomb hit Towa, it exploded immediately, making her character cry out in pain, and Sylvie won, telling Towa better luck next time, minion. Everyone was stunned by what happened, and someone even asked if the fight was over, while Ayato said that within 10 seconds of making contact, Sylvie had ended the entire fight. Meg was also very surprised, asking who knew Sylvie was this overwhelming, and guessed that Sylvie was fighting on her prime that day. According to Sunraku, prime was not even half of it, because her use of character traits to dominate like that was crazy. Sunraku said he knew Medius was the fastest character in the lineup, but asked wasn't it supposed to slow down when hitting an obstacle. Meanwhile, Sylvie could instantly calculate the right angle approach, timing, and thrust direction for everything she saw, so each touch made her faster instead of the opposite. He added that the reflex and character control needed to pull off that move was exactly what Sylvia Goldberg could do, and she was the ultimate personification of Medius. Sasahara said that No Name, aka Towa, couldn't do anything in the first round, but in round 2, she had set up her traps and fled indoors, so she succeeded in luring Sylvie in with her. Before long, Sylvie caught up to where Towa was, and at that moment, the ceiling above Sylvie suddenly collapsed, so she grabbed a man to rescue him from the hallway where she was. Then, she released the man to knee Towa in the face who was blocking, but she still flew toward the wall. Towa was hurt from that, and according to her, she thought that when indoors, Sylvie would slow down a bit, but she was still extremely fast, and Sylvie was just passing through all the setups she made. What was worse was that Sylvie was also doing her rescue work while fighting her, and her speed was like Sunraku at his best, or even faster. Sylvie said it looked like Towa had many setups in round 1, so she thought to fight Towa on her home turf. Towa tried to fight Sylvie using a pipe, but Sylvie dodged every attack and kicked her hard in the face, and Sylvie said it was disappointing. Towa thought she couldn't stall against Sylvie because she was too good, and all she could do was watch Sylvie and gather as much fighting data from her. She added that she would just leave the fight to Sunraku, who was next, and Sylvie asked Towa if she thought the pipe she was holding would do anything against her. According to Towa, if she could get Katsuo to owe her a favor, then as she wished, she would get first-class sushi courtesy of Katsuo. Everyone was surprised about Towa's mention of first-class sushi, while Sunraku was laughing, seeming to understand what Towa said. Sunraku realized that was Towa's request to Katsuo, aka K, if she showed a good fight against Star Rain. Sunraku added that when it came to steak, he was a passionate man, and his services weren't cheap, which made Meg ask if Sunraku was already talking about the after-party. Towa said that in round 1, she couldn't build up her gauge much, but it was finally enough for one wake-up clown attack that she used immediately. She said deploying it in a tight room closed off Sylvie's escape routes, and there was no safe spot because there were only 4 walls and a bomb, so she asked if Sylvie thought she could dodge that. Towa's wake-up clown exploded, and Sylvie seemed to laugh a little, because it turned out she could dodge every mini-clown bomb. Sylvie was laughing hard at what happened, so she challenged Towa to send 2 or 3 more her way, and the people looked amazed, seemingly unable to believe Sylvie's movements. Towa noticed Sylvie was tailing her, and she was shocked because Sylvie hadn't taken any damage from her attack, making her wonder what kind of reflexes Sylvie had. Sylvie replied that Towa had lured her into close-range indoor combat and tried to distract her with weird nonsense talk, and even launched super finishers with no safe zones. She thought it was a clean strategy, but it wouldn't work against her, and she said she wouldn't do it because it was boring, but she could kick a wall down and leave anytime. And while saying this, she kicked Towa toward a wall. Towa replied that she had aimed for all of that, and in her mind, the sushi thing she mentioned wasn't a strategy because she was just hungry. She added that she wanted to go out with a bang like a villain should. So she asked if Sylvie wanted to help her, but Sylvie apologized because her gauge wasn't full enough yet and kicked Towa with tremendous force out of the building, while saying, "Make do with that," causing the people to cheer. Towa said that while it wasn't perfect, she thought she did her job well. And that meant after this event, she would eat the most expensive sushi available. Sylvie said that other pro gamers like to use villains for the audience, so she had no idea why Towa's parting words were about sushi, but as a villain, Towa wasn't too bad. Sasahara said the fight was over, and Sylvie won within 2 rounds. The people were delighted with Sylvie's victory, and someone said Sylvie rocked, while another said she was an unbeatable champ. Sasahara pointed out that the crowd is roaring now, and they should give their exciting competitors a big round of applause. Sunraku asked Towa why she assumed she would get sushi after that performance, because he thought she didn't deserve it. He said Towa's entire fight finished within 10 minutes, and she came back happy with herself, probably forgetting her mission. Towa replied that Sunraku was being grumpy whenever she returned to the bench, and she had stalled for 10 minutes on the mic before the fight, so it evened out, making Sunraku say her logic was insane. She added that she tried putting on a strong face, but in truth, she was a bit frustrated deep inside, which made the two look puzzled. Towa explained that Sylvie didn't need a super finisher to defeat her, so she called her a monster, and she was like Weatherman with additional 100 agility points, making Sunraku ask if it was like a fighter jet. Towa asked if Sunraku would be okay against Sylvie, since he had probably watched their fight, and Sunraku answered yes, saying he had something ready to tap when he got ahead, while watching Towa fight Sylvie, but truthfully, he was conflicted, which made Meg and To wonder what he meant. Sunraku said their goal there was to ensure Kyuomi could fight Sylvia Goldberg. He added that he would get to fight the #1 player in the US, but he was forced to lose from the get-go. The intermission was ending, and the next match was about to begin. So Sasahara asked the Nitro squad if Kei had returned from the bathroom, and Towa replied that he hadn't because it was a war inside his stomach, and his medic had been shot, so it was a tough fight. Sasahara said they would have to forfeit if Kei wasn't there when his turn came, so the Nitro squad should keep that in mind. Meg asked if they would be okay, and Sunraku answered that he didn't know, but it somewhat depended on Katsuo. They just needed to do their job there, and Sasahara announced that the exhibition match was returning, and it was time for the next round. Meg asked Towa if she thought Sunraku was still a bit angry, and Towa answered yes. She explained she was sure Sunraku was thinking about something now that he had seen Sylvie in real life, and she called out to Sunraku, calling him by his event name, No Face. She told him she was sure he knew it already, but sometimes stalling for time can be tougher than winning, and as far as she was concerned, only Sunraku could stall against a boss-class foe like Sylvie. Sunraku said if it worked, he would get steak, and Towa asked herself why she relied on Sunraku whenever she was in trouble, and she suddenly remembered she had mentioned his name. Sasahara said that Sylvie of Star Rain had shown unstoppable dominance from the last round, and her next opponent would be No Face from the Nitro squad. Sylvie and Sunraku faced each other, and Sylvie asked if Sunraku needed to buy time, which seemed to surprise him. Sunraku replied that if Sylvie had figured it out, there was no point hiding it, and he apologized because he really didn't know when Kei would show up, but for now, Sylvie would have to make do with him instead. The audience was surprised that another mystery cosplayer would be playing, and according to one person, the first cosplayer had put up a fight. So what would No Face do? And someone answered that he probably wouldn't stand a chance against Sylvie. Sasahara told the players to choose their characters, and Sunraku thought about what was told to him. You know you cut it as a gamer when you land a hit on Sylvie playing as Medius. Kei had told him that, and Kei said it was the common saying often heard in the pro gaming scene. He added that even pros had difficulty catching Sylvie's Medius, and the ground, walls, and even ceilings were pathways for that meteor. Because of this, Sunraku asked if not many pros could keep up with Sylvie's speed, and Kei replied that many gamers researched Sylvie, and they exchanged notes and stuff to try to break Sylvie's unbeaten streak. And their collective conclusion was that if they couldn't keep up with Sylvie, they just needed to fight back. In other words, the best bet against Sylvie was to choose Armed Lava, the most counter-oriented character, because it had good defense and damage over time moves. Sunraku realized this made sense, and from what he saw of Sylvie's fighting today, it showed him all over again how skilled Sylvie was. So there was one character he needed to choose. Sasahara said that Sylvie would use Medius again, and when she announced who No Face would use, everyone seemed surprised. Sunraku chose Cursed Prison, and Towa said she thought that's what Sunraku would choose. According to Ayato, Sunraku's choice of Cursed Prison was surprising, and Sasahara said that in the original comic, wasn't Cursed Prison the main nemesis of Medius, so maybe they would see an exciting retelling of the story. Ayato explained that Cursed Prison was one of the slowest characters, but he was a power type with some of the best single-shot force in the entire roster. So Sasahara said his skill set was the exact opposite of Medius. Ayato said that looking at previous games in the series, Cursed Prison always had a disadvantage against Medius because of his slowness, so Sasahara asked why Sunraku chose him. Ayato added that wasn't the problem there, and Sylvie said that she is to assume that Sunraku was just playing around, to which Sunraku replied that he was serious. He said he also knew the taboo with Sylvie, and that any stupid person who chose Cursed Prison when fighting against Sylvie using Medius would get beaten up, so what he was saying was for Sylvie to give it everything she had, and he even called her a piece of crap. Lucas and Johnson seemed to be grinning at what they heard, and Sasahara was shocked, while Meg and Towa looked nervous. Sylvie laughed at Sunraku and said Kei's friends were really crazy, but she was somewhat motivated now, so if Sunraku wanted a fight, that's what she would give him, with a tip included. The fight between Sylvie and Sunraku was about to begin, and Sasahara said sparks were already flying before the match even started, and everyone was staring at No Face, wondering what he would bring to them, and what kind of fight they would see from him. She marked the beginning of round 1, and Sunraku immediately jumped and destroyed a garbage truck. The NPCs screamed because of the explosion, and they wondered what had happened. Sunraku then reflected on Toha's words about how he and Sylvie were similar, and it looked like he had used a skill on the garbage truck he destroyed. Sunraku explained that when Sylvie was attacked by her opponent, she would go all out to handle the opponent, instead of taking a logical approach, and she used instinct more than strategy. While Sunraku was doing something with his skills, he said that like him, Sylvie's skill was proportional to how invested she was in what she was doing. He added that the caffeine hadn't fully taken effect yet, but it seemed he wanted to try something, and he said if he wasn't really going to fight the best player in America, then why was he wearing that costume? He said Cursed Prison was there to raise the excitement of that fight, so Sylvia Goldberg should get ready. Johnson said he didn't expect anyone would choose a character as slow as Cursed Prison against Sylvie's Medius, and Lucas said Sunraku must be either real confident or an idiot. Sasahara said Sunraku was creating chaos, and he destroyed a truck and absorbed its metal, including the Gatling gun inside it. Ayato commented that that truck was placed at the starting point when a player chose Cursed Prison, and it always contained a weapon. He explained that Cursed Prison could absorb things he destroyed and use them as armor and weapons to fight with, and there was a limit to the weight and number of things he could carry, but absorbing things like engines could boost his stats and could even raise that upper limit. Inside the game, Sunraku said Sylvie should try to block him as he went all out to stall for time, and they should watch Sylvie do that. At that moment, Sylvia found Sunraku, who said it was time for a barrage, so they should see who the number 1 player was. Sylvie dodged the bullets from Sunraku's shooting, and Sasahara was reporting this to the audience, asking if it was possible to land an attack on Medius. Towa said Sylvie was using her footholds to pinball around so she could move quickly, but Sylvie was adjusting her speed to make her fine-tuned dodge moves look easy. Meg was impressed by Sylvie's situational awareness, and Sunraku said if that was all Sylvie's speed had, he could compensate, and he shot Sylvie's next foothold. The pole that Sylvie was supposed to land on was cut, which alerted her, and Meg said Sylvie's foothold was taken out, but she could still hop on the ground. According to Sunraku, Sylvie was choosing the best possible foothold, and now she was a bit off-kilter, so she shouldn't believe he would miss. Sylvie seemed to laugh at Sunraku, and she used the Star Road skill, which surprised Sunraku, and Sasahara said Sylvie was dodging in midair using the Star Road skill. Sylvie kicked the Gatling gun Sunraku was holding, and she said, "Not bad," and that Sunraku was more than just a big mouth, to which he thanked her. Sunraku swung his Gatling gun to distance Sylvie, and said she had destroyed his Gatling gun, but that was just the beginning. Then, Sylvie attacked Sunraku, causing some of his weapons and armor to fly off, and his health decreased slightly, so Sasahara said Sylvie was making it a close-range fight and Sunraku couldn't escape her combos. However, it wasn't as painful as it looked, and according to Ayato, Cursed Prison had a lot of stamina. He also had absorbed armor, and Medius's offensive force wasn't that strong. Johnson said that was only half of the story, because No Face's dealing with Sylvie's attacks was precise even though Cursed Prison was slow. Lucas said Sunraku was better than he expected, but it wasn't enough to defeat Sylvie. Sasahara said No Face was holding out, but he was on the ropes and Sylvie had a full health gauge. She added that striking Sylvie was a challenge, and Sunraku thought Towa was right that Sylvie was like a weatherman with an additional 100 agility points, and his absorbed armor was being quickly torn off. So he thought he needed to destroy something to boost his armor, or he would lose. So he would do that even if he has to force it, and as he was saying that, he launched an attack that destroyed a vehicle. Then, he used his skill again to gather and absorb the scattered pieces. Sunraku seemed to be taunting when he asked Sylvie, "How you like that?" saying his armor was back and he would still fight. Sylvie replied that Sunraku was easier to hit because of the metal he had absorbed, and Towa said Sunraku's strategy was working so far, and between Cursed Prison's armor and Sunraku's parrying, he had managed to stall for quite a while. Meg said it was amazing because this was against Sylvie, and even if Sunraku wouldn't win the round, he could still run out the clock. Towa replied that he might, and if anything bad happened, she was sure it would all be Sunraku's doing. On the other side, Sunraku was really struggling because he was being treated like a punching bag and his health was getting low, but in terms of completing his goal, he couldn't complain. He said he would hold out until the end, and when Sylvie was about to kick him, he thought he could attack her from that position, but she would surely counter him after that, and if he got hit, he would lose. If he wanted to stall for longer, he needed to prepare for a chase, so he fell back and stayed alert. Sylvie suddenly stopped at Sunraku's backward jump, looking surprised because she wasn't attacking. She said Sunraku had asked her to give it her all, so she asked where his passion was, because in the end, all Sunraku was doing was retreating and fending her off. Sunraku was just wasting time with no intention to win, and she was getting bored fighting him. She explained that she played games to have fun, and besides that, if she begged the staff, they might delay the fight a bit until Kei showed up. At that moment, Sunraku prepared to take Sylvie's attack, which surprised his teammates because he wasn't moving. Sylvie kicked Sunraku in the face, shattering his armor into pieces, and she told Sunraku to feel free to leave anytime. Sasahara announced Sylvie's knockout of Sunraku, saying that Sylvie had completely dominated the first round, and the Nitro squad seemed in disbelief while Star Rain was smiling. Sasahara added that No Face, aka Sunraku, hadn't put up much of a fight in the final stages of that round, but she was told his gaming chair was working fine. The next round was about to begin, and Sunraku seemed deep in thought, while Sasahara was telling Ayato wasn't Sylvie truly amazing. She said even she could say that No Name and No Face were more than able to hold their own on a professional stage, but they should look at what happened. Neither of them could land a hit on Sylvie, and Ayato said that was a monumental task even for an average pro gamer. He also said that Sylvie was so strong that people said if anyone could land a hit on her, they were a full-fledged pro gamer. He added as much offensive force as Cursed Prison has, he can deal serious damage if he lands a hit, but that was a tall order against Sylvie, and he thought only Kei among the Nitro squad members could give Sylvie a run for her money. Meg still couldn't believe what happened and what she heard, so she asked Towa if she thought Sunraku's confidence was destroyed because of the difference in ability between him and Sylvie. On the other hand, Sunraku was thinking about what Sylvie said about playing games to have fun, so he wondered if he was a boring opponent. Because of this, he realized he was the only one who got excitement from their fight. However, he thought that wasn't true, because he was just amping himself up, so he forced it. He added that he could twist things the way he wanted, but all he did was troll the unbeatable champion with no intention of winning. Sunraku destroyed the truck at the spawn point again, and according to him, he quit SLF and took the train to the event. He drilled himself in this game system from scratch and even dressed up for this fight, but in the end, he became nothing more but an undercard, killing some time until Katso shows up. He added that Sylvie looked let down when she saw him, and she was beating him up in front of the whole world. Inside the game, the police were calling for backup because they had spotted the villain, and someone ordered them to protect the citizens until the hero appeared, because the villain had a Gatling gun. Sunraku was getting annoyed, and he asked his character if that's what it thought too, because it's nemesis and people were saying he was mismatched against the hero. Then, Sunraka laughed and told them to stop messing with him, which seemed to surprise everyone. He asked if that's what he wanted and answered himself no, while throwing the Gatling gun at the police. The police and their equipment were thrown back because of Sunraka's Gatling gun, and he said he wasn't a patsy and wasn't there to buy time for others. He said eating steak on someone else's tab didn't matter anymore, so he apologized to Katsuo because he was there to win and enjoy doing it, and he absorbed the police vehicles. Sasahara said No Face clearly hadn't given up yet, and he had taken the police bikes and prepared to fight. Towa thought about what Meg mentioned about the difference in ability and called out to Meg. She asked her if she knew the battle record between Sunraku and Katsuo. And Meg replied wasn't it that K won 6 or 7 matches out of their 10 fights. Towa said she was sure that was the overall record, but the first time someone plays against Sunraku, completely new to his style, that's when Sunraku wins majority of the time. Sylvie went, wow, and complimented Sunraku's suit of armor, then kicked him while saying Sunraku was still trying to fight after all. Sylvie repeatedly kicked Sunraku, saying it was the same every time. Sunraku asked if Sylvie thought she could keep kicking him as much as she wanted. So he told her to knock it the hell off and tried to attack her, so Sylvie realized it was the same approach as last time. She added that at Sunraku's skill level, choosing Cursed Prison was wrong, and if Sunraku had no more surprises for her, she would just end the fight, so she used her Star Road skill. Sunraku asked if that was all Sylvie thought of him, so he would show her what he would do when he turns it up a gear. Then he used the wheels of the vehicles he had absorbed to escape, and Sasahara said Sunraku was moving, using the motorbikes, so Sylvie said that was too bad, because even now, Sunraku was just dodging and buying time. Sylvie attacked Sunraku again, and as she did, she explained that intercepting Medius's hyper-fast attacks couldn't be done by fighting normally. Sunraku's only chance was this one single moment when Medius goes from attacking back to his normal stance. And it wasn't realistic to aim for that tiny hole, especially if the person trying was a newbie cosplayer with no record. So Sunraku shouldn't have that idea in his mind. But while she was thinking about that, Sunraku suddenly grabbed her leg, which surprised her as he grabbed her when her kick was at its commit point. She wondered what Sunraku was trying to do, with his stance still off balance, and there was supposedly no way Cursed Prison could launch a decent attack from that position. She said she could struggle a bit and quickly shake off Sunraku. At that moment, Sunraku caught himself using the police bike he had absorbed, which surprised Sylvie, and Sunraku said apparently he would be decent if he hit Sylvie once. But why would he let himself be held back by such a puny standard? He said he was there to do one thing, and that was to kick Sylvie's ass, whom he hit in the side with his absorbed vehicle. Sylvie was stunned by that attack, and Sasahara, Ayato, and Star Rain couldn't believe it either. Meg was also surprised, and Towa said what worried her wasn't whether they stopped buying time, because if Sunraku revved up, it might just happen. Sunraku might be the one to give Sylvie her first defeat. Sylvie was thrown into a building from Sunraku's attack, as he seemed to taunt that she probably felt that attack, and it showed that Sylvie's health bar had decreased slightly. Sasahara said that at long last, Sunraku's attack had landed, and it was a critical hit if she ever saw one. People were impressed by what Sunraku did, and someone said that killer attack was awesome, and that it was the first attack to hit Sylvie all day. On the other hand, Meg was overjoyed because Sunraku's attack landed and the damage it dealt, and Towa said the firecracker is lit now. Lucas was also surprised, and Johnson said that wasn't too bad, because Sunraku was able to make Sylvie eat it in his first fight with her. Because of what happened, Sylvie wondered if she was unguarded, or if she had made a poor decision. She wouldn't accept that situation, and said she rarely saw players who could do that. She added that if she had misjudged anything there, it was Sunraku's talent in this game. But she suddenly became startled because Sunraku was no longer in the position where she last saw him. Then, Sunraku suddenly appeared from beneath Sylvie, and he destroyed the floor she was standing on. Sunraku was laughing continuously, and he said he knew that was a shock for Sylvie, but someone as fast as her couldn't just stand there carelessly. He said he was Cursed Prison, the high mobility version, and even though he's still not as fast as her, it didn't matter. Sylvie said Sunraku was riding high at that moment, but he was relying too much on momentum, so she kicked him hard in the face. She reminded Sunraku that she was at home in the air, and Sunraku asked if Sylvie thought he wasn't aware of that, while doing a spinning move and throwing something at her. Sylvie asked if Sunraku was throwing cannonballs at her after a spear, and she told him to throw whatever he wanted because it was all the same to her. However, she was surprised by what Sunraku threw next, and she seemed to have difficulty avoiding the police bike, which hit her leg. Sylvie couldn't believe that Sunraku was throwing a police bike, his armor, at her, and Sunraku said he had 2 hands. So didn't Sylvie expect he would throw 2 things? And he wasn't done yet, so he used his boosters to charge at her. Sunraku's impact hit Sylvie's medius with full force, causing them to crash inside a building. He laughed at Sylvie and asked her how his move was, while Sasahara was reporting that it was an intense tackle, and there were no signs of Sunraku's barrage stopping. Sylvie was surprised that Sunraku predicted where she would dodge, and she knew that feeling, so she understood what was happening. She said Sunraku was like her, the type who forces their rhythm on their opponent. Sunraku said it took her long enough to notice, and he ain't the guy he was just now, while mockingly calling her the number 1 in America. Meg asked if it was just her, or was Sunraku hitting Sylvie more frequently, and Towa said most pro gamers use a counter-oriented approach against Sylvie, but the thing is, Sylvie could change her rhythm like a gear shifter in any situation, and that flexibility and explosiveness were the strong traits of America's number 1 player. She added that if you aim to counter, Sylvie would just change her rhythm, and her opponent would be in her grasp. What's needed is to make the first move and land the counter. But when you go first, you give your opponent a choice, so you need to make sure to land the counter, using the rhythm you bring to the fight, not the rhythm Sylvie creates. Then, once you've made your decision, you should take Sylvie's rhythm from her. So Meg asked if Towa could do that against Sylvie, and Towa replied no because she would get dizzy. She added that against someone as fast as Sylvie, you need to strike both first and last, and it's exactly the kind of impossibly difficult game that Sunraku loves. For Sunraku, she said, the opponent's rhythm didn't matter, because he would just drown out the drumbeat with all the explosions. Let's go back to Sasahara, who was saying that Sunraku was on the warpath, and he was a whole different player from round 1, with consecutive killer attacks. Ayato said Sylvie was landing more hits at that time, but she was fighting against a character with much more potential damage than her character. People seemed very impressed with what they were watching, and they thought that Sunraku might be able to defeat Sylvie. Star Rain had the same reaction, and Lucas said he hadn't expected this to happen to Sylvie, and according to Johnson, he didn't know any gamers who moved like Sunraku. As for Sylvie, she had no idea there was another player like Sunraku, who seemed delighted with what he was doing, and he said the caffeine had taken effect. Sunraku tried something, which was the ear canal kick, that sent Sylvie flying, so he laughed at her, and taunted by asking, "What's wrong?" saying he would win a round against Sylvie if this continued. Sylvie seemed to have difficulty speaking after that, so Sunraku wondered what she was saying, and Sylvie said Sunraku's cursed prison was incredibly amazing. She stood there as if challenging Sunraku to attack again, and everyone seemed very surprised, while Sunraku was thanking her. Sylvie thought to herself that she hadn't felt this electrifying tension, where death could come with any move, in ages. Then, she told Sunraku she was taking back what she said in round 1, because fighting Sunraku was exciting her, and maybe that was the reason why she wanted to test Sunraku a little. Testing to find out if this was the cursed prison player she had been waiting for. And while Sylvie was saying this, Sunraku was wondering what she meant by testing him. Sylvie added that after she finished speaking, she would charge straight at Sunraku, so he should try to land an attack on her. Everyone seemed surprised by what Sylvie said to Sunraku, and Sasahara said she wasn't sure what that was about. According to Johnson, Sylvie hadn't expected this level of opponent, so she was getting excited. Towa said that Sylvie was offering Sunraku a duel, where they could both lose from a single hit, and Meg said if they lost this round, Sylvie would win, so they didn't need to take that bait because it was dangerous. Inside the game world, Sylvie said she was coming for Sunraku, and Towa said that normally, they shouldn't take the bait, but at this moment, Sunraku was too emotionally involved, and it was just ridiculous. Sunraku was laughing as he charged forward too, saying this was awesome because it was a personal challenge from the best in the USA. He didn't want to accept Sylvie's offer as is, but it was perfect to show who was really the best. He said Sylvie's record might be perfect, but at that moment, he would stop her in her tracks and blast her to bits, so Sylvia Goldberg should prepare for him. Sylvie was delighted with Sunraka's response to her challenge, so she sped up her running, and Sasahara said with each step, Sylvie was getting faster, and her velocity was insane. According to Sylvie, she had fought many cursed prison players, and some of them were good, but they all lacked something. The type of opponent she was looking for was more than just a strong player, and it needed to be someone she wanted to defeat, someone worthy of bringing out Medius's full roaring skill. She said she wanted the real cursed prison, so Sunraku should show it to her. Sunraku replied that he didn't know if Sylvie thought she was the real Medius, but he would show her that she was just a person in a costume. He said if he wanted an attack that would stop a speedster, then cursed prison's slow-motion punches just wouldn't cut it. So he would use the rotational force in his legs to boost his speed to the max. After that, it would come down to timing. So he told himself to think about his experiences in mastering the worst games, and above all, to think about the golden moment when he conquered Weatherman's Tensei attack and how that felt. While he was saying this, he was preparing to attack, and Sylvie was getting closer and closer to him. Before long, the two clashed as Sunraku slammed a police vehicle on the charging Medius. However, Medius still managed to get to the other side seemingly unharmed. Everyone was surprised by the clash they watched between the two intense gamers, and Sasahara said Sylvie went under Sunraku's legs. Sylvie exclaimed, "Amazing," at what happened, and she said Sunraku's cursed prison could attack so quickly even though it was full of armor, and its timing and positioning were perfect. It is then revealed that she didn't actually dodge it fully, since her HP is now emptied. She conceded and said that this rounds her gift to Sunraku, as Cursed Prison was being announced as the winner. People seemed unable to believe that Sunraku had defeated Sylvie, and they cheered because of what happened. Sasahara said it was a miracle that Sylvie was knocked out, and Ayato said few gamers had ever won a round against Sylvie, so this was really shocking to see. Sylvie's teammates were also surprised, and according to Lucas, Sylvie was still goofing around even in this situation, but Johnson didn't agree with him, because he thought Sylvie was serious, and it had been a long time since he had seen her this happy. On the other hand, Meg was overjoyed and couldn't believe that Sunraku had won a round against Sylvie, so Towa was trying to calm her down. Sunraku seemed unable to believe that Sylvie had nutmegged him from his position earlier, and she had actually slipped through between his wheels, so he wondered if it was really a human brain controlling Medius in that fight. Because of this, he realized that like him, Sylvie was the type who performed better based on how much she cared. And he also thought about Sylvie saying she was excited fighting him, which made him laugh. He said he wanted to say the same thing to Sylvia Goldberg, and on the other side, Sylvie was thinking if she had aimed to attack instead of dodge, would it have worked for her? She began to laugh and said that she never expected this kind of encounter, but added that she's so glad that she was battling Sunraku's cursed prison. Sylvie said only one round remained, and Sunraku replied there was no reason for them to hold back anymore. He said they should both fight using all the intensity they had. Round 3 began, and Sasahara said that Sunraku hadn't just landed an attack on Sylvie, he even managed to take a round from her. The score was 1-1, so whoever won round 3 would win the match. Sasahara asked if the dominant champion would win, or will it go to the dark horse, which is no face, and Sylvie replied that in the end, the hero always wins. Then, she challenged Cursed Prison, her fated nemesis, to decide who would win once and for all. Sunraku was causing chaos again, and a soldier said they couldn't stop him, so his companions said they should get the citizens to safety. Sunraku seemed to be trying something, and he thought it would work. At that moment, there was a news chopper flying above the buildings, and the news reporter said Cursed Prison was laying waste to the city, causing people to run, and the pilot pointed something out to her. We then see what the pilot was referring to, and it's Medius speeding through the city, by jumping from building to building, and Sunraku said it was time Sylvie showed up, and she shouldn't expect what happened in the comics to happen to them. On the other hand, Sylvie couldn't believe Sunraku was using the pathetic weapon Gatling gun against her again, and at that moment, she suddenly heard screams from the chopper because Sunraku had shot it, calling Sylvie a dumbass because she wasn't the target, so she should help those in the chopper. Sylvie was delighted by this, and said Sunraku was really becoming like Cursed Prison, but he needed to try harder, and she used Star Road to save those in the chopper. Then she asked Sunraku if he shouldn't act more arrogant. So Sunraku asked if he should just follow the plot, when he didn't care about it, because after all, this was supposed to be a game. He said he would beat up Sylvie in whatever way he wanted, and Sylvie realized Sunraku was going for the chopper, so she asked if he was going to armor up. Sunraku told Sylvie to stop disrupting him because he had a transformation sequence he needed to go through. While saying this, he attacked Sylvie, who dodged. So he realized that with just a slight shift, Sylvie could dodge immediately, and that wasn't all. From dodging his attack, Sylvie went straight into an attacking motion, but he said that was too slow, and he understood her moves now so he wouldn't give in, and it was nice of Sylvie to reveal that for him. So that was offense and defense all in one. And that was okay with him because he had done something against it. Sylvie was surprised that Sunraku deflected her attack, but she could recover from there and create distance using Star Road. Sunraku said he would borrow a skill from a friend of his, and that was Weatherman's skill. Sylvie was surprised by what Sunraku did, because he was still spinning quickly, but he suddenly caught her. And it looked like Sunraku would slam Sylvie into the crash chopper, while saying she should check out his title rush. Everyone was surprised by Sunraku's throw move, and Sasahara said it happened too fast for her to follow, but did Sunraku grab Sylvie and slam dunk himself into the crashed helicopter? Meg was impressed by what she saw, and she said she had never seen such a fast grab move. But where did the title rush come from? Towa seemed surprised by Meg's question, and she said she was sure Sunraku got it on the top of his head. However, in her mind, she said Sunraku tried to recreate one of Weatherman's moves in that situation, and he even added a spinning motion with a grab, so what could she say? Sylvie said Sunraku was amazing, and at that moment, things like pillars fell behind Sylvie. Sylvie noticed that Sunraku was going wild, and she thought she had been looking for this for a long time since people called her the real Medius, and heroes couldn't exist in a total vacuum by themselves. They needed an opponent, and only when there was a villain could there be a hero, and Sunraku said he had gotten what he wanted. So Sylvie should say hello to his main weapon. Sasahara said Sunraku was exploring new ground, and he hadn't just used the chopper as armor, because he used part of the rotor as a sword. Ayato said that part was indeed called a rotor blade, and Sylvie thanked Sunraku that they had met, because she had also found what she was looking for. She said she would prove she was the real Medius when she defeated the real cursed prison, who was Sunraku, and only then would she truly shine like a shooting star. Sunraku seemed surprised that Sylvie called him the real cursed prison, and he told her not to treat him as her idealized villain or whatever, but Sylvia Goldberg should wait because he had something else he wanted to show her. He said this was the type of cursed prison that neither Sylvie nor anyone else had ever seen. Let's turn to the Ruins Warhound's 6th championship venue, where the shoutcaster was announcing what had been decided. The world champion of Ruins Warhound 6, from Japan, the Bullet Company team. They had made an incredible storybook comeback in the middle of the fight to win. So Kei's teammates were overjoyed, and someone even said his diversion was perfect. However, Kei was already running away, so one of his teammates asked where he was going because there was still an award ceremony, but Kei replied that they already knew he shouldn't attend that, and he had something else he needed to do, so he's leaving. While running away, Kei thought about how many minutes it would take if he ran to the Galaxia Heroes Chaos stage, and whether he would make it since he still needed to change clothes. He was also watching the GGC exhibition match livestream, and wondered what was happening in the fight. He was surprised it was already round 3, so he said he needed to hurry, but suddenly he realized something because it was round 3, and he hoped they weren't telling him that Sunraku had won a round against Sylvie. In the next scene, we return to the GGC event, and Sasahara said Sunraku wasn't relenting one bit, because he had taken one of the rotors from the crashed helicopter to use as a sword. Sunraku said he was more used to fighting like this, instead of just banging around with his fists. Sunraku taunted Sylvie, saying he was charging with full power, but Sylvie was so fast she could dodge, and she even managed to jump on Sunraku's sword. Sylvie said it was a pretty neat change of clothing to use the samurai approach, but it wouldn't be enough, because full power was a given for her. She said she wanted to see serious effort, so that's what Sunraku should show her. While saying this, she kicked away one of Sunraku's blades, and she said she was still in this. Then, she went for one of Sunraku's motorbike parts, which made Sunraku worry because Sylvie had removed one of his wheels. Sunraku said it was difficult to move with just one wheel, so if that was the case, Sylvie should take his other wheel too, which he threw toward her. Sylvie replied, "No thank you," and attacked herself, which annoyed Sunraku because of her extreme speed. Sunraku thought that Sylvie had probably gotten used to how he moved, and even if he surprised her, he couldn't land a hit in this state. So Sylvie was taunting him because he had no mobility left. Sylvie asked what Sunraku was going to do next, as he was doing something with his armor, which seemed to surprise her. Sunraku said he wasn't an old-time samurai because he was a sleek modern robo-samurai, and he would show Sylvie what he had. Sasahara said she didn't understand what stance Sunraku was making, and Meg seemed surprised too, while Towa looked worried. Sunraku told Sylvie to check out his cursed prison-style take on the wind slash, and Sylvie thought she couldn't dodge it. Sylvie tried to block it using the armor on her arms and legs, causing Sunraku's blade to explode and shatter into pieces, which surprised him because Sylvie had read where his blade was going. Sylvie laughed at what happened, but said if that was all Sunraku had, he couldn't stop Medius. Sunraku grabbed another blade and told Sylvie to say what she wanted to say, but she should wait until his character fillets her ass with his blade. The gauge of both players was full from their fighting, so Sasahara announced this to the audience, and Meg said they could both launch their super finisher anytime. Towa agreed, but said if they were both at 30% health, whoever landed their super finisher first would win. Sunraku thought that if he made an all-out strike, he might outlast Sylvie, but the same was true for his opponent. He explained that Medius's super finisher would home in on its target, and if Sylvie launched it while he was off balance from an attack, it would be impossible to dodge. He considered whether he should attack first, but it was difficult to control Cursed Prison's super finisher, because if the timing was wrong, victory would slip away. At that moment, Sylvie kicked Sunraku, and she said he was wide open, making Sunraku panic because he had flinched, and he said he was being too careful for his own good. Sylvie said it was incredibly fun fighting Sunraku's cursed prison, and she moved back a bit, but said it was time for the hero to win. Sasahara said Medius was using her super finisher, so Sunraku thought he had lost, but realized his remaining armor had done its job because he had only flinched briefly. Sunraku told Sylvie it was a bad idea what she did, because she rushed the super finisher, so if he could just trigger Cursed Prison's finisher, he could avoid Sylvie's attack barely. But when he was about to use it, he heard a child crying and looking for their mother. Sunraku seemed to feel sorry for the child, so he asked himself what he was thinking, because there was no merit in it, and he was a villain, and the child was just an NPC. However, he thought that a mole was also an NPC, so he wanted to help the child, and he said this was the stupidest thing ever, and it was Pensilgan's fault. He added that if he just left the child there, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night, and Sylvie launched her super finisher, the Mattia Strike. Everyone was surprised that Sunraku didn't dodge Sylvie's attack, and Meg and Towa had the same reaction. Sunraku didn't want to escape yet because he knew he could do what he wanted, and he just needed to get the timing right. Then he threw the blades he was holding towards Sylvie. The blades hit Sylvie, who was surprised by what Sunraku did, and Sasahara seemed impressed by Sunraku's move, because he threw his weapon into Sylvie's super finisher, so she asked what that was for. Ayato had the same reaction, saying what Sunraku tried at the climax was risky, so Sasahara asked him for insight about what happened. Ayato explained that the Mattia strike released all of its stored energy into its target, causing an explosion from inside the target. He added that for the game, a strike was physical contact with another object, so what they were seeing No Face do was taking the shield he was building, continuously adding layers, and throwing them in front of him. Sylvie said it was impossible that Sunraku had done that, saying there was no way that was enough for Sunraku to hold out. According to Meg, with Sunraku's health like that, whatever he was doing wouldn't work, and everyone looked completely shocked at what they were seeing. Sunraku said it might be impossible for others, but not for him, and not for the Great Cursed Prison. He told Sylvie to give him any hero power she wanted, because he would return it all, and he had everything he needed. In the next scene, a huge explosion occurred because of Sylvie's media super finisher, shattering glass and scattering it everywhere. At that moment, while Sylvie was landing, she saw a child who was still crying but suddenly stopped, surprised by what they saw. The little girl realized that Cursed Prison was protecting her from the falling glass, and he told her to move aside because she's in the way. Sylvie couldn't believe that Sunraku had barely survived, who was laughing because he said he had already told Sylvie that cursed prison could survive it. Sasahara said they were impressed by Sunraku again, because he had taken the meteor's strike head-on and survived after that, leaving everyone stunned. Back inside the game, the crying child left, still looking for her mother, and Sylvie seemed to notice something. Then, she asked Sunraku if the NPC was the reason why he didn't dodge, even though he called himself a villain. Sunraku replied that Sylvie, who was a hero, didn't help, so it looked like the stars had fallen really far. Sylvie laughed and mockingly thanked Sunraku, but she said she thought Cursed Prison was the type who didn't help anyone. Because of this, Sunraku said Sylvie was again pushing her pointless one-sided ideals, and this wasn't comics because it was a game, and this universe was completely different. He added that Sylvie had used her super finisher, and it'll now be his turn to launch his own. So Sunraku used his character's super finisher, called Prison Break. Many tendrils emerged from Cursed Prison's body because of the super finisher, and it seemed to be strengthening different parts of his body. Sasahara said Sylvie went first, and now it was Sunraku's turn to use his super finisher. Back to the fight, and many pieces from Sunraku's armor were falling off, and he asked Sylvie if she was ready to face the final climax. Sylvie replied to just bring it on, and if she was going to defeat Sunraku, she thought it would be meaningless unless she conquered Sunraku's super finisher, which had changed form and was called Prison Breaker. In the next scene, Kei arrived at the GGC exhibition match out of breath, and he saw Sunraku's character Cursed Prison in its Prison Break form. Sylvie said again that if she was going to defeat the real Cursed Prison, she needed to overcome Sunraku's super finisher, because if not, there was no point in what she was doing, and she charged towards Sunraku. Ayato said that Prison Break was Cursed Prison's super finisher, and when used, Cursed Prison emerges from his armor and temporarily regains his full powers, a stat booster in other words. Sasahara said so that was why it was called Prison Breaker, and Ayato replied that in that form, Cursed Prison was a completely different character, who was also charging in. Sylvie tried to kick Sunraku at the legs, but he dodged it, which surprised her. Then, Sunraku hit Sylvie extremely hard in the face, and he laughed, saying that this was probably the first time someone had outsped the Invincible Queen. Meg mentioned that Sunraku was so fast, and Sasahara said Cursed Prison had shed his armor and was fighting Sylvie with incredible speed, and according to Ayato, Prison Break only lasted 30 seconds, but its benefits were huge. He added that supposedly, almost all of Sunraku's stats were one level higher than Sylvie's, and at that moment, Sunraku was kicking Sylvie while telling her to hang on. He thought there were only 20 seconds left, so he asked Sylvie what's wrong, and if she was just going to hide like a puppy until time ran out. Sylvie replied, "Not bad," and said she was impressed by Sunraku's precision with Prison Breaker, so she asked if he was a speed-type player. At that moment, Sunraku attacked again, and Sylvie said she was just getting started. Sunraku even warned Sylvie about his attack, and said that Sylvie was getting faster, and that's what he wanted to see. Sylvie tried to kick Sunraku repeatedly, but because he was faster, he could just dodge her, and Sunraku said the caffeine was flowing through his veins and it's been heated to boiling point. Sylvie laughed, because she had never been this excited to see this form of Cursed Prison. In real life, people were cheering because of the intense fight between the two, and they could barely tell what was happening because of how fast both were moving. Ayato said one more hit and Sunraku would lose, and he was amazed that Sunraku kept charging in, looking for the smallest crack in Sylvie, so small that even she wouldn't notice. On the other hand, Sylvie seemed impressed that Sunraku was keeping up with what was happening, and as he continued his relentless attack, he told Sylvie to just die for him now. He knows he can take it, and he could continue until it became a hole he could gouge. Then, we are shown that Sylvie had very little health left, and Sunraku said he was in, and he could ride this to a knockout. Kei was completely shocked by what he was seeing, and people in the audience were saying Sylvie was about to lose. So Kei couldn't believe that Sunraku pushed America's #1 player that far, and he wondered if Sunraku would really defeat Sylvie. Back to their fight, and Sunraku said it was bad news for Sylvie because the fight was over. So Sylvie thought about whether the fight was really over for her, and if her Meteus was really defeated. Because of this, she told Sunraku that Cursed Prison wouldn't look down on her, which suddenly worried Sunraku, and Sylvie said the hero always wins, so she attacked. Because of what Sylvie did, her attack hit simultaneously with Sunraku's attack. Due to Sunraku and Sylvie's double kick attack, they both flew back, leaving their teammates and the shoutcaster stunned. At that moment, time ran out in the round, and Sunraku couldn't believe that Sylvie had found a way to attack, because he had cornered her perfectly. But was he being told that there was no way for him to defeat the almighty invincible pro gamer because she had KO'd him? Let's turn to Sylvie, where the joy was visible on her face because of their fight with Sunraku, and it showed us that she was also KO'd, and she said it was a double KO. A double KO pop-up appeared in front of Sunraku, which surprised him, and everyone else had the same reaction. Sasahara announced to everyone that it was indeed a double knockout, and said it was crazy, because both Sylvie and Sunraku were counted as knocked out. Then, she asked Ayato how they would score that round, and Ayato was about to answer. But we suddenly cut to Sunraku getting up from his gaming chair, thinking about why he got logged out. Besides that, he still couldn't believe what happened, and told himself not to say that both he and Sylvie lost because of the draw. Sunraku seemed to notice something at that moment, and it was the audience making noise because of what he did to Sylvie. Some were praising him, while others were saying Sylvie should have won, but overall, almost everyone was saying good things about Sunraku. However, Sunraku was asking them to be quiet, so Kei told him that people were cheering for him, so he should react a little. Sunraku was surprised that Katsuo, aka Kei, was there, and that he had returned from pooping in the bathroom, but Kei didn't get what he was saying. He also asked Kei if he had watched the fight, and Kei replied that he had watched Sunraku fighting desperately to win, while putting his arm around Sunraku's shoulders. Sunraku seemed annoyed at Kei's arm around him, so he pushed him away, saying Kei was the one who complicated things for them. Meg and Towa were delighted that Kei was there, because he was on time, and they could hear Sunraku and Kei arguing. Sasahara said that the last round ended in a double knockout, so the score between the two players was 2-2, and as a result, there would be an extra overtime round. However, before that, they needed a moment to discuss the rules of the overtime round, and they would be back. Ayato was thinking, and according to him, the players were probably exhausted from all the VR play after such an intense fight. So while Sasahara was talking to someone about the rules of the next round, he suggested giving them a longish break of 5 minutes, and Sasahara said that wasn't a problem. Then, Sasahara announced that the next round would take place in 5 minutes, so the players should use it as an opportunity to rest. Kei seemed surprised that there was overtime, and Sunraku said it looked that way, and he could still come back against Sylvie. Kei was about to say something about the next extra round, but at that moment, Sylvie stood up from her gaming chair, causing both of them to look at her. Sylvie immediately turned to Sunraku and said that he's amazing. Sunraku said he would just go back to the bench, but suddenly someone called him Pumpkinhead and gave him an energy drink. It was Kei who said it was backdraft from Riot Blood, and it was from the Japan market, but it was better than nothing. Sunraku realized there was a reason why Kei was giving him caffeine, and he asked if the drink wasn't for Kei, but Kei said no, because in the next round, he wanted to see Sunraku give everything he had. Sunraku, Meg, and Towa seemed surprised by what Kei said, and he explained that he was grateful they bought time for them, but after seeing a fight like that, he couldn't tell Sunraku to deliberately lose. Besides that, he said he knew who Sylvie wanted to fight at that moment, and Sunraku said if that was the case, he would give everything he had, while drinking the Riot Blood Kei gave him. At that moment, Sasahara and a cameraman approached him, and Sasahara asked if he had time for a few questions. Sunraku was surprised by the two approaching him, so he asked if it was an interview, and Meg interrupted, saying Sunraku was on break. So Sasahara apologized and said just 1 or 2 words would be okay. Sunraku thought about it and said the Riot Blood was really working, while Towa was turning on the light in his helmet. Sunraku tried to stop Towa, but she just laughed at him, and an audience member said Sunraku was lit up by the energy drink, so he really was a weirdo. Kei asked why Sunraku was doing product placement, and he should have just commented about the game, so Sunraku replied asking what Kei wanted, since he didn't have any comments. Sasahara noticed that Kei was there, so she said she was glad to see him, and asked if his stomach was better. Kei wondered why she asked that, and Towa told Sasahara not to worry about it anymore because Kei was back. Because of this, Kei asked what story they had told about him, and Sasahara said it was good that Kei had no more problems. Sunraku seemed annoyed with them, so he told them to be quiet, and Sylvie said their opponents were really rowdy. Shortly after, Sasahara announced they would begin again, and it was time for the extra round that would decide the fight between Sylvie and No Face. Sunraku said he had barely gotten any rest, and Kei told him to just do his best. Meg asked Kei if he was sure about what he told Sunraku, because he might really defeat Sylvie. Kei replied that if Sunraku did that, technically he would have won against Sylvie too, because he had a winning record against Sunraku, and it was almost the same thing. Towa said it wasn't like that, and Kei replied that he knew that, which made Meg laugh at his logic. However, Kei said he would like to think he knew both of them well, so he was somewhat sure that Sunraku couldn't defeat Sylvie at that moment, because being really good would never be enough to defeat Sylvie. Sasahara said it was overtime for Sylvie and No Name, so they should welcome both to the extra round. She explained that the extra round had special rules, and some of these included shrinking the battle area and shortening the round time to 5 minutes. Besides that, both of their gauges were full to the point where they could launch their super finishers. Sylvie said that at this moment, she was sure she would teach Sunraku a lesson he wouldn't forget. Sunraku replied, telling Sylvie not to say that because she would taste his Vorpal soul, so she should get ready. Then, Sunraku immediately used Cursed Prison's super finisher Prison Break, allowing him to match Sylvie's speed, and they bounced off buildings while fighting. Sasahara said that Sunraku had broken loose, because he immediately used his super finisher when he saw his opponent, but the two were too fast to commentate on. She added that it was obvious that neither cared about finding the cube, and this was all-out combat. Ayato said that Sunraku had 30 seconds in Prison Break mode, and he thought Sunraku wanted to take advantage of his lead in muscle. Besides that, he thought that for Sunraku, these 30 seconds mean everything. Sunraku said that when he was in Prison Breaker mode, he knew he beat Sylvie in stats, and he would beat her up while he could. He added that Sylvie wouldn't escape from him, and Sylvie was delighted because of this, as this was the fighting spirit she wanted, and she used the Star Road skill to get behind Sunraku. Sylvie was about to kick Sunraku, but he said he had already told her he was faster than her, and he dodged her kick. Sunraku laughed at Sylvie because she hadn't hit him, and Meg asked Kei what he meant by what he said earlier, about Sunraku being incapable of defeating Sylvie at this moment. Kei replied that he said that because Sunraku was about to reach his limit. In the next scene, Sunraku seemed surprised that only half of his prison break remained, so he thought he needed to hit home before time ran out. But at that moment, Sylvie tried to kick Sunraku, who thought to himself that Sylvie should just stay calm because Cursed Prison could dodge in this state. But unlike what he said, he couldn't dodge Sylvie's attack. Sunraku was surprised by this, and thought it wasn't possible, and that Sylvie had gotten faster. After that, Sylvie hit him with a combination of kicks, making him think what he thought wasn't right. And Sasahara said No Face was caught in one of Sylvie's combos, and Sunraku was losing stamina and precious prison break time. Because of this, Sunraku asked himself if his reaction time was fading on him. Then, Kei said Sunraku had fought Sylvie for 3 rounds, and worse, in the previous round, he had played Sylvie's high-speed game, so his mental fatigue was off the charts. By this time, Sunraku just hasn't kept enough of the focus he needs to compete against Sylvie in any way. As for Ayato, he said Sunraku really deserved praise for what he was doing, and most pro gamers would lose to Sylvie immediately before they even realized they were tired. If Sunraku had any chance to win, he said Sunraku really needed to win it back at the moment of the double knockout. Back inside the game, Sylvie was laughing at Sunraku, asking him what was wrong and where his arrogant boasting had gone. Sunraku replied that Sylvie should just be quiet, and asked since when did Medius talk during fights. Towa said they should look at Sylvie, who seemed to be having an easy time with the fight, and Kei said her greatest weapon wasn't how her battle technique improved alongside her intensity. He added that Sylvie's sense for battle wasn't the reason why people called her the real Medius, and what he feared was that no matter how difficult the fight or how long it lasted, Sylvie's performance never suffered. He said that was the sort of battle toughness that put Sylvie at the level of a monster. Sunraku was getting annoyed, and according to him, he had pushed his brain too hard in rounds 2 and 3, and his head's about to spew smoke. He also asked himself where his caffeine had gone, when he had just resupplied, so he realized he should have drunk the US version or nothing at all. Besides that, he also said that thinking was causing waves of stupor to strike him, so he told himself to focus because everything would come down to what he did, and he tried to punch Sylvie, but she dodged. Sylvie asked that at that moment, whose rhythm does he think they were fighting with? And she kicked Sunraku hard in the face, making him say, "God damn it." Meg said what Sunraku was doing wouldn't work, and simple attacks weren't enough against Sylvie's sense of rhythm. According to Lucas, that'll about do it, and Johnson agreed, saying Sunraku had no focus left to make a plan, or time to execute it because his prison break time was up, so everyone was worried for him. Sunraku went, "Wow," saying so this was the absolute champion, Sylvia Goldberg, and asked if she was seriously that much of a total monster. Sylvie said she was happy they had met and thanked him for everything, and said she would end this fight with a super finisher. However, Sunraku grinned, which alarmed Sylvie, and Sunraku asked what end of this was Sylvie talking about, and what kind of stupid talk was that. He said Sylvie's media should watch out, because he would show her the most mind-blowing highlight of her life. Sunraku's prison break time had run out, and Meg mentioned this, while Towa said that Shirley wasn't good. Kay agreed with her, and said that in Cursed Prison's normal state, he couldn't dodge Medius's super finisher at all. Then, Sylvie asked Sunraku if he had any last words, but Sunraku just found that statement funny and said to Sylvie that it's way too early for that, because this was the exact moment he had been waiting for. Sunraku explained that Prison Break was his go-to for enhancing Cursed Prison stats, but that was off the table now. So at this point, there was only one thing he could beat Sylvie in, and that was his arm reach. Sunraku reached for Sylvie's legs, surprising his teammates, and Sylvie told Sunraku to stop getting handsy with her while kicking him in the face. Sunraku replied that Sylvie had told him about her rhythm or whatever, but from the very beginning, she had been dancing in the palm of his hand, and he grabbed Sylvie on the shoulder, looking like he was about to throw her to the ground. Then, Sunraku laughed, saying now that he had Sylvie, her speed and technique were cancelled out. Sasahara said Sunraku had made his move, and he had a firm grip on Sylvie, but wondered how he would leverage it. Sylvie said Sunraku was doing some kind of judo thing to her, and Sunraku replied it wasn't like that, and if it had a name, it was pro wrestling at light speed. Sylvie was surprised by this, and couldn't accept what Sunraku was doing, who said the SLF engine calculated gravitational energy, and Sylvie would know it because of him. He used a pseudo-super finisher, which he called Impact Convert, and threw Sylvie to the ground with tremendous force. Because of this, Sylvie's HP was greatly reduced, and they almost had the same HP now. Sasahara said Sunraku had delivered a punishing finisher from the heavens, and he was damaged too, but Sylvie was also hurt. Sunraku said he wasn't done yet, because he hadn't just done that on impulse, and he explained that this location was close to where he had launched Prison Break. All the armor he had shed earlier was still scattered in that place, and he would collect them to make a wall that would block Sylvie's super finisher. However, Sylvie kicked away an armor part that Sunraku was trying to get, alerting him, and Sylvie kicked away all of Sunraku's armor parts so he couldn't pick them up anymore. Sunraku was annoyed because all his armor was gone, and Sylvie kicked him, making him realize that this was just how Sylvie was. Sylvie said that Sunraku really did have arrogance, and she would give him that, but she said heroes don't make the same mistake twice, because justice must always win. Sylvie used her character's super finisher, Meteor Strike, and Sunraku said he did have last words after all. He said he knew he had said it didn't matter to him, but passionately mentioned that he would take steak over sushi any damn day. Sunraku tried to punch Sylvie while she was attacking him, and he said it's been a barrel of laughs, while Sylvie said it was the same for her, and she couldn't ask for anything more. The Shoutcasters, the Nitro Squad team, and all of Star Rain were stunned by what was happening, and because of Sylvie's attack, Hermetius had won against Sunraku's Cursed Prison. Sasahara said it was a nail-biter of a match, and No Face wowed them with his intense fighting style, but it still wasn't enough. After that 4-round marathon, the one reigning supreme is Sylvie, winner and still undefeated. At the Nitro Squad's bench, Towa was teasing Sunraku saying too bad, because they had already decided to eat sushi after the event. Sunraku replied that they hadn't decided on that yet, and asked if that was the first thing Towa would bring up, without even saying good game or acknowledging his great effort. Towa responded that Sunraku wouldn't have said those things to her anyway, and Sunraku pointed out that he fought for 4 rounds and stalled for a long time. So he was the MVP of the day, and as far as he was concerned, they would be eating steak that evening. Towa asked if she wasn't the one who stalled the longest, and Sunraku replied that was because she fought against 3 opponents. Kei then asked if they were still arguing about dinner, and if it even mattered whether it was steak or sushi since he would be paying anyway. Towa seemed angry at Kei's casual, whatever response instead of making a decision, saying he needed to improve that flaw, but Kei didn't seem to get it. Sunraku commented that this was why Kei couldn't draw any unique characters in the game, so he should be ashamed. Kei got annoyed with both of them and asked why they were ganging up on him. He was about to say something else when Meg interrupted, saying they had a bigger problem because Kei would be fighting Sylvie, the matchup they had been working to arrange. Meg added that they needed to discuss Sylvie, who suddenly cut in while she was speaking and greeted Mr. Pumpkinhead, aka Sunraku. Meg was surprised to see Sylvie there, and Kei seemed shocked too, while Sylvie was shaking hands with Sunraku. Sylvie congratulated Sunraku on a good game, saying it was the best and his cursed prison was awesome. Sunraku thanked Sylvie, who then noticed Kei. She told Kei that she was waiting for their match, and Kei responded that he was waiting too, just like her. Sunraku then asked if that was perfect, and said Kei could now declare war on Sylvie. He added that Kei had been bragging about being able to defeat Sylvie without losing a single round due to his playstyle, and other such boasts. But Kei seemed completely unaware of what Sunraku was talking about. Towa chimed in, saying that Kei had also claimed that if he won, he would make Sylvie dress up as a Nekomimi maid. But Kei denied this and told his teammates to stop making up stories because he never said such things. Meg said it was true, and that Kei had definitely said he would end Sylvie's unbeaten legend and other such things. Kei responded that maybe he had said something like that, but told them to be quiet, adding that Sylvie only understood basic Japanese as she asked what a Nekomimi maid was. Sunraku said he didn't want to discuss it, but mentioned that Kei had a sexual fetish, which Kei angrily denied, and Sylvie seemed confused by what she heard. Towa told Sylvie not to worry because she was on her side and would explain everything. Kei got angry and asked if Towa and Sunraku wanted him to reveal their identities as a threat. The two responded that of all the lowdown tricks, that's what Kei chose, and Sunraku added that to sum it all up, they were just saying that their boss, Kei, was incredibly skilled, so Sylvie shouldn't mess with him too much. Sylvie said she knew that, and that was the reason she came to the Nitro Squad's bench to shake hands with Kei. At that moment, Kei had a flashback to when he told Sylvie he would surpass her, so he apologized to her and said he would save the handshake for later, when he had won. Sylvie smiled at that and agreed to Kei's terms, saying she would see him in the game. Towa seemed to want to say something, and she commented on how oblivious Kei was, despite how obvious Sylvie's signals were, while Sunraku said it was driving him crazy. Meg, who appeared to be blushing, said it was fine because Kei only saw Sylvie as a rival. Then, Sunraku told Kei to head to the stage while they would handle things at the bench. Towa added that Kei was the star of the day, asking wasn't it easy for a pro gamer like him to climb a cliffside, while Meg wished him good luck. Kei remarked that the 3 of them were itching to push him off a cliff, making them grin, but he smiled and said, "Let's start the battle." Sasahara announced that the crowd was electrified after No Face's epic battle, so they should continue that momentum and begin the biggest match of the day. This was the climactic battle between Sylvie and Kei, with only one member left on the Nitro Squad. The audience was overjoyed because Kei was about to play, and this was the matchup they had been waiting for, so they were all cheering either for Kei or Sylvie. Sasahara announced that Sylvie didn't waste time choosing her favorite character, Medius, and according to Sunraku, they had set the table for Kei, so he better not make a mess, while Johnson wondered what would happen in the match. Sasahara was announcing who Kei would use, and people guessed it would be Armed Lava since that was Kei's go-to character, but Ayato seemed surprised by his choice. Kei had chosen the character Silver Jumper, who looked like a young man with a feathered jacket. Sylvie was surprised by Kei's character choice, and Ayato explained that Silver Jumper was easy to use because it didn't have any weird quirks, but practice was needed to bring out its full potential. Simple to learn, hard to master, as they say, and he thought Kay wouldn't have trouble using it. However, in previous games in the series, Silver Jumper wasn't a good match against Medius, and Sylvie said it was surprising because she had assumed Kay would use Armed Lava. Kay seemed suddenly surprised because he now understood what Sylvie was saying, and she's no longer talking with beginner-level Japanese language, all thanks to the Babel translator. Then, Sylvie mentioned that she now knew the meaning of Nekomimi and Catgirl maids, and she had no idea Kay was into that, which shocked him because Sylvie had understood everything his teammates were saying, and he had thought she was more fluent during their last meeting, but she had been pretending. Sylvie laughed at Kay, saying this was actually the first time they had talked directly. Kay responded that he couldn't be cool anymore because of his teammates' chattiness, and said he would try to explain things in his own words. He told Sylvie that today he would win, and he would do it using Silver Jumper, and they could call him a big mouth or a big bluff. But the system had changed, and if Sylvie continued to rely on her brute strength, sooner or later, she would be left in the dust. The round began, and people were getting chaotic because there was supposedly a villain causing trouble, an NPC Yggdrasil, who was laughing and telling people to just panic and run. Then, Sylvie's Medius suddenly appeared and kicked the villain in the face, sending her flying into a building, which increased Sylvie's heroic gauge. Sasahara explained that there were two hero characters in Kay and Sylvie's fight, so two villain NPCs were placed on the map for players to fill their gauges by either rescuing citizens or attacking and defeating NPC villains. Sylvie said her gauge padding was enough, so she would say hello to Kay, and she had high expectations after all the smackle he threw at her. Sasahara mentioned that Sylvie's gauge had increased a bit, and she was now on the hunt for Kay. According to Ayato, Kay hadn't chosen Armed Lava, the presumed match for Medius, and instead chose Silver Jumper, and he is curious as to why. In the next scene, we were shown Kay attacking an NPC villain that looked like a Yeti, and he pushed the villain out of a building. A female NPC thanked Kay for saving her, and Kay replied it was fine as long as she got out of there. He said he hadn't defeated the villain yet, so he chased after it, but at that moment, he noticed something that startled him, though he ended up smiling and said they should start the fight. What Kay saw was Sylvie, so he told her to get ready, and Sylvie said they should fight it out. Sasahara announced that a mid-air contact was happening, and from the Star Road, Sylvie transitioned into a blistering high-speed kick. Sasahara seemed surprised when Kay suddenly vanished, but Ayato explained that he had just jumped. Kay said he nearly got caught by Sylvie's attack and asked her if she was still sharp after fighting Sunraku and Towa. Sylvie laughed and replied that Kay shouldn't worry because thanks to Sunraku and Towa, she was on a hot streak. Then, Ayato explained that Silver Jumper's ability was simpler compared to storing starlight in his body, pulling out infinite bombs, or using metal as armor. Whether in sky or ground, Silver Jumper could jump higher than anyone else out there. He added that Silver Jumper's jumps didn't consume gauge, and he could perform 4 mid-air jumps in one leap. But Medius didn't need to match Silver Jumper in that state because she could travel as high as he can while breaking out sharp attacks the whole while. Comparing the two, Silver Jumper clearly lacked firepower, and according to Ayato, it wasn't really a good match against Medius. Towa agreed, since Silver Jumper only had mega jumps, and Sunraku added that the jumper's gauge-consuming moves only added leg power, making it way too geared to that aspect alone. Lucas asked if Kay was trying to counter Sylvie's air battle skills, and Johnson replied that if that was the case, it wouldn't be enough. Sylvie commented that Kay had a unique band of friends, which made him wonder about her choice of description. He said that was the last way he wanted to hear Sylvie describe them, making Sylvie wonder what Kay was so frustrated about. Kay thought that even though Sylvie's fight with Pencilgon, aka Towa, and with Sunraku after that was intense, her performance hadn't faltered, and he had to admit her sheer toughness was menacing. Sylvie was totally unaffected, and she asked him how long he would keep running away, since he only had one mid-air jump left. At that moment, the NPC villain that Kay had attacked earlier came looking for him, saying it would crush him. Because of this, Sylvie realized there was an NPC villain nearby, and Kay jumped toward the NPC villain that called out to him. Sylvie seemed surprised by Kay's action, thinking that after a string of combat rounds like hers, a player's thought process would slow down or become one-sided, and that's what he would target. That was the reason why he would be able to get behind Sylvie, and while he was explaining this, He was kicking the NPC villain who called him with tremendous force. Sylvie couldn't believe that Kay ignored her to prioritize the NPC villain, so she climbed up the building where the two were and wondered if Kay was filling his gauge at that moment, saying that Silver Jumper's non-gauge-based moves weren't that important to him. Then, she remembered what Kay said about being left in the dust, and she seemed to realize something because Kay's gauge was almost full. Because of this, she realized that Kay wanted to get the Chaos Cube, another big victory condition in Galaxia Heroes Chaos. Sylvie added that once Kay filled his gauge, he would get the Chaos Cube, and she hadn't even thought he would try to get it. And that Kay chose Silver Jumper because its skills were best suited for search missions. She asked herself why she hadn't considered this, and normally, she wouldn't overlook such a thing, which made her suddenly think about her fights with Sunraku and Towa. Towa said she'd give that to Sylvie because of how quick she was on the uptake, and explained that she and Sunraku had another job, which was to distract Sylvie until she forgot about the Chaos Cube. Sunraku said that eliminating it from Sylvie's mind was the reason they were able to retain her thought process in the way they wanted, like a suggestive present for Sylvie. However, according to Sylvie, Kay probably hadn't found the Chaos Cube yet, so she would just get ahead of him, but she was surprised by what she saw. Kay was there preparing to charge towards her, and he said that just like what Towa told him, the best option to defeat an opponent was a mixture of 70% lies and 10% truth, and he had already used his gauge skill, which we learn is called Silver Feet. He hit Sylvie with tremendous force, and said that the final 20% was super vague subject dodging, which shocked Sylvie because the Chaos Cube wasn't his target after all. Kay added that, just as Sunraku, whom he called a sketchier bastard of a friend, said, if you want a competitive edge in a fight, you need to make the unexpected your ally, and it looked like Sylvie was about to hit the NPC villain that was Kay's opponent earlier. Sylvie couldn't believe how Kay fought because she had no idea what he was thinking, and at that moment, the villain struck her medius with incredible force. Kay said that if he followed Sunraku and Towa's advice, he couldn't afford to lose using that strategy, and added that, at this point, keeping it fair was no longer an option because he would do whatever it takes to win the fight. Sasahara seemed surprised that Kay wasn't actually after the Chaos Cube because he was gunning for Sylvie, and Ayato said the surprise attack worked out well for Kay. Inside the game, Sylvie immediately retaliated against the NPC villain who attacked her, starting with a kick to its face. Then, she delivered a powerful knee to its face, followed by a barrage of combo kicks. Because of this, Sylvie KO'd the NPC villain, which Sasahara announced, and Lucas asked if it was just him or if Sylvie was pretty worked up, to which Johnson replied that for Sylvie, taking a clean hit from an NPC was nothing but humiliation. Sylvie said she couldn't believe the strategy Kay had started since her fight with Towa and Sunraku, but did Kay really think Silver Jumper could shoot down a shooting star? However, Sylvie seemed surprised at that moment, because she saw Kay running away from her and jumping out of the building. Kay also answered Sylvie's question, saying of course that's what he thought because he was the one using Silver Jumper, and Sylvie suddenly realized he wasn't targeting her because if he was, he would have attacked her when she was fighting the NPC villain, but instead he was running away. Besides that, she doubted that Kay chose Silver Jumper just to make a surprise attack, so she said Kay must really be after the cube. On the other hand, Kay continued using Silver Jumper's mid-air jumps until he found Yggdrasil's Ivy. Sylvie was on his tail, saying he couldn't escape anymore, and according to Sunraku, when a player questions their opponent's goal, they won't stop overthinking, like Sylvie thinking about whether Kay was after the cube or trying to defeat Medius. No matter what Kay really aimed for, Sylvie couldn't ignore the NPC-driven attacks Kay was making, like Yggdrasil's attack on her. At that moment, Yggdrasil punched Sylvie's Medius, who blocked it, but Kay also attacked by kneeing Sylvie from behind. Then, Towa said that in such a game, that was the most annoying thing that could happen to a player, because it went against the whole idea of a fighting game being a one-on-one battle. Meg asked if opening up that option was a decoy, and Sunraku said Towa's plans were the most devious, making her the best no-name strategist, but Towa told Sunraku not to say that because he was the one who thought of that idea first, and his name was now Sergeant No Face. Ayato said that Kay had managed to focus the NPC villains on Sylvie, which was easier said than done, especially against an opponent like Sylvia Goldberg. Because of this, Sylvie was extremely irritated and told NPC Yggdria to stop and get out of her way. She kicked the NPC villain powerfully in the stomach, which Kay noticed, and she said she got it now, because there were no right answers to the options Kay was giving her. Kay had set up the fight so he would win no matter what happened, and he is dominating her. So if that was the case, she would crush that approach at the root. She also said that if Kay wanted to get the cube while she was busy, he should run away now, and she would chase and crush him, saying this while knocking out the NPC villain. Kay then asked if Sylvie hadn't said, "No looking aside," and kicked her with tremendous force in the arm. Sylvie's health was greatly reduced because of what Kay was doing, and she said that that was a bad choice on Kay's part. He shouldn't have attacked her and should have just looked for the Chaos Cube, because without those NPC-driven strikes, Kay had no way to escape from her. But before she could finish, Kay said, "Sorry to disappoint," because there was no way for Sylvie to defeat him anymore. Everyone was shocked by what Kay said, and Sylvie asked if he was really saying she had no chance of winning against him. Sylvie added that it was funny Kay said that, who thought that from the first time he saw Sylvie 3 years ago, he knew what he would target from that day. While he was thinking this, Sylvie kicked him in the face, but he countered by punching her in the inner thigh. They both flew back because of this, and Meg said it was a double hit, but for Sylvie, the fight wasn't over because she could still attack using her left leg, but at that moment, Kay used the silver feet move, resulting in another double hit. Sylvie's health was down to half after that, and Kay's was reduced a bit, and Sasahara said 2 simultaneous strikes in a row had occurred, making it an all-out brawl. Lucas seemed surprised by what he was watching, and Johnson said it was shocking. According to Sunraku, that was all their meddling, and Towa added that it was up to Kay from that point on. Sylvie called out to Kay, while Kay asked her why she's so shocked, as if he could read all her moves, and at that moment, she then zoomed quickly to attack Kay. Kay couldn't do anything against that attack, and he thought that to keep up with his champion opponent, he had done so much research over the past 3 years, and he countered Sylvie's second kick. Sasahara said another double strike had occurred, and Lucas asked if that was really what Kay was aiming for, saying those double hits were accidental. Johnson explained that Kay was sticking to the walls, reducing Sylvie's attack angles, and timing his attacks alongside Sylvie's. Kay wasn't aiming for double strikes, because he was expecting attacks and countering them. So when Sylvie hit Kay, there was a high chance she would receive damage. He added that he could see something now, and while Sylvie was beating Kay in hit count and damage, the damage gap in the opening part was bigger than he expected, and now that time was running out, Sylvie didn't have many options left. Lucas said that Kay's opponent wasn't just any old pro gamer, it was Sylvie, so he wondered how Kay can fight her like this. And Johnson replied that normally, such tactics wouldn't work against Sylvie. He added that if you fought Sylvie in a boxing match like Kay did, she could easily bury the HP gap, but Sylvie's opponent wasn't just any old pro gamer either. Her opponent was the #1 player from Japan, one of the gaming superpowers of the world. At that moment, Sylvie kicked Kay towards a wall and followed it with Star Road, while Kay used Silver Feet. In his mind, Kay thought about Sylvie's technique, tactics, and thoughts, and pointed out that he had seen them all more than anyone else. The reason he played Shangri-La Frontier was for this day, the day he would finally defeat Sylvia Goldberg. Then, he attacked before Sylvie could, punching her powerfully in the face. We were shown that Kay had very little HP left after that attack, and he asked Sylvie if she got it now, because on this day, he was serious about shooting down Sylvie's star, and it was shown that Kay had KO'd Sylvie. Sasahara said that Kay won round 1 using Silver Jumper, and his shift from sneak attack to a full frontal assault was enough to defeat Sylvie. People praised Kay, while someone asked what was different today, because Sylvie had never lost multiple rounds like this before. Meg said it was awesome because Kay won a round just as he planned, and Sunraka said Kay did it thanks to his and Towa's help. Towa agreed, saying Kay should have been able to do it. On Star Rain's side, Lucas said she understood the sneak attack, but what she couldn't understand was how Kay kept up with Sylvie blow for blow, and Johnson replied that sometimes Sylvie really does lose herself in that kind of fight. He added that after Sylvie defeated the NPC villains, she had enough gauge for a super finisher, but Kay baited her into a melee brawl, which flipped a switch in her mind, making her forget about the super finisher and use the gauge on Star Road skill. If Sylvie had just focused, she could have won the round, and Lucas agreed, saying that Kay read Sylvie's thoughts really well. Then Johnson noted that Sylvie would definitely be scary in the next round. In the next scene, Sasahara asked what Sylvie and Kay would show them in round 2, mentioning that the NPC villains defeated in the previous round would respawn each round. Round 2 began, and Sylvie thought about how simple the trick Kay used to defeat her Medius. At that moment, NPC Igdria was laughing, asking the NPC citizens she captured how she should play with them. However, the NPC citizens she was holding suddenly disappeared, surprising her, and she learned that Sylvie's Medius had taken them. She was about to say, "How dare you keep getting in my way," to Sylvie, but she suddenly rushed her and delivered a devastating combo that filled her gauge, and Sylvie thought she got it now. Then, she said that she also knew how to play Kay's game. At that moment, there was a huge explosion heard and felt throughout the city. Kay noticed it and seemed alarmed by the event, saying it looked like there was chaos in that area, and he thought he would use that opening to search for something. What he was referring to was the Chaos Cube, and he said that if he wanted to win against Sylvie, that was the only way. If he could leverage his character's jumping skills, his search for the Chaos Cube would be more efficient. He said he had scanned all the buildings with heliports and explained that the Chaos Cube follows 3 spawn patterns. The first pattern was on the rooftop of a building with a helicopter pad, which was easy to find once you get high enough. The second was in the middle of an open field with good visibility. He added that the cube often floats in such places, like stadiums, fountains, and other landmarks. Then, Kay landed in a stadium, saying the cube wasn't there either, and in both rounds, he had checked every heliport and open area on the game map, and there was only one place left where it could be, but before he could finish speaking, NPC Igdria crashed behind him. He was surprised that an NPC villain had crashed where he was, and Sylvie quoted what he said about being left in the dust, which surprised him even more. Sylvie said that if that was the case, all she needed to do was smash Kay with enough power to beat his strategy. Kay seemed scared because of what Sylvie said and did, bringing both NPC villains with her, which Sasahara mentioned to the audience. It seemed this was what Johnson had been expecting to happen, and Sunraku said it was scary, while Meg couldn't believe only 3 minutes had passed. Back to the game world, Kay laughed while asking Sylvie why she was using her full power against NPC villains. He teasingly said that she must have been so pissed to be made a fool of by those NPCs. Because of this, Sylvie threw an NPC villain in his direction and asked what Kay meant. Sylvie added that the gauge needed to be filled to the max to get the Chaos Cube, and Kay hadn't done that yet, so she defeated the NPC villains before he could take advantage of them. Kay got annoyed at what Sylvie said, who asked what he would do now that there were no villains. But whatever he did, it didn't matter because she'll smash him down anyway. Kay readily prepared for Sylvie's charge. But when he threw his punch, Sylvie changed direction and suddenly was behind Kay and was about to kick him from behind. However, Kay still managed to dodge by jumping and told Sylvie she wouldn't be able to hit him. He added that he'll take Medius on and fill his gauge in the process as well. But to his surprise, Sylvie was already behind him. Sylvie kicked him relentlessly, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sasahara said Kay was being bounced around like a ball, so she can't bear to watch it. And Sylvie wasn't taking any prisoners, or maybe she was just out for blood, telling everyone to just watch how Sylvie moved. The audience was slack-jawed at what was happening, and someone said Sylvie was really a menace. On the other hand, Sunraku was laughing hard, saying the unbeatable champ got beaten up using NPC manipulation. So no wonder she flipped the smash 'em up switch in her brain. Towa was laughing too, saying she liked how Kay became a punching bag, while Meg said it wasn't funny because the fight was one-sided, and Kay had worked so hard to win the first round. Sunraku explained that his strategy in round 1 wouldn't work, especially in a huge stadium like that. And Towa added that Meg should calm down because they had expected this. Meg couldn't believe they had expected this, so she asked if round 3 was really the important one. Sunraku answered yes, but said he would tell her that Kay was always unlucky so he couldn't get his own unique scenario, but Meg didn't seem to accept that answer. Towa said she knew that, and according to Sunraku, the cube usually followed pattern 1 or 2. However, in this fight, when it really counts, Kay needed to follow pattern 3, and at that moment, Sylvie knocked out Kay. Sasahara announced that Sylvie had won by knockout, and her trademark strength had returned, so the momentum was back with Sylvie. Then, we turned to Kay, who was furious because Sylvie was going too far, and she still called herself a hero, but he said his prep work was done because his heroic gauge was maxed out. After that, he said all he needed to do was get the cube, and the only problem was whether Sylvie had already found its location. On the other hand, Sylvie was laughing because choosing Silver Jumper was the wrong choice, saying Medius wouldn't lose in a game of beach flags, a flag-capturing race held on beaches that was popular in Australia. As they got ready, we learned that both of them already had an idea of where they would be going for the upcoming match. The top floor of the extremely tall Chaos Tower, and that's where the cube was placed. Round 3 began, and Sasahara said that Sylvie and Kay each had one win, and it was time for the final round. So who would win between the two? An NPC villain was once again chasing Sylvie's Medius, who said there were few NPC citizens left in the city, and it was round 3, but maybe the damage she had caused was too great. However, based on Kay's movements, it was obvious that he wanted to get the Chaos Cube, and they had circled the entire map but hadn't found anything, which meant the cube must be at the top of the Chaos Tower. She added that if she could get there before Kay, she would win, so she used Star Road to head to the Chaos Tower. At that moment, Kay was also heading to the Chaos Tower and was about to jump using his jumping powers, but he was startled because he saw Sylvie was also heading there, making him realize that Sylvie had discovered where the Chaos Cube was. He thought that Sylvie wanted to get there first even if it would drain her gauge to do so, so he said game on, and he would score the breakthrough. However, when Sylvie reached the Chaos Tower, she immediately jumped towards Kay, saying he wouldn't be able to climb the tower. They tried to kick each other, causing their feet to collide. Sylvie apologized to Kay because she kinda lost her temper in the last round, and Kay replied that Sylvie shouldn't worry because he was used to her superhuman moves. Then, Kay used a mid-air jump to leap upward, so Sylvie asked him if he wasn't going to use Silver Feet to boost his leg strength, and he replied that Sylvie knew he couldn't use gauge-draining skills. Sylvie used Star Road to chase and kick Kay, but he used another mid-air jump to dodge, and taunted Sylvie saying she wouldn't be able to catch him that easily. Sylvie tried several times to attack Kay, but he kept dodging using his mid-air jumps. Sylvie said that Kay had used all 4 of his mid-air jumps, so he couldn't escape from her anymore. Then, she kicked Kay with tremendous force, causing him to hit the Chaos Tower, and Kay said, "Too bad," which made Sylvie ask if he was really that good at taking it from people. Kay replied that people would get the wrong idea from that question, while he was jumping upward, and Sylvie asked if he was a sub, which seemed to annoy him because of the psyop warfare. Kay and Sylvie continued their chase up the Chaos Tower, and Kay said Sylvie was doing that warfare on purpose, but Sylvie pretended not to know what Kay was talking about. Sasahara said that Kay was making the most of his mid-air jumps, and even though Sylvie was damaging him, he was gradually getting closer to the top of the Chaos Tower. According to Ayato, Medius had the advantage in mid-air, and they all knew Silver Jumper was chasing the cube, so he couldn't use gauge skills. Sunraku said that Kay was doing a good job in surviving the really adverse conditions, but even so, he'll only have it easy if that's all the challenge he'll see. At that moment, Sylvie kicked Kay again, making Kay say it was a clean hit because he had little HP left, and Sylvie thought she could execute her plan, defeating Kay using a super finisher she could perform because her gauge was sufficient. Besides that, he wouldn't be able to use Silver Feet, and if Kay's Silver Jumper was hobbled like that, she could easily hit him with a super finisher, and she had a Mattia strike coming up just for him. On the other hand, Kay thought that Sylvie's super finisher was coming, so he needed to survive it no matter what, and if he could do that, that's when he could make his move for the cube. He said it was time to gamble everything, so he used a gauge move, Silver Feet. Everyone was surprised that Kay used a gauge move, but Sylvie said it wouldn't be enough, and Kay had no way to escape from her super finisher, Mattia Strike. Kay hoped he could reach the top of the Chaos Tower because he was close, but Sylvie was right behind him, looking ready to kick him. In the next scene, there was a powerful explosion at the top of the Chaos Tower, and Sasahara said that Kay had been hit by a super finisher that destroyed the observation deck. However, Sylvie seemed shocked by what she saw, because Kay was still alive, saying that thanks to Silver Feet, he avoided a clean hit, though he had only a tiny bit of HP left. Because of Sylvie's attack, people inside the Chaos Tower were thrown out, including the cube, and Sasahara announced this to the audience. She added that it might not have been intentional, but it caused a lot of damage. Ayato said that Sylvie will likely get a heroic gauge penalty, but she had brought K to the brink of death, took down his gauge from max, and now the Chaos Cube was falling, with K further from it than ever. Though Sylvie had drained her gauge, it was surely worth it. On the other hand, K laughed and said he didn't see what the problem was, while Sunraku said the Chaos Tower wasn't too affected from below, but Meg couldn't understand what he said. However, Sunraku added that K had won the bet, and K called out to Sylvie at that moment, and asked if she wanted to know what one weakness of the all-powerful Real Medius was, saying he would show her. Johnson wondered what K meant about the one weakness of the Real Medius, and Sasahara said that the observation deck was destroyed because of the Mattia strike, and both K and Sylvie were falling along with the cube. She added that K had used a gauge-consuming skill to dodge the Mattia strike, but he had very little HP left after that. Ayato said that K's gauge was no longer maxed out because of this, so he couldn't get the Chaos Cube, and Sylvie said that even in his condition, K was still smiling, making her wonder what he was planning. On the other hand, K was grinning, facing the falling NPC citizens, seeming to have something planned. At that moment, he jumped towards them, and Sylvie noticed this, appearing worried about what K had done. Sasahara announced that K had saved some NPCs, and it was shown that his gauge was maxed out again. Sasahara added that this had been K's priority focus, and Sunraku said that K was close to crossing the line. He explained that for 3 rounds, the two had laid waste to Chaos City, and most NPCs had left the combat area long ago, and K hadn't guided them around, unlike a certain Mad Bomber, aka Towa. He added that there was no guarantee that any NPCs remained on the top floor, and K had left that to the random number generator. Because of that, Meg realized that if the top floor of the Chaos Tower was empty, K wouldn't have been able to fill his gauge. Moreover, she understood what Sunraku meant about K winning the bet, and it wasn't about how he had evaded the super finisher. Sunraku said he always teased K about not being able to draw a unique skill, but in the end, he actually won the lottery for a change. Then, K said his gauge was maxed out, and Sylvie couldn't use her Star Road skill because she had no gauge left, so how could she stop him? Sylvie laughed and said she doesn't care about that, and remarked that K's strategy was just a house of cards, and he shouldn't expect that it'll work on her. Sylvie also noticed that the Chaos Cube was behind her, and remembered that Silver Jumper had 4 mid-air jumps, and he had used 3, so all she needed to do was position herself between K and the cube, and she asked K if he thought he could beat her with so little HP. K found it funny and said it wouldn't be a problem if Sylvie's attack didn't hit him, and he used the 2 NPCs as human shields. The 2 NPCs were surprised by what K said, and he jumped toward Sylvie's direction. Both Sylvie and the Shoutcasters were shocked by what K did, and Sasahara couldn't believe that K was using NPCs as shields, saying it wasn't the action of a hero. The audience couldn't believe what K was doing either, and someone said K would die along with the NPCs, but Sunraku said that wouldn't happen. K was saying something about Sylvie, thinking that she hadn't meant to do what she did, but she had involved the 2 NPC victims he was holding. He added that Sylvie had been busy because she would find a way to save the NPCs and defeat him simultaneously, because though she was a pro gamer, she was truly a defender of justice, the Real Medius. While K was explaining this, he handed the NPCs to Sylvie and jumped toward the Chaos Cube. Then, he asked Sylvie if it was hard being a hero, while Sasahara said that Sylvie caught the NPCs instead of attacking K. Sylvie said, not so fast, because the fight wasn't over, as her gauge had filled a little from saving the NPCs, so she could still use a skill. At that moment, she tried to use the Star Road skill to chase K, but to her surprise, she couldn't use the skill because the gauge hadn't filled enough. Because of this, she realized this was the penalty for destroying the city with her Mattia strike, just as Ayato had said, and she also realized this was what K had planned. She said that K had counted on her to destroy the tower from the very beginning, and K replied that Sylvie noticed too late, and the show was almost over. Sylvie was furious and called K a monster, but the Nitro Squad laughed, asking if she didn't realize that was a compliment to them. K added that it was just like what he told Sylvie, that if she relied only on pure force, she'll be left in the dust. and at that moment, Kay reached the Chaos Cube. Everyone was shocked by what they saw and heard, their mouths wide in surprise, and on the other hand, Sylvia Goldberg admitted that at that moment, Kay had won their battle. She congratulated Kay, and we were shown that Kay's silver jumper had won by way of getting the cube. Kay still couldn't believe he had defeated America's #1 player, Sylvia Goldberg, using silver jumper. The crowd erupted in cheers, and even though Kay still couldn't process what happened, he was happy because he hadn't thought it would take him 3 years to defeat Sylvie. Then, Sylvie called out to him and approached him at that moment to shake his hand and congratulate him, which made him happy, though Sylvie didn't seem pleased to do it. Sylvie said she had promised she would do this, and Kay realized that Sylvie seemed pissed off about doing it, but he still thanked her because finally, he could stand before Sylvia Goldberg, while the crowd continued cheering as the two shook hands. The audience was so overjoyed, and someone even said that although the end of the fight was nasty, Kay managed to give Sylvie her first defeat. Sasahara said they had witnessed a monumental event in history because Sylvia Goldberg, the shooting star and undefeated champion, had finally been defeated in tournament play, and the one who defeated her was none other than Kay of the Nitro Squad. Kay said that even though that happened, his record against Sylvie was still 1 win, 8 losses, and 1 draw, and it wasn't just him who caused Sylvie's defeat because luck played a part, so next time, he would defeat her in a straight-up one-on-one contest. Sylvie laughed at that and said it wouldn't happen, which annoyed Kay a bit. She added that she wouldn't be defeated from that point on because it was impossible, which annoyed Kay more, and he said Sylvie didn't know that, and he would make a winning record against her, but Sylvie just responded with, "No way." Sylvie added to her teasing by asking Kay why he was so agitated. Towa said the victory was also thanks to them, and Sunraku mockingly told Kay that he was glad that he understood that. But Meg got angry, saying they should be happy for Kay, who was getting angry because were they really going to say that in front of him? Then, Sylvie asked Kay if he was going to the after party, and Kay asked if she meant the GGC rap party, while Towa and Sunraku had no idea there was a party. Kay said he would go, and he was sure he had some interviews later too. Because of this, Sylvie said they could talk again later, and Kay agreed. Meg seemed to want to say something about their interaction. Towa wondered if Meg and Kay needed Cupid to step into their love story, while Sunraku kept teasing Kay and called him Diarrhea Man. Kay said to stop annoying him because he was more tired than he expected, since he had an extended session on another game before coming there. Besides that, he also said he was really exhausted after fighting Sylvie, who was still teasing him, which made Sunraku think she really was a monster. Towa told Kay to stop being a baby since his battle wasn't over yet, so he should just hang in there. Kay couldn't believe he wasn't done fighting yet, and at that moment, Johnson put an arm around his shoulder and asked him what's up, which startled him greatly. Johnson said he thought he would just be sitting on the bench all day, so he was happy he could play, and he would finish this exhibition match with a bang, so he should see full effort from Kay, who was just staring at him blankly. Because of this, Kay seemed more annoyed because he had one more fight to get through. In the next scene, people were leaving the venue because day 2 of the GGC was over. Most people went to Hotel Grand Supreme, and they were talking about how great the event was and how glad they were they came. Sunraku said an article about their event came out quickly, and he read what was written. Kay scored a glorious victory against Sylvia Goldberg only to promptly lose 2 straight rounds against Johnson. Towa said that was way to blow it off after giving Sylvie her first defeat, and that was exactly the type of thing that attracts clicks. Sunraku asked if Towa liked Kay's O-face after the fight, and Towa said she wished she had taken a picture because she could have used it to dangle over Kay. She added that there was also coverage about them, and Sunraku said not to show it to him because he didn't want to think about what the internet was saying about him. At that moment, Meg saw them and asked if they would attend the after-party still wearing their cosplay costumes. Towa answered that she couldn't reveal her identity, so she would continue being a mystery cosplayer until the end. According to Sunraku, he wasn't in the mood to attend the party, and truthfully, he wanted to keep playing in the VR chair in his room. Towa said they didn't often get to use pro units like that, and Sunraku added that the bed and gaming chair in his room were really nice, and it was sad that this was the last night they would get to use them, which Meg understood. Towa asked where Katso, aka Kay, was, and Meg said he had already left because if they all went together, they might get swarmed by the media. Sunraku said he hadn't expected the after-party venue to be at their hotel, and according to Meg, many GGC attendees were staying there, and they had reserved an entire floor for it. Sunraku asked if they thought the US team was also staying there, and it was funny that they hadn't run into them, until he remembered the girl he had met in the convenience store and realized it was Sylvie. Towa asked Sunraku what was up, and he replied it was nothing, but he understood something now, and Meg said they had arrived at the after-party. Sunraku was impressed by what he saw and asked if it was a summit, and if Meg was sure they could go inside because there might be a dress code. Meg answered that she thought Towa and Sunraku's outfits would be fine, but at that moment, a security guard noticed them and seemed to point at Sunraku. The guard's footsteps were so loud while approaching Sunraku that he panicked and said he was just passing by and wasn't a criminal or anything. The guard asked if Sunraku was no face, and if he was the one who fought Sylvia Goldberg. The guard seemed to be a fan, and he said it had been a long time since he'd seen anyone fight Sylvie the way No Face did, and he had even thought Sunraku would defeat Sylvie. Sunraku thanked the guard, and the guard welcomed them to the party since it was starting, saying they were the stars of GGC Day 2. Inside the ballroom, Kay was being swarmed by reporters who wanted to take his picture and asked him how it felt to defeat Sylvie. Kay replied that his decision at the end was a coin flip, but his strategy worked out pretty well. Someone asked if that was the fiendish way he used NPCs as shields, and Kay confirmed it was, but it wasn't just that. Then, someone asked Sylvie how it felt now that her unbeaten streak was over. Sylvie blushed at the reporter's question and said she was happy that her first time was with Kay, which left everyone slack-jawed at her response. The reporters were thrown into chaos by Sylvie's statement, and Kay told her not to blush as she phrases it like that because people would get the wrong idea. However, Kay realized that Sylvie was doing this on purpose based on her facial expressions, though she continued playing innocent. One reporter said they were late, so he asked his companion if they wanted to interview other people first and leave Sylvie and Kay for later, and his companion said the exhibition match had generated so much buzz that day. People were talking about Kay and the cosplay duo, wanting to know who No Face was after his intense fight with Sylvie. The two suddenly turned around, and one said, "Speak of the devil," because the cosplay duo they were talking about had arrived with their teammate Meg. People were surprised by their arrival, and Sunraku said he didn't fit in so they should leave, and he didn't want to be interviewed again. Meg said that Sunraku did stick out in a bad way because of his costume, and according to Towa, if that was the case, they should just treat it as a costume party. But Sunraku said it was only August, so Halloween was still far away. At that moment, two reporters approached wanting to interview them, and Sunraku commented on how fast they were. Because of this, Sunraku thought that given their situation, it was time to max out his shyness phasers and fully release his "don't talk to me" aura at full strength. The reporters wondered what was up with Sunraku, and one said he was too difficult to approach so they shouldn't interview him yet. Sunraku laughed and asked Meg and Towa if they saw what he did, saying his soul was driving people away from him, and Towa said Sunraku was too used to acting like a freak in public. Sunraku turned off his headgear light, and at that moment, they noticed people crowding around Kay and Sylvie, which made Meg think. Towa suggested they rile up Kay, but Sunraku and Meg didn't seem to understand what she was suggesting. Towa explained that if they teased Kay in front of the media, his reaction would be hilarious, but Sunraku refused because diving into that media mob would be suicide. Then, Towa whispered to Sunraku, asking how they could play Cupid, but Sunraku didn't get it. Meg said Kay and Sylvie seemed busy at the moment, and Towa said that wasn't a problem and she would start. Then, she dropped hints about how great Sunraku was, and even changed her voice to pretend to be different people saying Sunraku was ready for interviews. Because of this, the reporters looked their way and swarmed Sunraku with various questions, while Towa and Meg escaped. Someone asked if Sunraku was interested in joining a pro team, what his record was in other events, who he was, why he hid his face, how old he was, if he was a student, and someone even introduced themselves as a representative from Gatling Drum, the makers of Riot Blood, wanting to talk one-on-one with Sunraku. The two reporters from earlier saw this and said they had seen Sunraku first, while Sunraku was furious at Towa, whom he called a two-timing bastard. On the other hand, Towa was delighted with Cupid A's, aka Sunraku's sacrifice, and when Meg asked if he would be okay, Towa assured her he'd be fine. Towa added that they should move while there were few media reporters around Kay and Sylvie, but at that moment, Lucas approached Meg and asked if she wanted to talk a bit, or if he could get her contact info, but Towa grabbed his ear and pulled him back, making him ask what she was doing. Lucas told Towa to let him go, while Towa told Meg to run, but Lucas still wanted to get her socials. Johnson and Alex saw them, and Johnson asked what the two were planning. Shortly after, Meg reached Kay, who asked why she was out of breath, and Meg said she needed to catch her breath first. Then, she said she hadn't had the chance to tell Kay what she wanted to say, so she congratulated him, saying he got the win he wanted. She added that Kay had managed to defeat the unbeaten player, Sylvia Goldberg, so she was overjoyed, and Kay thanked her. Kay also said he won because of his teammates, including Meg, though he didn't want to admit it. Then, Meg asked if Sunraku was really an amateur player, and Kay said yes, adding that he didn't know him very well personally but thought he was still in high school. Meg asked if Kay thought Sunraku was interested in becoming a pro, and according to Kay, he had already tried to invite Sunraku, but he refused because he wanted to get into college. Meg couldn't believe what she heard, and Kay added that Sunraku said he had promised his parents, and his parents let him play games as long as he got his degree. Because of this, Meg realized Sunraku would only become a pro until then, and Kay agreed but said, no offense to Sunraku, he hadn't expected that to be his excuse in a million years. He explained that in these times, being a pro gamer was a viable career, and if Sunraku could reach the top ranks, he could get the fame and earnings of a professional athlete. He added that now that the gamer population was exploding because of VR, it was a job people aspired to, and not to brag, but he thought Sunraku needed to understand his worth. Meg thought Sunraku had the skills to become a pro gamer, and Kay agreed because Sunraku was the only amateur who could keep up with Sylvie, but he was too busy studying. At that moment, Meg thought of Sylvie and told Kay she had something on her mind, so Kay asked what it was. Meg asked if Kay liked Sylvie, but at that moment, they heard someone shouting that he couldn't take it anymore. It was Sunraku escaping from the media reporters because he had reached his time limit, and Towa shouted at Kay and Meg to run. The two were surprised by what was happening, but Sunraku and Towa dragged them away. Kay asked what was going on, but Sunraku told him to just shut up and run. Johnson said the Nitro Squad was chaotic until the end, and asked Sylvie if it was okay that they were leaving. Sylvie replied that she was fine, and she was happy with whatever happened and it was super fun. Then, she called out to the Nitro Squad and told them, see you later. Kay said alright, and they'd meet again later. Sunraku said they should go straight ahead and not stop, and Meg asked where they were going. Sunraku replied where else would they go, since there was only one place to go after an after-party, and that was the after party he'd been waiting for so long, to which Towa said it was time for high-end sushi. However, Sunraku disagreed because he wanted steak, and Kay seemed surprised they still remembered that, but said he would choose where to eat, while Meg asked if they would still be in costume. The Nitro Squad went straight to a small restaurant called Shirodori Izakaya, and they were drinking there, but only one of them was drinking to get drunk. It was Towa, and she said it was good that she could finally remove her mask, and Meg said Towa must be really happy to have taken it off. Sunraku asked why they ended up at an izakaya when that wasn't what Kay had promised, and Kay replied that it wasn't what he promised, but he didn't remember promising either steak or sushi to Sunraku and Towa. They were the only ones who thought about that, and Sunraku seemed unwilling to accept what Kay said because that promise was the only reason he and Towa helped, saying what an awful bait and switch it was, so she asked Meg if that was believable. Meg was busy with her phone, saying there was someone on the internet who wanted Towa to step on him, and also wanted Towa to verbally abuse him in her awkward voice. Because of this, Kay said Towa had bigger problems than they did, and Sunraku said maybe it was time for Towa to change her online persona. Towa asked if she was really the only one who would be drinking among them, and if they were all really under 20, the legal drinking age in Japan, and Sunraku answered yes, while Kay said he and Meg were only 19. Towa said that was boring because she had no one to drink with, so Sunraku asked why drunks wanted to drink with company when they could drink alone. Towa replied that Sunraku just proved how unpopular he was, so Sunraku told her to be quiet, saying that if he were famous, he wouldn't waste his summer playing shitty games. Then, Kay asked how long Sunraku would wear his pumpkin helmet, To which Sunraku replied that he kept missing the right moment to take it off, so he was committed to the long haul now, and asked Kei if he understood. Kei said he didn't, while Meg asked if Sunraku could even eat, and he answered that the helmet's mouth opened so Yakitori was fine. Towa joked that they were in a 3D world, but at this point, Sunraku was in 2.9D, and Kei said that's why common sense didn't mesh with him. Meg said they were in a private room anyway, and if that's what Sunraku wanted, then go ahead, which made Sunraku happy because he knew Meg would understand. Towa asked why Meg ordered so many veggie sticks and French fries, and Meg asked what was wrong with that, while Kei said Meg's diet was just weird. Of course, Meg denied this but said it was delicious, and Towa said she knew Meg's type when it came to food, but what was her type when it came to men, which surprised Meg. On the other hand, Sunraku thought that once the GGC ended, reality will come crashing down, and he needed to find the right timing to tell his companions something. They needed to know what he was doing in Shangri-La Frontier. He had many things keeping him busy in the game, and he needed to say things the right way because if not, he wouldn't be able to return home safely. However, he also thought about just staying quiet, but his companions would surely find out anyway, and if he prolonged it, he would only get into more trouble. He needed to be proactive and make his companions see things his way. But why should he go out of his way just to hurt himself? He'd just wait for Pencilgon, aka Towa, to get tipsy, and he said he was too hungry to think straight, so he would eat first. He was about to put the food in his mouth, but before he could do it, Towa grabbed his hand and said that Sunraku seemed to be holding back from saying something, so if he had something to say, he should say it. She added that she would be getting drunk that night, so she had plenty of time, but Sunraku still wouldn't speak. So Towa asked if his silence had something to do with SLF. Sunraku still seemed to be having trouble speaking, and Kei said he knew Sunraku was doing something in SLF because one look at his inventory made it obvious, since the non-standard tactical bird called Suzaku was lying there. Towa told Sunraku to speak up, and Kei added that his sentence might be lighter. Sunraku pleaded for Kei not to join in, while Meg asked what was going on. Because of this, Sunraku thought about how sharp his companions were, but he couldn't avoid it anymore. Then, he told them that he had encountered a bonus unique scenario related to the unique monster Katarnate of the Abyss, and he's currently progressing through it. The mood seemed to change because of what Sunraku said, and Towa asked if they were ready because it was time to start the interrogation of Sunraku. She suggested that Sunraku should choose his words carefully because if not, but before she could finish, Kei lost it because why was it always Sunraku who got unique scenarios, which made Meg worried. Towa said Sunraku wouldn't get to eat yakitori because of this unique scenario. Sunraku pleaded to be fed a little, even just the green onions, because he hadn't eaten anything at the party and barely anything since morning. Towa replied that what Sunraku would get to eat depended on what he would say, so he should tell them everything that happened. Because of this, Sunraku agreed to speak, saying that was what he was going to do anyway. Sunraku said it started with the powered suits he got from the Weathermon battle. Towa asked what happened with Sunraku's repair of the reactor because they had looked for the needed materials for it, and Sunraku answered that he fixed it thanks to their help. After that, he said he thought he wanted to try them before Towa and Kei could, and because of this Towa branded him guilty and ordered Kei to eat Sunraku's yakitori, which Kei followed. Sunraku stopped Kei and mentioned that he couldn't wear them anyway because his curse prevented him. Towa said Sunraku was barely off the hook. Then Sunraku explained that it was a huge shock to him since he was looking forward to using the robot armor, and it led him to play a robot game called Nephilim Hollow. In that game, he fought against two players named Rust and Mordo, and they were both SLF hardcores, and amazingly enough, the two had information about the Tarnage-related quest. Towa seemed surprised that Sunraku had gained information about Katarnate of the Abyss outside of SLF. A true blue unique monster. Then, Sunraku asked if he could maybe get at least one skewer, but Kei refused because he had only earned a carrot stick. Sunraku ate the carrot stick, and Towa said not to tell her the two were nice enough to just give that information for free. So Sunraku called her sharp, and explained that one of them was a robot addict who agreed as long as he would tell them the secret of SLF robots. Towa asked how much information he revealed, and Sunraku answered that he only showed them Suzaku with a drain battery. Towa said that wasn't so bad, So Sunraku told his companions to lay off him now. Sunraku added that he wasn't a mole, so he couldn't just eat carrots all night, and asked for some bird. Kei agreed to this, but Towa stopped him, saying they would press Sunraku about the unique scenario later, but for now, she was sure Sunraku was still hiding something. She said Sunraku mentioned that Suzaku had no energy, so she asked if Sunraku used the reactor to activate it, and where he used it. Sunraku answered that to get information about Katarnid, he needed to go to Fictitia quickly, so he asked for help from Siger Zero from the Schwartz-Wolf clan for some navigation help, and they encountered the SF Zoo clan. They talked a bit before Lycagon suddenly appeared, so they asked for help from a player named Akane Akitsu who also had a curse like him, which surprised Kei. He said he used Suzaku, and Siger Zero used boss-like moves, and in the end, they defeated Lycagon. Towa and Kei shouted in surprise at what they heard, and Meg was startled by their noise. So Sunraku quickly explained that they only defeated Lycagon's shadow, not the real Lycagon. It was just a fake, and a bonus scenario popped up after that leading to the real Lycagon. Towa said her head was hurting, and Kei asked if that was all. Sunraku answered that Siger Zero and Akane Akitsu also unlocked the bonus scenario because they were part of defeating the Shadow Lycagon, and he forgot to disband their party so they were included in the Katarnid scenario. Because of what Sunraku said, Towa and Kei gave him raw konjac, potato sticks, ginger sticks, and lemon for his dinner. At that moment, Sunraku said he remembered something, because if SF Zoo hadn't been there, he would have just walked straight ahead and probably wouldn't have noticed Lycagon. He explained that SF Zoo was doing a quest in the Barren Dark Ruin to fight Lycagon, and they knew that Lycagon was the key to accessing Rabbituza, so someone was stopping him from leaking that information, but that same person was the one who gave the information to others and was behind all this mayhem. Kei asked what that was about, while Meg had no idea about anything they were talking about. Towa laughed because of all things Sunraku could mention. He chose that, so she gave him more food and said he wasn't guilty. Sunraku was happy about that, and Kei asked how that was okay, and Towa said there was no point in dwelling on it, but Kei insisted there was. He said their knowledge about uniques was a big asset, and they couldn't leak such things. Sunraku said he had a suggestion, saying that Siger Zero already had a clan affiliation, but that wasn't the case for the others, Rust, Mordo, and Akane Akitsu, the players helping with the Katarnid scenario. Then, he asked Towa and Kei what they thought about adding the three to their Wolfgang clan. Towa and Kei asked if they would really add the three to their clan and share their info about uniques. Sunraku replied that it wasn't just that, because the three were skilled players, and he thought they wouldn't be a burden or put them in danger. Towa said they should talk about one of the women among the three, Akane Akitsu, and asked Sunraku about her curse. Sunraku said his curse came from Lycagon, but according to Akane, her curse was from the unique monster Seagworm. Because of this, Kei realized that Akane and Sunraku had met a condition to receive special treatment from unique monsters, and he asked if they could get information about that, then why not add them? Towa was drinking at that moment, and after Kei's question, she put down her shot glass and called Seagworm the Golden Dragon King. So Sunraku asked if there was something wrong with that. So Towa replied that Seagworm was the most cited unique monster, and when people worked together, they could defeat it using a raid, so there was lots of information about it. We learned that a raid is a mission where players cooperate to defeat a tougher than usual boss or dungeon. Towa added that the maximum party size in SLF was 15, but when doing a raid, they're talking about multiple parties, and not just multiple people. Sunraku asked if the reason Toha wasn't too interested in letting Akane into Wolfgang was because they wouldn't gain any exclusive information from her. Towa said it wasn't just that, but maybe Sunraku was right, and maybe they should accept the three into the clan. Kei asked why Towa was being indecisive, and she answered that maybe the liquor was clouding her senses. Meg interrupted the conversation and apologized because it seemed serious, but asked if anyone wanted to order. Kei said he was okay, and Towa apologized because they had abandoned Meg in the conversation. Then, she said she wanted a sake refill, and for Meg, Titan-sized fries. Sunraku was surprised about Meg ordering Titan-sized fries, asking if she was crazy, since she had just ordered so many fries, and now she wanted even more. Towa asked if Meg really loved fries, and she replied that it's not about love, It's more like potatoes were more like a staple food for her. Kay asked if Meg shouldn't eat something healthier, since she was eating all fried food. But Meg defended herself, saying she had eaten veggie sticks, though she admitted Kay might be right because her diet might be catching up with her, as her stomach was getting larger. Towa told Meg not to joke because she was in great shape, which surprised Meg. Towa said it was true, because she, the red-hot lovable model Towa Amane herself, said so, and Kay told her not to shout her name, private room or not, because they didn't know who might be listening. Towa replied that Kay was taking small things too seriously, which seemed to annoy him, and Sunraku said Towa was drunk. At that moment, Toha seemed to think of something, and she mentioned all their names except Sunraku's, making them look at him curiously. Then, she told Sunraku it wasn't fair that he was the only one among them whose real name they didn't know. Kay agreed with Towa, saying that one-way thing wasn't good, but Sunraku seemed to disagree. Kay added that it was okay for Sunraku to hide his face, but he should at least give them his name, but Sunraku said that was bullshit because it was an invasion of privacy. Towa argued that they wouldn't use it in any wrong way, but Sunraku still refused because Towa was the one he trusted least. However, Sunraku seemed to think for a moment about whether to tell them his real name, so Towa and Kay waited. Sunraku said he would tell them if they accepted his conditions, and Towa and Kay agreed, though Kay seemed reluctant. Sunraku told Kay not to worry because he wasn't expecting anything from him, making Kay ask what he meant, while Towa laughed. Meg thought that she was often clueless about what they were talking about when she was with the three of them, but in the past few days, she was happy to see Kay in a different kind of light. At that moment, Kay looked at Meg and asked what was up, so Meg said she was just thinking about how happy she was that she had accepted Kay's invitation to join the GGC. Towa said that was what brought them together in real life, and according to Sunraku, it was an important experience because he might never fight against the best US players again. Kay said Sunraku could become a pro gamer, but Sunraku replied that that's not on his mind for now. Meg asked if he meant just for now, and Sunraku replied that Meg was wheedling him, while Towa laughed heartily. According to Kay, he thought they were right, because this year's GGC was the best it could have been. In the next scene, Sunraku had returned home, but his sister Rumi Hizutomi was being cold to him, and he asked if she wouldn't even say hi to him, saying she was being too cold. Rumi said she had been enjoying herself while her brother was away, and when he asked where their parents were, she said their mother was taking a bath and their father was feeding insects. Rumi added that it was too bad her brother was back home, and asked if he was still angry about him staining her shirt. Rumi shouted that the design was by Towa Amane, and she loved it so much, while Sunraku argued that it wasn't intentional. Then, he wondered why there was only one energy drink left, so he asked Rumi if she had drunk his drinks. Rumi replied saying so what if she did, and did he think her anger would disappear with just a few drinks? Sunraku said he had a souvenir for his sister and showed it to her, but Rumi told him not to bother trying to cheer her up. What Sunraku showed was a video greeting from Towa for Rumi, who watched it very seriously. Towa also said that Sunraku knew her email, so Rumi should send pics, and she would send some back when Rumi did. She said she can't wait to check out Rumi's pics, and gave Rumi a flying kiss, which seemed to transfer into real life and hit Rumi. Because of this, Rumi fell backwards and even got a nosebleed, so Sunraku asked if she was okay. Rumi was overjoyed that Towa Amane had made a video message for her, and said it was crazy that her brother knew Towa, so she asked what Towa meant by saying Sunraku treated her real well. She added that it was impossible for a shut-in game nerd to have a connection with a first-tier model, so it must be fake, and her brother couldn't fool her because Towa was even wearing a weird anime outfit. Sunraku said his sister might not be a casual fashionista, but if she worshipped at the altar of the demonic Towa Amane, she should look at the sign magazine he showed her and see if what he was saying was true or not. Rumi couldn't believe it was signed by Towa, and she said that as a true fan, she knew the roundness of the heart in the signature by heart. She realized it was real, including the video, and asked if that meant she would get to exchange contact info with Towa Amane. Sunraku replied that Rumi should just stay on his good side. So Rumi quickly apologized for being mean to her brother and said she would buy him energy drinks if he gave her Towa's email. Sunraku requested a 6-pack of Riot Blood, and Rumi agreed. Sunraku laughed and said how foolish people were. Then, he put down his bag and sat on his bed, saying that now that the GGC was over, he could focus on SLF again, and he checked his group chat with Rust, Mordo, and Akane. He was happy that everyone was gathering intel for him, so he would read all of it, and he asked himself where he was in the game. He backtracked a bit to remember what had happened, like Captain Stude leading them, and Katarnid's attack that brought them to Reluiath, and the bonus unique scenario that kicked off. He said that in Reluiath, he met an NPC named Araba, who gave him lots of information about Katarnid, but he still knew little about its skills. He had many things to tackle, but that was also what made it fun, and although he had just gotten home after a long trip, it was still their 4th day in Reluiath, and the fun was just beginning for him, so he logged into Shangri-La Frontier.